Chapter 1, Lady Luck is smiling. First blood. Double kill. Triple kill. Quadri kill. Pentakill. In a residence in Shanghai's Xingyun community, the 17-year-old Yun Hao was excited to operate the bounty hunter to win today's 7th 5 kills and win the game. As the strongest king in the national costume, Yun Hao played superbly with Miss Doom. The goddess of luck is smiling. Oh, keep going, hee hee. Looking at the enchanting bounty hunter with double guns on the computer screen, Yun Hao felt that the goddess of luck was already beckoning to him. Today, not only will the king win 10 consecutive victories, but also 5 kills. Go to the next one immediately. Yun Hao believes that Miss Doom's endorsement of fame, good luck will not favor fools. He immediately showed a triumphant smile. As a genius-level existence in the League of Legends, when I got Miss Doom, everything was under my control. On the line, I quickly brushed a few waves of troops, and I was ready to return to the city to buy equipment. As a professional goddess of luck, Yun Hao's first piece of equipment is basically to choose the tears of the goddess in seconds. Because he always feels that goddess tears is a unique gift from goddess of luck. When a bounty hunter with goddess tears gallops on the battlefield, it is invincible. Ding! The goddess of luck is smiling, and the opening is successful. Ding! The system is binding. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding the Lady Luck system. Just as Yun Hao clicked to buy the goddess tears, a sweet woman's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. What? What's the matter? Did I have auditory hallucinations? Putting down the headset, he quickly ran to the bathroom, and rinsed his handsome face with cold water. Back to the room. Just as he was about to pick up the mouse and continue fighting, the voice sounded again, ding. The Lady Luck system has been activated, and the identity of the host's shuttle to the 10,000 realms has been confirmed. What? System? Yun Hao looked confused, and once again ran to the bathroom to rinse his face carefully, but the voice remained lingering in his ears like a ghost. So Yun Hao staged a panic drama of 7 in and 7 out of the bathroom. He calmed down when he was completely sure that he did not have auditory hallucinations because of a mental disorder. However, the mysterious voice seemed to fit Yun Hao's performance. When he was completely calm, he said, Ding! Hello, host, I am the Lady Luck system, this system will serve you wholeheartedly. That charming voice came into Yun Hao's ears, making him feel a little dreamy, and the image he had been dreaming of began to emerge in his mind. No, he shook his head immediately. What? System? Yun Hao hesitated. Yes, the host, you awakened this system, you are the most noble VIP of this system will help you cross the world, help you become the strongest in cultivation, and control the world. The sweet voice sounded again. Yun Hao looked dumbfounded, but he was already a little excited in his heart. In order to confirm whether it was true or not, he asked softly again, is the system like the invincible golden finger in novels and anime? In addition to being a game genius, Yun Hao is also a fanatic, reading madman, and he has seen all kinds of animations and novels. Even often imagine that he can have such a heaven-defying golden finger, Happy Flower City, dominate the world. But did the golden fingers in novels and anime really appear in front of you? The voice replied sweetly, yes, this system is what you call a golden finger, and can tailor a variety of thoughtful solutions for you to cross the world. Hearing this true answer, Yun Hao's heart was already galloping, and there was a sense of excitement of riding a horse. I rely on. This is true, this is not a dream. Completely attracted by that goddess-like voice, Yun Hao could not bear the ecstasy in his heart. It seems that this time the goddess of luck is really smiling at me, I am invincible. Then what should I do? After thinking about it carefully, Yun Hao asked. Of course it is to go to the world you want to go to, and then practice to become stronger. The system explained politely. Oh, what are the specific steps? Although Yun Hao understands what it means to cross the world, he still needs to know how to operate it. It doesn't matter, this system will guide you. As soon as the voice fell, a blue and golden light flew from the computer screen and exploded quickly in front of Yunhao's eyes. Then a strange card floated quietly in the air. Host, this is a symbol of your status, Goddess card. The Goddess card will be adjusted accordingly according to the rules of the world you are in. It is also equivalent to a special and unique weapon of yours. When not in use, you can retract your body through consciousness. What is the use of the Goddess card? This system will answer you one by one in the follow-up process. Goddess card? Yunhao looked hesitant, stretched out his hand to take the Goddess card in his hand, and observed carefully. One side of the card is engraved with a charming lips that smiles like an angel, and on the other side is engraved Goddess Tears. When Yunhao saw the Goddess Tears pattern on the card, he looked at the computer screen subconsciously. The 4 teammates on the screen had already given up resistance. They frantically swiped the screen and called him scams and garbage. Some even cursed him for being hit by a car. But Yunhao didn't care about this. He looked at his inventory and found that the Goddess Tears he had originally purchased disappeared. So that light just now, is the Goddess Tears flying out by herself. No, I have to calm down. Calm. What happened one after another made Yunhao a little confused, completely breaking his view of cognition. Who would have thought of playing a game, and actually playing a naughty system? Immediately retracted his gaze and looked at the smile on the other side of the card. It was really the smile of a goddess. You can check the identity information and positioning in your mind, including the function introduction of the system. The voice continued. Oh, there are special functions. Yunhao froze for a moment, and then followed the method described by the system to check through consciousness. A special panel appeared in my mind with several function options. Function 1, Lucky Mall, you can exchange all kinds of items and props in 10,000 realms through lucky value. The exchanged items and props are divided into one-time and permanent ones. Please feel free to use them. Function 2, Wanja Map, you can choose any world you want to go to. You can cultivate to the strongest strength in the corresponding world, and the cultivation base will be retained by the system. Function 3, Lucky Wheel, divided into 3 types, ordinary, advanced, and fine. Ordinary consumption of 1000 lucky points will be transferred once, advanced consumption of 10,000 lucky points will be converted once, fine products will be converted once if consumption of 100,000 lucky points. Every time 1 million lucky points are consumed to upgrade, the items obtained will be valid forever. Function 4, Storage Space, you can store all the items in the heavens and the world. Function 5, Information Bar, repair attribute panel. Function 6, Scan and identify. Looking at the function and function introduction of the entire panel, Yunhao has a general understanding of the Lady Luck system. There are still some differences from most of the novels of the crossing system. The Lady Luck system is quite special. Host, now that you understand all the functions of this system, then start your journey to the world. And many more. Yunhao stopped suddenly. I want to ask. How do I travel? Of course it's your own crossing, of course your body will rejuvenate according to the cultivation mechanism. That's the case, as long as it's not for the soul, then I can rest assured. If the soul wears on someone else, I don't know how much trouble there will be. Many of the protagonists in Traverse novels travel to a new body. They either offend the whole world or engage in family targeting. When they think of these, they are the first two. Since it is a direct crossing, it's fine. This time the invincible heavens, the dream of crossing the 10,000 realms has really come true. Ha ha ha. I think about which world I want to go to first. Yunhao began to brew repeatedly. He has read too many novels and animations. Which one should he choose? While thinking about it, Yunhao subconsciously noticed that there was a book from Douluo continent on the desk, which was obtained at the signing of the third master some time ago. Recently, Douluo animation is also being broadcast, so choose Douluo. After choosing the world, Yunhao clicked the map of 10,000 realms in his mind and started the system traversal. Ding! The system travels through, and the target world, Douluo continent. Hey! The goddess card in his hand emits a dazzling light, enveloped him, and disappeared in the next moment. Chapter 2-100,000 Year Soul Beast Sacrifice. Douluo continent, Star-Do Great Forest. The sun shines on this lush forest, a green scene, all kinds of flowers, grasses, and birds are intoxicated in this quiet and beautiful environment. At this time, under a sturdy tree, lies a 6-year-old boy. Yet, how do I feel my brain buzzing, this? Yunhao opened his eyes, the blue sky first came into view, and then the surrounding greenery. This is Douluo continent, I'm really here, haha. Sit up, surrounded by birds and flowers. Host, you have successfully reached Douluo world, please start your journey of cultivation. The system sounds. Yunhao was so excited. He stood up quickly, and suddenly found that his hands were actually white and tender. Damn it! Nima! Am I really a child? Isn't this white, tender, and smooth skin the same tender skin that I had when I was young? Touch my cheek again, it's soft and elastic. Then he touched his whole body all over again, completely confirmed that he was completely rejuvenated. Oh, you know, when I was a kid, it was a handsome pot that was loved by everyone, and many little fans. If you can get a beautiful girlfriend in this Douluo continent, you can be regarded as satisfying yourself. As a small wish of a glorious single dog. Ding! Host, this system has prepared a novice gift package for you, do you want to open it? The system prompts. Turn on. Yunhao said decisively. Ding! The newbie gift pack is being opened. Ding! Congratulations to the host for automatically awakening the twin spirit. Ding! Congratulations to the host awakening the God-level martial spirit Guangming God Emperor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening the God-level martial spirit Goddess of Luck card, using the formula, the Goddess of Luck is smiling. Yunhao was shocked. Fuck! God-level martial arts spirit, or 2. This thing is invincible, as long as you cultivate to the highest level title Douluo, you can completely dominate Douluo. Wait, what happened to this lucky goddess Kawahun? Yunhao hesitated. The Lady Luck card belongs to your passive martial spirit, and 9 cooling spirit rings have been attached, and only you can see it. And you only need to cultivate the first martial spirit, the God Emperor of Light, and obtain the spirit rings one by one, then the second spirit will also unlock the corresponding spirit rings. For specific situations, when you operate, the system will give you tips. The system explained in detail. Can you still play like this? Then I'm going to take off completely. Summon a Lady Luck card. 9 grey-white spirit rings appeared at the same time under his feet, and the colors were slightly cold. It is as expected. In this way, he only needs to cultivate 1 martial soul, and he can control the abilities of 2 martial souls at the same time, so cool. As soon as his thoughts turned, Yunhao opened the system panel. A bright light flickered, and a panel appeared in front of Yunhao. Host, Yunhao. Cultivation World, Douluo Continent. Soul Power Rating, Innate 20th Soul Power. Cultivation, Soul Warrior. Lucky Value, 0. Yet. He nodded clearly, I see. No matter how they were 2 God-level martial souls, their innate 20th level soul power still made sense. Take back the repair panel, think about it in my heart, find a place to stay first. Looking around, this place belongs to the Star-Do Great Forest. Where should I go? Forget it, let's see the situation first. Walking alone in the vast forest, Yunhao was still a little worried. This place is still relatively dangerous. If a powerful monkey comes from somewhere, don't you have to accompany it to learn from it? It's hard to have such a good opportunity, how can it just start and end? Must be careful. As he was walking, a strange sound suddenly rang in the bush next to him. Nanny? Yunhao was so scared that he didn't move, his whole body was sweating coldly. He still doesn't have the strength to fight. If he really encounters a difficult soul beast, what can he do? Beep. Just as he was panicking, a golden figure crawled out of the bushes. What? The nervous mood immediately subsided, a sudden and question mark on his face. That is a rabbit that is more than a foot long. She was covered in golden hair, soft and shiny, but her golden red eyes were a little dull. Are you injured? Seeing that the rabbit was dying, Yunhao hurried forward to check. I saw that the rabbit's thigh was bleeding with black blood, as if it had been poisoned. Don't be afraid, little one. Yunhao quickly figured out a way to help it get the poison out, tore off a small piece of cloth on his body, and tied the upper part of his legs vigorously to slow the spread of the toxin. What can I do? I don't have tools. A moment of helplessness. Finally, save the rabbit's life and win the 7th level float. Immediately lifted the rabbit's leg, ready to use his mouth to help it out the drug. But just when his mouth was about to reach the rabbit's legs, the rabbit actually retracted the legs with some alertness and spirituality. Yunhao knew it must be afraid, so he smiled politely, "Don't be afraid, I am a good person, I will not harm you." But the rabbit shook his head magically and stared at Yunhao with scorching eyes. It seems to say in my heart, I know you are a good person, but the toxin has spread to the heart, and I am unable to recover. Thank you, kind person. What? Yunhao was thinking about it, but the rabbit bit his hand in one bite, and the blood flowed continuously. You are sick, I will save you, you, really bite Lu Dongbin, you don't know good people. He got up in a hurry and kept a distance from the rabbit, feeling very unhappy. But the moment he got up, the rabbit shouted, "Tudu!" As soon as the sound fell, a golden red light burst out from its body. The light fell on the ground and turned into a peculiar magic circle, enclosing Yunhao and himself. Yunhao was shocked. What the is this Nima? No, this is... The golden red magic circle shined, and the rabbit's figure began to dissipate little by little, blending into the faint golden red. Immediately afterwards, the golden red magic circle began to shrink with Yunhao as the center, and finally merged into his body completely. Boom! The earth felt trembling at this moment, and a 10-meter-high golden phantom appeared behind Yunhao, like a god, Junlin divine might. Is this my martial spirit bright god emperor? Seeing the golden phantom and the surging golden fluid lingering in it, he was completely stunned. With the appearance of the golden phantom, a black halo appeared on Yunhao's body, slowly falling from his head. The black halo was like a magnificent magic circle, and finally stayed at the foot, shining with a strange black light. At this time, the golden phantom began to turn into stars and disappeared in the air, and everything was calm. Fuck, it's really a sacrifice of a soul beast, then this rabbit. Yunhao, who had recovered, was overwhelmed and his heart was ecstatic. This luck! I'm like the upper body of the goddess of luck, haha. When the spirit ring is added, the system prompts, ding. Congratulations to the host for getting the sacrifice of the 100,000-year soul beast Flash Rabbit, and the reward is 1,000. Due to special reasons, the resident constitution is temporarily unable to withstand a 100,000-year level spirit ring. This system has compressed and sealed the excess power. As long as the host continues to improve the cultivation base, the sealed power of the spirit ring itself will be released one by one. Ding! The first spirit ring of the passive martial spirit Lady Lucky card is activated. Haha, I'm so lucky! Yunhao said excitedly. How difficult it is to get spirit beasts to offer sacrifices, human beings and spirit beasts have always been in dire straits. In order to become stronger through cultivation, human soul masters hunted and killed soul beasts to obtain soul rings. How could soul beasts hate humans so much that they would actively sacrifice? Besides, this is 100,000-year soul beast. However, such a good thing happened to Yunhao. Can it make people happy? The first spirit ring came from the 100,000-year flash rabbit sacrifice. Douluo is destined to tremble because of me. Oh, yes, why is there no spirit bone? Yunhao asked suddenly, because 100,000-year spirit ring must have a spirit bone. When the power of the spirit ring reaches 100,000 years, the spirit bone will be unblocked with the power, the system explained. Well, that's fine. Chapter 3, Beautiful Sister, Bibi Dong. Yunhao opened the repair panel again. Host, Yunhao. Cultivation World, Douluo Continent. Soul Power Rating, Innate 20th Soul Power. Cultivation, Soul Master. Lucky Value, 1000. Unexpectedly, if you send a kind heart, you can still get the love of a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Hey, who told me to look so handsome? As the old saying goes, handsome people are not bad luck. However, he didn't patronize Zixi. Now the basic situation of the system has been understood, and the most important thing is to find a foothold first to facilitate future cultivation. How can it be enough to have a good beginning? If you don't have enough training resources, it's still a fart. Thinking about it, he cautiously left. The Douluo Great Forest, as the largest soul beast forest in the Douluo continent, is home to a variety of powerful soul beasts. And just like that, this place became the top priority for soul masters to hunt down soul beasts to obtain soul rings. A spirit master, in addition to the importance of martial arts, having the best spirit ring collocation is even more important. The best spirit ring that meets the attributes of your own spirit can maximize the power of the spirit. Therefore, when spirit masters are acquiring spirit rings, they will only decide the direction of spirit ring hunting after careful consideration. At this moment, somewhere in the Douluo Great Forest, the four figures were moving slowly to anxiously. A closer look reveals that there are 2 women and 2 men. Among them is a soft-looking and well-behaved little girl who is about 6 years old. The other 3 are tall and stylish, and the headed woman wears a deep purple gold-lined gown and a delicate and gorgeous crown. The whole person is as beautiful as a god, and the eyes are shining with absolute majesty and domineering light. The 2 men followed right and left, protecting the little girl in the middle. One of the men was wearing an orange shirt, and his whole body was enchanting, with a touch in his posture. The other man was wearing a black shirt, exuding a strange black air, and his expression was cold. Under the crown of the Pope, there should be a change in this direction. The man in the orange shirt said respectfully. It seems that someone has hunted the spirit ring here, let's see the situation first. The woman's bearing is extraordinary, the other 2 men did not dare to neglect, and the 4 rushed away together. On the other side, Yunhao had already hurriedly walked outside the Douluo forest, and encountered no danger along the way. It is relatively close to the periphery of the forest, and the haunting rate of soul beasts is low, and most powerful soul beasts live in the deep forest. I don't know if this place is in the Tiandu Empire, so you can go to Tiandu City to try your luck. Yunhao muttered. Suddenly, he frowned. Someone? This is a mixture of several strong pressures. The other party obviously didn't constrain his aura, deliberately spread his aura, and it was very powerful. Even feeling it from such a distance can make people tremble. Is it the Soul Hunter team? Because the soul masters who come to the Douluo Great Forest to hunt the soul beasts are mostly in groups of 3 to 5, because occasionally when they encounter a powerful soul beast, they still need team cooperation. Whoosh whoosh. While thinking about it, he saw several figures appearing in his sight at a speed that the naked eye could not capture. This is... When the figure landed and stabilized, Yunhao's heart was overwhelmed, and he was terrified immediately. Bibi Dong? There are 2 elders and a girl. He was startled, but when he was panicked, he quickly recognized the other person. No matter how hard he is Douluo's fan, how could he forget those appearances? The leader is the contemporary Pope Bibi Dong of Wuhan Hall, and the 2 elders are the chrysanthemum Guanju Douluo and the ghost Douluo, who are absolutely loyal to Pope Bibi Dong. Another girl, I want to be Bibi Dong's only direct disciple Hulina. Yunhao couldn't imagine that he would meet them here. What to do, what to do? My heart began to panic. Under the crown of the Pope, there is a boy, what should I do? Gai Mei asked respectfully, his eyes quickly swept across Yunhao. Little friend, you just passed here, did you see any strange things? Bibi Dong obviously didn't care about the ghostly words, but showed a friendly smile. Seizing this opportunity, Yunhao turned his head and shouted sweetly, Beauty sister, I'm separated from my family, I don't know how to get out, I'm afraid. Beauty sister. The 2 elders looked surprised, even Hulina was a little surprised. Bibi Dong said immediately, my mouth is so sweet, come here. She beckoned to Yunhao, her beautiful eyes flashed softly, and she behaved very friendly. Is this still the domineering empress who created the Wuhan Empire and head-to-head with the 2 empires? Yunhao was startled. But he quickly reacted, no matter what, if that's the case, just do it to the end. Stepping forward, he ran to Bibi Dong with a smile, while Hulina was staring at him hostilely. Under the crown of the Pope, the origin of this child is unknown, so let's do it. Zhu Douluo on the side immediately advised Yunhao by surprise. Yunhao's heart sank, I will be Namei. Damn it! We just met now, and we haven't talked enthusiastically yet, are you? The beautiful sister of others didn't say anything, what right do you have to beep? It's okay, such a cute kid, you have to be pampered. Bibi Dong touched Yunhao's head, like a loving mother looking at her child, but only she knew what was hidden behind the smile. Beauty sister, can you help me find my family? You are so good looking and you are so good, I will repay you when I grow up. Yunhao blinked a pair of pitiful, big eyes, and begged Bibi Dong sadly. Bibi Dong looked at Yunhao and said softly, yes, but it's too dangerous here. The beautiful sister will take you to a safe place first, and then send someone to help you find your family, okay? Yeah, thank you beautiful sister. Yunhao nodded decisively, and at the same time began to calculate in his heart. It just so happens that I also need a place with enough resources for cultivation. Going to the Wuhan temple is also pretty good. The resources there are very rich. In the entire Douluo continent, Spirit Hall had the largest proportion of spirit masters, and there were also many powerful spirit masters, including more than 10 of them at the titled Douluo level. This is also due to their unique and abundant cultivation resources, and as long as they have a certain talent that can be used by the Spirit Hall, they can be carefully cultivated. I have a plan in my heart, thinking that the Pope of Wuhan Temple is here, who dares to be presumptuous. By the way, let me introduce you. This is my apprentice named Hulina. You two are about the same age. You can just call her Nana. Bibi Dong introduced calmly. Hulina, introduced by Bibi Dong, also took the initiative to show her good wishes. Hello, my name is Hulina, I am very glad to meet you, and hope we can become friends. Yunhao smiled and said, hello, my name is Yunhao, Majestic Hao. As Bibi Dong's adopted daughter, Hulina loved her very much, so in the end even the Pope was willing to let her inherit. Yunhao thought to himself, meeting them here this time may have been part of his luck. It was not a bad thing to settle down in the Wuhan Hall. Being a villain is actually quite good. Thinking about it, there was a trace of evil thoughts in his heart. In order not to make them suspicious, Yunhao also behaved very calmly, looking at Hulina with a smile on his face. This trip will come to an end for the time being, and prepare to return. Bibi Dong stood straight and said in a commanding tone. Yes, under the crown of the Pope. The two elders responded immediately, not daring to say another word. And Yunhao is already silently happy in his heart, making you bullshit, and wanting to kill Lao Tzu. Lao Tzu's luck is so good that he can't die. What can you do with me? P.S. The country's population of 1.6 billion people, can we meet here, do you know what it's called? This is fate. As the saying goes, you have the fate to vote for thousands of miles, and you don't have the fate to throw a basket on the other side. So in any case, do you all should I leave your recommendation ticket? Chapter 4-4 Stunning. Although Chrysanthemum Pass is loyal to Bidong and his heart is commendable, as an elder, you must also pay attention to your words. How can you kill such a handsome, obedient, sweet-mouthed boy? With Bidong's attention, Yunhao's thoughts are even more unscrupulous. But now he is not strong enough to reveal any flaws. How, your age has reached the time to awaken your spirit, do you want to become a spirit master? Bidong said. Sister Beauty, of course I want to become a soul master, and become as powerful as Sister Beauty, and I have already awakened the spirit of martial arts. Xiao Yunhao's mouth was sweet, and it was sweet to Bidong's heart. Oh! Bidong's beautiful eyes moved slightly, you have already awakened the martial spirit. Hearing Yunhao said that he had awakened Wuhan, the two elders were also interested. Hulina walked beside Yunhao, staring at him curiously with charming eyes. Yunhao hurriedly explained, I come from a small village in the province of Fastno. At that time, it was a Wuhan who was awakened by a big brother from Wuhandian. In order to prevent them from doubting, Yunhao could only write and direct himself. Hearing Yunhao's explanation, Bidong nodded, and said, it turns out that this is the case. Then you and your family are here to obtain spirit rings, right? Every year, the Wuhan Hall recruits a large number of soul masters, mainly through the Wuhan branch halls of various cities. The Wuhan branch will appoint a deacon to travel from village to village to help children who have reached the age of awakening to awaken the spirit. Children with good talents will be recruited and trained by the spirit hall. As for what Yunhao said, Bidong and others were naturally clear, so there was no doubt. Bidong stroked Yunhao's head, and said faintly, will I show my sister your martial spirit later? Yunhao smiled and nodded, Wuhan City. Located at the junction of the Xingluo Empire and the Heaven Do Empire, an independent city that belonged exclusively to the Spirit Hall. Here, there are Soul Master Legion patrols everywhere, which can be described as strong barriers. Those Soul Master Legions are warriors carefully cultivated by the Spirit Hall, and each of them is an important power of the Spirit City. And the Pope Hall believed by the loyalists of Wuhan Hall is located here, a magnificent hall. Salute! Yunhao followed Bidong and the others to the entrance of Wuhan City, and the Soul Master fighters stepped forward and bowed. See the Pope! See the elders! The soldiers exclaimed in unison, full of energy and vigor. Free gift! Bidong lightly waved his hand, his aura completely surpassed those Soul Master fighters, his aura was powerful and mighty. The crowd quickly gave way to retreat and welcomed the Pope and elders into the city. Walk straight along a boulevard for hundreds of meters, and you will see a magnificent architectural hall, that is, the Papal Palace. After Bidong stepped into the Papal Palace, one could feel a sacred and inviolable majesty, and the hall was silent. Da-da-da. Walking in the Grand Papal Hall, the sound of footsteps resounded like alarm bells, which kept reverberating in my ears, making people have to keep strict at all times. Bidong walked to the Mianzi above the main hall and sat down, while Yunhao followed the two elders and Hulina and stood there. Come, release your martial soul, let me see what kind of martial soul it is, said elegantly and solemnly. Okay. Yunhao stepped forward and started to mobilize the spirit power in his body under everyone's gaze. Streams of golden light emerged from his body, lingering around his body, flowing gently. A strange energy burst out instantly, and behind him, a 2-meter-high golden shadow was quietly condensing. Old ghost, what kind of spirit is this, Why have you never seen it before? Zhu Douluo, who was still indifferent, was still attracted when he saw the martial spirit released by Yun Hao. I haven't seen it either. Maybe it's some rare martial soul. When the golden phantom was formed, a pale golden sword appeared in Yun Hao's right hand. The sword body was close to 2 feet. The body surface is engraved with strange lines. At the junction of the sword body and the handle, there is a golden 6-pointed star gemstone, exuding a touch of brilliance. And as soon as the spirit of martial arts was released, a black halo quietly fell under his feet. What? 10,000 years spirit ring! The 2 elders exclaimed at the same time. Bibi Dong stood up from his position in shock, eyes full of incredible light. How come? The first spirit ring is actually 10,000 years, this is impossible. And this martial soul contains extremely powerful light attributes. It should be a very special martial soul. The key is why it is 10,000 years in the first spirit ring. The 3 Soul Master Realm titled Douluo level powerhouses were all shocked at this time. And Hulina was also shocked by this scene. This boy who was about the same size as herself, actually the first ring was, the 10,000 years spirit ring. But they didn't know that it was normal, this martial soul was a god-level martial soul, the Emperor of Light, a martial soul that would only appear on Yun Hao. The sword in his hand was a bright divine sword that was condensed by the energy of the martial soul. The 2 elders were even more dumbfounded for the martial arts that even the Pope of the Martial Soul Palace has never heard of. It was the first time Yun Hao released his martial spirit in front of 3 titled Douluo, which was amazing for the 4. What kind of spirit is this? And why your first spirit ring is 10,000 years, but you are safe. Bibi Dong's heart was completely boiling, because she seemed to have picked up a treasure. Bibi Dong had never seen any weird and powerful martial spirit, and this martial spirit in front of her was really the first time in her life. Yes, say it. Ho Huiguan was also anxious to know the answer, his expression solemn. I don't know why this is the case. My spirit is called the God Emperor of Light. I haven't had this situation before when I awakened the spirit. I haven't done spirit ring acquisition yet. The only way now they just cross the sea without knowing the truth, so they can only explain this way. It's already reached this point, and it's a gamble, let's go. Since I have the opportunity to come to the Hall of Souls, I definitely can't let go of such a good opportunity. Just let the Hall of Souls become my cornerstone in the Douluo world. If I make good use of this chess piece, the road going forward will be easier. Bibi Dong hurriedly walked to Yun Hao's eyes, and asked him firmly, would you like to stay in my Soul Hall? Soul Hall will carefully train you, as long as you are willing to become a member of my Soul Hall, your future unlimited. I will also order someone to help you find your family, how about? Yun Hao secretly rejoiced in his heart and smiled happily, Sister Beauty, of course I am willing. Don't call me so cordial all the time. I have a special identity here. You want to call me the Pope? Of course when there is no one, you can kindly call me your sister. Yeah, I see, the Pope is crowned. Yun Hao pretended to be excited and happy, showing a simple and lovely smile. This Bibi Dong really thought he was still young. Although he was indeed beautiful, it was already a cabbage that no man wanted. Anyway, I'm not really separated from my family, and Bibi Dong is not really looking for help, so I can't use it too much, right? For those with such a powerful spirit talent, the Spirit Hall has always been able to use it, and it will destroy it if it cannot be used. Yun Hao would not know, so he agreed without hesitation. In order to be able to overcome the difficulties of early training, I use Wuhan Temple as my safe haven. Chapter 5, Wheel of Fortune. Yun Hao quickly thought about it. Bibi Dong is a determined and cruel person, and she must not find anything tricky. He released the Lady Luck card and said with a simple and sincere attitude, under the crown of the Pope, shortly after I awakened my spirit, I ran out of this thing again. I don't know what happened. Bibi Dong focused his eyes on the Lady Luck card, but frowned and said, this thing, you have never seen it before. Is this only after you awakened the martial spirit? Yunhao smiled and nodded, yes, I thought you knew it. I think, it may be related to your martial spirit. Since you want to cultivate and become stronger, my martial spirit palace will naturally train you. You will stay in my Wuhan Hall for the time being, and when I have news from your family, I will send someone to notify you. Afterwards, Bibi Dong ordered Ghost Douluo-Gaimei to take Hulina and Yunhao first. Only Zhu Douluo and Bibi Dong were left in the entire papal hall. And when Yunhao walked out of the Pope's palace, a reminder sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for being accepted by the Pope in the papal palace, and the reward is 100. Can this get lucky value? Yunhao hasn't understood for a while, just such a simple thing can still get lucky, but it's good. Under the crown of the Pope, this young man's spirit is so special, what are we going to do? Zhu Douluo asked respectfully in the hall. Hey, isn't that just right, this boy is so young, isn't it for me? Bibi Dong's face was cold and noble, and his tone was calm and powerful. No matter what magical and special martial spirit it is, as long as it can be used by me, the appearance of this child has also solved my urgent needs. The old fellow Jiande Olio wished that I would give up my position soon. I just won't let him wish for 1,000 families. First look at the boy. This child must be used by me. I will first check if there is any record of that Wuhan. Yes, under the crown of the Pope. After leaving the Pope's palace, the ghost arranged for Yunhao in a unique small room. He also specifically asked him that in Wuhan City, he must always abide by the rules here. Naturally, Yunhao wouldn't mess around either. After all, he was lucky enough to be in such a good place, the rules couldn't be messed up. Bibi Dong would definitely have ideas about himself, and he would definitely not let himself leave easily. The so-called mutual benefit and win-win situation, for the time being, he would work for the Spirit Hall and start with the number one power in the continent. The soldier's dangerous move was still lucky, and he had passed by without knowing the truth, and now he can stay and practice in the Spirit Hall. Sitting in the room, Yunhao opened the panel of the Lady Luck system again and glanced at the system functions. It happens to have a lucky value of 1100, see if you can do something decent. I glanced over, and finally fell on function 3. Why don't you try this lucky turntable? Yunhao pondered. Click to enter, and you see a slightly mysterious lucky turntable. Yunhao's eyes gleam. The lucky wheel is divided into 3 levels, normal, high level, and fine quality goods. Any items and props can be randomly selected. The current level is normal, and 1000 lucky points rotate once. Your lucky value is just enough to turn once. With my luck, I can't get some good things, I have to try it. There are only 3 modules on the turntable, which are items, props, and thank you for your patronage. Looking at the 4 words thank you for your patronage, Yunhao subconsciously summoned the Lady Luck card and looked at that charming smile affectionately. Goddess, my goddess, since I am the chosen man, then I am destined to always be lucky, goddess bless. Turn the lucky wheel. Ding! The lucky wheel starts and consumes 1000 lucky points. Please wait patiently. Hoob! Yunhao said softly, and the system immediately responded. The pointer began to turn slowly, and finally turned at high speed. Hold the Lady Luck card in your hand and pray to the goddess in your heart. Ding! The lucky wheel is finished, please wait patiently for the result. The pointer was already slowing down at this time, and Yunhao suddenly opened his eyes and stared intently. Don't turn to thank you for your patronage. Please do not. Since it is possible to extract items and props from the 10,000 worlds, then naturally there are exercises to help you practice, and it is not bad to be able to get a good mentality. After dozens of seconds, the pointer has reached the final deceleration moment. The pointer bypassed the props, turned to thank you for your patronage. Yunhao's nerves tense. Call. He took a hard breath, hoping that his lucky breath can bring good luck. Seeing that the pointer is about to stop at the edge of "Thank you for your patronage," Yunhao's heart is almost suffocated. But he was really the man chosen by the goddess, and his luck was still there. The pointer just walked for a short while and stopped in the item area. Haha! The goddess of luck is smiling. Yunhao is bathed in the rain of fortune of the goddess love. Luck is not covered. Successfully deviated. Thank you for your patronage. Yunhao is triumphant. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning an excellent light skill. Ling Bo stepped slightly. Ding! Reward the host with a lucky value of 100. Nanny! Ling Bo micro steps. My mentality has collapsed. What is this tyrant? Call out! A beam of light flew, turned into a book of exercises, and fell into his hand. Holding Lingbo's micro-step technique, Yunhao's face became more than half black. What is this? It's useless if I want this shit. No, Lingbo Weiabu? Think about. Isn't this Duan Yu's magical skill in Tianlong Babu? This light gong is hailed as a clear stream in the light gong body technique. If you can learn this light gong, the body technique speed can reach the realm of coming and going without a trace. Ling Bo's micro-steps follow him like a shadow. I was so anxious just now that I didn't think of it for the first time. But at this moment, Yunhao's heart was ecstatic and excited. Everyone has a martial arts dream in everyone's heart. It feels like flying over the wall and floating on the water. If I can learn this Lingbo micro-step, wouldn't it be possible to wander? Oh! Wouldn't it be possible to wander the rivers and lakes, play and sling any opponents? This is a good exercise. A good horse with a good saddle falls into my hands, Yunhao, it is definitely worth the money. Excited, Yunhao quickly opened up the exercises to take a look. Lingbo Weiabu was created according to the directions of the 8 or 64 hexagrams in the Book of Changes, Gai Mei, Wu Vong. Although it is a bit obscure to read, it is still easy to understand according to the steps of the exercise method below. In essence, Lingbo Weiabu is to practice internal energy by moving power, walking in sequence in 64 directions, and constantly groping. Yunhao has also read a lot of martial arts novels. Dragon Ba Bulletin is also a classic in martial arts, and Lingbo Weiabu comes from here. The internal power mentioned in it is called soul power in Douluo continent, and kinetic power is the combination of qi and energy. Originally, Lingbo's Weiabu needed to be practiced with Biming divine art. But if you want to cultivate completely, you must have a very deep soul power foundation. However, you can't be eager to achieve success in cultivation. You can practice the previous part first, and save the rest for the most suitable time before practicing. I'll try the previous part first. Holding the exercise technique, Yunhao quickly got up and began to practice according to the steps in the exercise technique. Chapter 6, Lingbo Microstep. Just start practicing Lingbo's microsteps, as long as you follow the 64 hexagrams and move according to a certain pattern, mastering the essentials one by one. First follow the basic steps, step by step, and at the same time remember and figure out the formula of this exercise in my heart. In the gossip, every 64 hexagrams is a week, and each hexagram represents a different position and meaning. Lingbo Weiabu was created based on the evolution of gossip, wonderful and magical. After walking a week, Yunhao also read the steps of the exercises. But this is like a mellow tonic soup, only the scent exuding on the surface is smelled, but the inner delicate flavor has not been tasted yet. Try to walk a few more times. After you are familiar with the steps, you can add spirit power and qi to practice. It was just a small test just now to get a preliminary understanding of Lingbo's Weiabu. After several more attempts, I had a rough idea. Stroked his thoughts. Yunhao first imagined the appearance of a gossip array, and in a small space, he began to mobilize his qi. Lingbo's microsteps practice internal energy with kinetic energy, and qi draws external energy to promote the mechanical movement of the body. The soul power, based on the practice, uses the danshan as the node, and moves regularly in the body. Okay. It seems to feel a little bit. After walking a dozen steps, Yunhao's heart became a little clearer. Hee. It seems that I am really a martial arts wizard, born for the purpose of practicing. After gaining the system, traversing and practicing, things that I didn't even dare to think before are now successfully realized. My previous dream was that one day I could become a billionaire, and there would be as many beautiful girls. But now they can have new pursuits. Women like powerful men. As long as they become stronger, they are afraid that there will be no beautiful girls to pursue. With his handsome face, it's hard to think of success. Thinking of this, Yunhao became more and more motivated. In the past, I could only think about and dream about things, but now I can try it boldly. What a joy! Beautiful! Well, follow the rules to walk every day and every day. Once you understand the principle, you can speed up slowly. It feels like learning to solve a functional equation. In Yunhao's view, this exercise can really be regarded as a function problem. Learn while watching while mastering, and then increase the speed and breakthrough. Each exercise formula is a function value, and the composition of the exercise formula is a function equation. Practice according to the Bagua is to solve this function equation. Correct. That's it. Perfect. Looking at it from another perspective, Yunhao became even more interested. Yunhao is a glorious science student. Although his overall grades are average, his strengths in mathematics, physics, and chemistry, especially mathematics, even dominate the whole year. There is a saying that you can say well, learn mathematics, physics and chemistry, and you are not afraid to travel all over the world. And if you learn mathematics well, you can become a master of sultry, change your confession, let the girl be the only solution in your function equation. And now, it can also become the driving force for his cultivation. After reciting the formula silently in his heart and following the special rules for several weeks, Yun Haofeng smiled lightly. Humph! The first step is to analyze the functional equation, that's it. Once you are familiar with the basic steps, you can start to speed up. Yunhao also read this Lingbo micro-step technique carefully. It is roughly divided into 4 parts, and each part can be imagined as a functional equation. The first part can be called a linear equation of one variable. The second part can be called a quadratic equation in one unknown. The third part can be called a binary linear equation. The fourth part can be called a ternary quadratic equation. Based on his current spirit power, he can only solve the first part of the one-dimensional linear equation. Hee. So, it's over. The second step is to solve the equation and start. Yunhao is full of confidence, calm on his face, without panic. A man needs to be calm before he can do big things. Increase the strength of the soul power until it reaches the limit of ability. It was still the same step. After going through a gossip week at twice the speed, I felt some subtle changes in my body, and then doubled the speed. Walking at 3 times the speed for another week, the changes are more obvious, and then 4 times, 5 times, 6 times. Until it reached 10 times the speed, his physical strength had been overdrawn by more than half, and his breath began to appear disordered. At this time, it embodies the ability and thinking of a martial arts wizard. Once the physical exertion is too great and the breath can't keep up, then no matter how to follow the steps, it will not help. So Yunhao stopped decisively, rested first, and then continued to practice. Furthermore, you can continue to understand and comprehend the mantras of the exercises while resting. Although very tired, through this first contact with cultivation, I can feel the pleasure it brings to myself. Cultivation must be calm enough, like solving equations. You must always maintain a heart that is good at exploring and learning, Yunhao muttered to himself and nodded. He didn't feel that he had made a mistake in any way, he looked confident. This is like someone telling you that if you have won 10 million, you will be elated and ecstatic. However, the next moment, I told you that he misunderstood. Is it the same name and surname? Then are you going to lose everything, heart-piercing, as if you fell into the abyss? No. Everything has two sides, so learn to face everything calmly. Just like solving a functional equation, once you have solved it, you have to be calm, and if you don't, you have to be calm. The function equation is not terrible, I am afraid that I will not have patience and perseverance. To Yunhao, it might be unfamiliar to Yunhao. But if you get a function, it's the right one, and it's fine. After resting almost, Yunhao was ready to enter the state of cultivation again. This time, it's simply implemented to the end. It is no longer a constant acceleration, but as soon as it comes up, it starts with 10 times the speed. Try your best to learn this first part, no matter how tired this time, you have to hold on. After 2 hours, Yunhao was completely immersed in his own world. It's really one pass to the end. The last step, come on. Pray silently in my heart, as long as this last step is completed, I can comprehend the true meaning of the first part. The brain circuit quickly turned, and Yunhao's body moved quickly. This was the last moment. I only saw a few afterimages appearing continuously behind him, moving back and forth with him, the afterimages were illusory. Finally, when Yunhao finished the whole week, the afterimage disappeared, and there was only excitement on his face. I made it. I really made it. Unexpectedly, I was able to complete the first part of the content so quickly, which is really the blessing of the goddess of luck. My goddess, I will certainly not live up to your expectations of me. Hey, I can finally take a break. Sitting on the ground, he was already sweating and panting. At this moment, I just feel beautiful. How. After a while, a gentle and sweet voice came, and the voice was full of power. Bibi Dong? Why is she here now? Yunhao was shocked. He wiped his sweat quickly, got up, and walked out quickly. He saw Bibi Dong Zheng walking towards him with Huohuiguan and Hulina with a smile on his face. Under the crown of the Pope. Yunhao hurriedly saluted, already thinking about Bibi Dong's intention. I'm afraid, it is for my own bright divine emperor spirit. Chapter 7, Can you get me, Summoner? In Wuhan Hall, apart from Qianrongxu later, Bibi Dong was the most ambitious. Unscrupulous in order to achieve the goal, this is the style of Wuhandian. As long as there is use value to the Wuhan Hall, they will try to use it in every possible way. If there is no use value, killing it will not feel a pity. The culprit responsible for all this was the previous generation of Pope Qianzunji in Wuhan Hall. No wonder Bibi Dong hated them. Defile people's body, it is even worse than a scumbag. However, the Wuhan Palace still cannot last long in Bibi Dong's hands, so he should change to a more strategic and wise monarch. Since I can serve the Spirit Hall at this stage, wouldn't I just make use of this, and then? How, you will be a member of my Soul Hall from now on. Tell Elder Ju and Elder Ghost if you need anything. As long as the Soul Hall can do it, it will definitely help you. Bibi Dong whispered softly. Yunhao quickly buried his inner thoughts, and dealt with the present first. Although this is Bibi Dong's guarantee to himself, it is also because of his usefulness, but Yunhao didn't question him and murmured, I see, thank you, the Pope. Bibi Dong's beautiful face showed a smile of satisfaction, and said pleasantly, well, your spirit is very special. I want to see what is special about your spirit. Come with me. Yunhao nodded and said, yet. Really? Since I care about my martial soul so much, I don't mind making another trick to make it out of nothing. The most important thing now is to gain the full trust of the Pope Bibi Dong. With her protection, in this Wuhan Palace, oneself can be like a fish in water. It's just that the most troublesome thing right now is the Chrysanthemum Pass. I get angry when I see him. He looks like a monster, has a wicked heart, and his mouth is not clean. I want to kill you, Grandpa, and wait for your Grandpa, I will settle down in this martial arts hall, I must know that you, the demon man, are great. Followed Bibidong and others through a hall and came to a wide field. Yunhao's gaze swept around quickly, but he saw no unnecessary figures. This is the trial site of Wuhan Hall, very spacious. It is worthy of being the Wuhan Temple, not only has a solid soul master power, but also has everything it needs to cultivate resources and venues. Yunhao knew the plot of the original novel in his heart. Naturally, this training venue was more than this one, including the Wuhan Academy, which was used to cultivate various elites, and various mimicry training areas were also rich and diverse. It's here. Bibidong said softly. She lowered her head to look at Yunhao, and said, How, Nana will be your opponent next, let me see what kind of power your martial soul contains. Yuegwen stood aside respectfully and reminded, don't underestimate her, use your full strength to challenge. Yunhao just smiled knowingly, but in his heart he abused wildly. Nunima. Do I want you to talk? Lao Tzu even knows when you die, don't know this yet? What a joke! At this time, Hulina said to Yunhao very seriously, I will do my best, you should be careful. Her inviting eyes flashed with firm light, and Yunhao immediately responded, me too. The two walked out at the same time, and stood not far away looking at each other. I am going to attack, be careful. Hulina was the first to release her martial soul, and her beautiful body, which was already beautiful and delicious, began to become more attractive. Hulina's martial soul is a demon fox, a very charming martial soul. She herself is also outstanding, charming, and with the addition of that demon fox spirit, she becomes even more coquettish and beautiful. A pair of fiery red ears grew on his head, his eyes turned pink, and a fluffy tail protruded from behind his buttocks. The tip of the tail was like a hot flame. Under my feet, a yellow halo turned quietly, and at the same time it also shone. Yunhao kept calm, and immediately released his martial soul, the Emperor Guangming. The golden phantom appeared again, accompanied by a strong golden streamer, rendering Yunhao itself dazzling. The black spirit ring fell, and the spirit ring representing the 10,000 years level unexpectedly appeared on the first ring of a 6-year-old boy. Bibidong and Yuegwen were still attracted by the 10,000 year spirit ring, all showing surprises, and they were still filled with doubts. I'm going to fuck. Hulina's expression was cold but coquettish, her eyes were even more charming, and her figure quickly rushed over. Calm down, be calm. The first time he faced a head-on battle, Yunhao was somewhat apprehensive, and he was not so proficient in martial arts. Hulina's speed was very fast, her hands grew pointed nails, and she suddenly waved her claws and scratched towards Yunhao. Yunhao's reaction was a little slow at first. He didn't keep up with the rhythm. In panic, he only used his hands to block in front of him. Hulina slapped his arm with a paw and pushed him hard. So fast. So fierce. Without stopping, she continued to attack. I must defensively. The first use of Wuhan to fight is inevitable, but this does not mean that he will just sit and wait for death. Sometimes I really can't underestimate a woman, she looks shy and attractive, this is a thief. I lost it. Come again. Hulina made a lot of confusion, every time Yunhao tried to dodge, he had to slow down. But gradually understanding his martial soul is another matter. I hide. I flash. After finding some ways, Yunhao was about to start fighting back. Bibidong and Huhuigwen are still watching. If you don't show them twice, you will be underestimated. You have to leave an impression in their minds before they can get along well in the future. Call. Hulina's figure flashed, and her sharp claws broke through the air and grabbed it. At this time, Yunhao was finally ready to release his 10,000 years soul ability. However, this first 10,000 year spirit ability is not an attack type, which is embarrassing. The black spirit ring lit up, and the spirit power in his body quickly condensed to his legs. For an instant, Yunhao felt his body lighter and he felt flying. Whoosh! The figure flashed aside like that, cleverly avoiding Hulina's attack. How about my first soul ability? How about the Phantom of Light? Yunhao teased. The speed has also increased a bit, but there is no aggressiveness. At your speed, my spirit possession can keep up. Hulina didn't panic at all, her expression was particularly calm. As expected, he is a good apprentice from BB Eastern Church, with such a good mentality. But no matter how fast you are, can you have me Lingbo microsteps faster? Just when Hulina thought that her speed could completely keep up with Yunhao, she was stunned by the scene in front of her. I saw Yunhao's figure illusory and uncertain, and the afterimages continued everywhere he passed, making people a little dazzling. Bibi Dong smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth, and said with interest, "It's kind of interesting, I can't even see the number of his body skills." Yunhao feels more comfortable at this time, rushing into the wind, and the cool wind is blowing across his face, his heart is cool and his heart is flying. Seeing Hulina's hesitant look, Yunhao just wanted to say to her, "Can you reach me, summoner?" This is the classic line of Miss Doom. Facing the enemy's expressions of helplessness, this is the most powerful irony to them. Hulina was completely dumbfounded, and couldn't capture Yunhao's position at all, let alone attack him. Unexpectedly, this young man's soul skills were so weird. Chapter 8, I Can See Through You. Calm down, be calm. The teacher and the elders are watching, I can't just give up like that. He is also a little weird in his body and does not seem to have any offensive power, as long as he has no distractions, don't be disturbed by him. Hulina teased in her heart, it's a small carving skill. When your soul power is almost exhausted, I see how you can jump. He sinks his heart, gathers all his soul power, and his eyes bloom with attractive pink light. And Yunhao, like a monkey, jumped back and forth. Seeing that Hulina was still indifferent, she was wary, is she waiting for something? After all, although my own 10,000 years spirit ability is fast, it's not an egg. Soul power is scarce at this stage. If it is consumed in this way, when it is almost consumed, there will be no soul power to continue to use Lingbo microsteps. And Hulina will definitely take the opportunity to defeat him in one fell swoop, and must think of a way to get the best of both worlds. It will not consume too much soul power, but can defeat her. Don't look at Hulina's usual twitchy and likable, on the battlefield, she gave up being a lady, and started to be stronger than a man. So women, don't just look at your appearance. The golden streamer condensed in the right hand, and the light sword appeared in the hand. He was about to find an opportunity to sneak attack Hulina, and he had to take advantage of the time he could disturb her sight. After the best time, it would be difficult to find another opportunity. The spirit power wandered quickly in the body, and Lingbo moved his body around on the ground with microsteps. When Yunhao held the divine sword of light and came behind Hulina, it was the best time. Hey! I'm coming! He held up the divine sword of light and touched it thiefly from behind. What Hulina saw were the afterimages of Yunhao's body. At the moment when the afterimages disappeared, she realized something and turned around decisively. I want to make a sneak attack, hey! Discovering that Yunhao was sneaking up with a sword from behind, Hulina reacted quickly. A pair of fondly pink eyes stared at Yunhao tightly, and Yunhao suddenly had an energetic, lingering thought. When he came back to his senses, Hulina had already arrived, grabbing quickly with both hands. I lose it, it will do. Panicked, Yunhao reluctantly resisted him with his sword. But the shock wave was too strong, and it still knocked him to the ground. How do you run now? Look at the move. Hulina took advantage of the victory to pursue her, not giving Yunhao a chance to breathe. Stealing chickens will not eclipse rice. Yunhao hurriedly got up, trying to stretch his position and look for another opportunity. Yuegwen was already impatient to watch, and said with some interest, under the crown of the Pope, this kid will play tricks. In fact, there are some tricks and embroidered legs. They are not Nana's opponents. And I think this kid can't stay. It's better to kill. Bibi Dong thought about it, and replied, such a cute little doll, such a sweet mouth, and such a special martial arts hall is what my martial arts hall needs. As long as I spend more time training, there will be no problem. I don't want to listen anymore. In that case. Feeling the anger in Bibi Dong's heart, Yu Guan hurriedly lowered her head and said in a panic, it's because of the subordinates who have not considered well, I hope the Pope will forgive me. Bibi Dong nodded slightly, disdainfully said, well, why bother with a child, what can he have? When the two talked, Yunhao had been forced by Hulina several times. Due to the consumption of a lot of soul power, the speed has begun to decrease, and the scale of victory has also begun to tilt to the opposite side. No, I have to find a way. If you lose, you can't leave a deeper impression on Bibi Dong. If she can't leave a deeper impression, she can't let her have higher expectations. And without higher expectations, he can no longer occupy a dominant position in the game of Wuhan Palace. Goddess, my goddess, hurry up. Yunhao is now in a state of confusion. He has already reached this point. Can't he take one more step? Goddess? By the way, I still have. He subconsciously thought of something, it seemed that he still had something that was useless. At the moment, Yunhao summoned the Lady Luck card, the Lady Luck card that represented his second martial soul. How to use this card? Immediately asked the system in his mind. Ask the host to recite the mantra of the Goddess of Luck is smiling silently so that he can use his soul skills. The system replied. That's it. Let me try. After brewing for a while, he left the Lady Luck card in the air and said silently in his heart. The Goddess of Luck is smiling. At this moment, the Lady Luck card in the sky began to spin at high speed. What is this? Yuegwen looked at this scene with a puzzled look, full of questions in her heart. Look at the situation first. Bibi Dong said. The Lady Luck card stopped, and the whole became black and gold, weird and mysterious. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the Lady Luck card black gold card, rewarding with a lucky value of 1000. And obtaining the right to use a single Guyu jade ring for a time limit of 5 minutes. What? Yunhao was excited and puzzled again. This is so single Guyu, writing round eyes are here, this Goddess of Luck is too powerful. Loved love. No longer thinking about it, the man must stand firm at the critical moment. He suddenly grasped the Lady Luck card, and shouted, Zaolanyan. There was a stinging pain in both eyes, the iris turned blood red, and outside the pupil, a single Guyu appeared on the edge of the iris. I go, it feels so cool. My mind flashed, and I felt a sense of transparency when I looked at the surrounding scenery, as if I could see everything, and even vaguely see what would happen in the next second. Hulina had already attacked with the belief of victory, her eyes twinkling. I don't know what Yunhao's flamboyant gestures were just now, maybe it was just playing big treasures there was no threat at all. The paw quickly slashed over, but Yunhao leaned sideways gracefully and easily escaped. What? Hulina was surprised. It must be an illusion. A few more swift and violent attacks, do not believe that he can escape. However, Yunhao really seemed to be able to predict her movements, so he had the intention to dodge in advance, tried many times, and when the attack was about to reach him, he easily avoided. You, why did you suddenly become so fast? Hulina asked dazedly. That's because I can see through you. Yunhao said. 5 minutes to say whether it is long or not, or short is not short, it will soon arrive, and the effect of writing round eyes quickly dissipates. And a wicked smile hung on Yunhao's handsome little face, and Hulina was so frightened that Hulina quickly made a cover-up gesture. Shameless! What kind of perverted soul skill is that you? Look at you looking like a handsome white, really dirty thinking. Hulina's face was dark for an instant, and Yunhao was a roaring curse. Seeing this scene, Bibi Dong and Yuegwen walked over immediately, and Yuegwen angrily rebuked, "At a young age, I have learned these crooked ways and my heart is not right. It seems that I have to be trained carefully." Yunhao is speechless. What is a crooked way? What is wrong mind? Also, why am I dirty? Looking at Huigwen's face of a human-eating ladyboy, and Hulina's furious look, Yunhao had to explain aggrievedly, "What I mean I can see through her movements. It's not what you think. Really, do I look like a person who is so silly? My heart is pure, okay. This handsome disdain to do that kind of scumbag." Hearing Yunhao's explanation and his aggrieved appearance, Hulina confirmed again, "What you said is true." Yunhao quickly nodded and said, "Of course, what I said is true." Chapter 9, The Product of a Chemical Reaction. Hulina calmed down her noisy heart and dispelled the thought of doubt. Maybe it's because I think too much. How can such a handsome and innocent teenager be the kind of person with dirty thinking? Although it's a bit bad, playing some small moves, but it's not like that. After thinking for a while, Hulina asked curiously, "What's the matter with your eyes? It looks strange." Bibi Dong and Yuegwen are also wondering why. Yuegwen, who was not very optimistic about Yunhao, also came interested. Yunhao thought to himself, "Since you want to figure it out so much, you can simply compile it to the end. Anyway, you don't understand anything," so he explained, "This is a skill that was displayed with that card. I was in a hurry just now. I wanted to try it, but I didn't expect it to succeed, but there seems to be a certain time limit." Bibi Dong said hurriedly, "Quickly, show me the card again." Yunhao handed her the Lady Luck card and said casually, "It seems that only I can use it. It ran out of my body after I awakened the martial spirit." Holding the Lady Luck card, Bibi Dong wanted to inject his own soul power to find out, but there was no response. It was really only he could use it. In her hand, it was just like an invalid card, there was no movement at all. "This shouldn't be your martial soul, you should be a twin martial soul. I checked it carefully, there is only one explanation for your situation." Bibi Dong guessed. Because she herself was a twin martial arts spirit, she couldn't be more familiar with this situation. "It's just that Yunhao's martial spirit awakens one after another, it is too strange, and that 10,000 years spirit ring?" Yuegwen also thought for a while, and speculated, "What the Pope said under the crown is that, apart from being a twin martial soul, there is no other possibility." Bibi Dong immediately asked, "Then what level of spirit power is yours?" Yunhao replied decisively, "Innate 20th level spirit power." Yuegwen and Bibi Dong both showed shocked expressions, and Hulina was also shocked. It really is a twin martial soul. Innate 20th level spirit power, in the entire Douluo continent, only one martial soul will appear. If it is still possible, it can only be the twin martial soul. But I didn't feel that I had another martial spirit in my body. This card may be the product of some chemical reaction. Only scientific explanations can convince them, that is, to dominate in theory. Anyway, they couldn't see the spirit ring on the Lady Luck card, let alone feel what the Lady Luck card was. And in Douluo continent, only the Seraphim martial soul can have the innate 20th level spirit power, but his martial soul is a god level martial soul. Isn't it possible to have the innate 20th level? After hearing Yunhao's answer, Bibi Dong and Yu Guan hesitated in unison, the product of a chemical reaction. Bibi Dong didn't understand, so he asked, "What is the chemical reaction you mentioned?" Yunhao snickered in his heart, and then started to bluntly said, "Our ancestors have always liked to collect and study antiques everywhere. Once we searched for some rare books in a rare relic, after repeated research, we found a name called the Theorem of Science." Scientific theorem. Bibi Dong hesitated. Yes, this scientific theorem contains many categories. One is called chemistry. Everything in the world can be expressed in chemical form, including the spirit master's spirit. The things used to express are called chemical formulas. When two complementary chemical formulas are combined together, new products will appear, just like the same reason that men and women can have children. The more Yunhao spoke, the more intense he became, and he didn't know what was wrong. Bibi Dong listened very deeply. Hulina chuckled, thinking that Yunhao still had such undecent thoughts, and said some strange things, with almost zero credibility. Roll. Yuegwen looked disgusted. Where did it go? Don't make up here. Where is the strange scientific theorem? Your family will not be a paranoid of studying antiques, right? Some wild ideas. I didn't lie to you, what I said is true. Yunhao is a little anxious, he already has chemistry, so he still has a strong subject. Then how do you prove that what you said is right? Bibi Dong actually said. Yuegwen and Hulina showed incredible expressions. The dignified generation of the Pope of the Hall of Souls would believe a little kid's nonsense? At first glance, this kid is a little rude. He even got involved in giving birth. Can he believe what he said? This will take some time to prove, because I need to let you know first, what is chemistry. Yunhao is very comfortable inside. Of course he didn't lie, but you didn't know it. This is only part of his plan. That the Pope is crowned. Bibi Dongzheng was about to say, but Yuegwen suddenly intervened. This kid's words are nonsense. I think he is just to win your sympathy and attention. Have you never heard of Tong Yan Wuji? Bibi Dong immediately became serious and scolded Yu Guan severely. If it's really not what he said, it's nothing, but since he can tell a definition that the entire world has never had before, why not let him try it? If it is really what he said, this is not a major discovery. The value of Wuhan Temple's existence is to always be the first, even the only one. Always be at the forefront of the entire world, so you can't let anyone possible. She is the Pope of the Martial Soul Palace, and being able to sit in this position depends entirely on her own mind and ability. If Yunhao really played with her carefully, he would naturally not let him go. Sometimes one can't underestimate a child, just like that person, at a young age, he only knows to oppose her, and doesn't put her as the Pope in the eyes. However, as long as there is something desirable and can be used by the Wuhan Hall, then it is another matter. Yuegwen felt the anger from Bibi Dong, and quickly admitted his mistake. It's the subordinates who are worrying too much. Everything must follow the Pope's arrangements. Although Bibi Dong was beautiful and moving, it was still terrifying to start a fire. Even if the chrysanthemum pass was a titled Douluo, it could only stop dissatisfaction. Seeing that man was irritated, Yunhao felt so happy and excited in his heart. If you make your mouth mean, you can say it again, you won't be bad at scolding you. You and the ghost elders will first go and complete the task I explained, so Hao and Nana will be taken by me first. Bibi Dong ordered. Subordinates respect life. Yuegwen clasped his fists in both hands, saluted respectfully, and then left directly. Teacher, how do you want him to prove it? Hulina said. Then it depends on Hao himself, let's go. Bibi Dong took Yunhao's hand and smiled motherly, as if he was treating his own child gently. Hulina pouted and looked unhappy. I just took the teacher away when I just came, so annoying. She grew up under the care of her teacher since she was a child, and she is also the teacher's only direct disciple. All of this was fine, but Yunhao came out halfway through. Forget it, the teacher is just using you anyway, so I won't care about you. No longer thinking about it, he quickly caught up. On the way back, Yunhao began to explain some chemistry knowledge to Bibi Dong. It's like a teacher teaching to his own students, full of enthusiasm. Unexpectedly, he can also be a teacher and teach others to learn chemistry. Is this person still the Pope Bibi Dong? Chapter 10, I teach you science, you teach me practice. If this were to be spread out, I am afraid that Bibi Dong would be stupid, so stupid to believe a child's nonsense. This is also based on Bibi Dong's unknown realm, and Yunhao has succeeded in fooling. Of course Bibi Dong was not a fool. Bibi Dong asked Yunhao to prove it suspiciously. It was also because she could see that Yunhao was not a liar child. From the mouth of a child of this age, most of it is not groundless. If this is the case, then she has mastered the new discoveries in the theory of the Soul Master World, and perhaps the Yu Xiao Gang, who is known as the Invincible Theory, will be resigned. Yunhao followed Bibi Dong to a unique elegant room, and Hulina also followed him in. I'm afraid this Bibi Dong is not overthinking, is it really serious? It just happens that the ladyboy man and the ghost Douluo are not there and won't interfere with me. Then let this uncle teach you how to learn mathematics, physics, and chemistry, hehe. Yunhao was happy in his heart, and first got Bibi Dong done, let his position in the Wuhan Hall was more stable. At that time, with the Pope under the hood, the others are just like that, and that's all. Recalling the story of the Douluo continent carefully, this time period should be when the Spirit Hall is wooing all the forces and recruiting and cultivating the power of the Spirit Master. Bibi Dong arranges 2 elders to deal with it, and it still takes a certain amount of time. Then he must make good use of this time to make Bibi Dong the woman in his hands first. Bibi Dong took Yunhao and Hulina to the back room, arranged a seat for them, and then asked, How, now you talk about the research in your family, scientific theorem, and what you said, what is going on with the product of the chemical reaction? Hulina was also taken into the ditch, with a look of mist, and interjected, Teacher, is that really a new theory on martial soul? But before Bibi Dong could speak, Yunhao took the lead and said, Of course, although I don't know where these things came from, but I have a good memory by nature. I secretly read those books, so I wrote them down. After awakening the martial arts, my people originally planned to help me obtain the spirit ring, and then use my martial arts for research. Who knows that I lost in the Star Do Great Forest? Fortunately, I met the beautiful sister, otherwise I am afraid it's going to be in danger. Yunhao frustrated, behaving very sincerely, and Bibi Dong was moved and said, Then, I saved your life, should you repay me? From now on, Wuhandian will be your second home, and I will be your safest backing, no one can bully you. Yunhao said, I will definitely repay the beauties, oh no, under the crown of the Pope, you are my benefactor, I swear. Bibi Dong Guaner smiled and was amused by Yunhao's appearance, well, as long as you tell me everything you know, I will teach you cultivation like a teacher and help you become strong, how about? Okay, I teach you science, you teach me cultivation, hehe. Yunhao said. In this Douluo continent, Bibi Dong definitely ranks high. Apart from Tang San, she is the only person who has overcome the repulsion of twin spirits and became a by her own ability. It can be said that she is a talented person. A beautiful woman with equal emphasis on ability and wisdom. It is a good thing to have her help. Hulina was caught between the two, very embarrassed, not knowing whether he should believe Yunhao. But the teacher was willing to let him prove his theory, so she had to wait and see the changes first. With Bibi Dong's affirmation, Yunhao simply talked about it unscrupulously. The explanation started from the most basic knowledge, and I also found a pen and a piece of paper to explain while drawing. Both Bibi Dong and Hulina listened and asked questions from time to time, and Yunhao would answer them one by one. The more they listened, the more exciting they became, and the more they listened, the more interesting they became. They didn't expect such a magical scientific theory. Compared with them, Yunhao's saliva is almost dry. It can be seen how fascinating they are, and he is not easy to stop. As long as they fully believe what they are saying, there will be no effort in vain today. Do you use these strange symbols to replace the chemical components you are talking about? Bibi Dong asked suspiciously, pointing at the strange symbols on the paper. Yes, everything in the world can be expressed with this symbolic formula, including the Spirit Master's spirit. Yunhao brooded for a while and said, Take the simplest example, flame. Do you know the real reason for flame? Bibi Dong and Hulina shook their heads at the same time, and Yunhao continued to explain, the flame is actually a mixture of ions, which is produced only when certain chemicals are met, that is, oxygen, catalysts and combustibles. The whole process is oxygen plus combustibles, and under the action of the catalyst, a flame is produced. Used on martial arts, that is soul power plus oxygen plus catalyst equals flame. The specific expression formula is like this. Yunhao carefully wrote a series of chemical expressions on the paper, Bibi Dong and Hulina watched carefully. Soul power rubs against the air, resulting in a certain temperature. Temperature is the catalyst, soul power is combustible, and there must be oxygen in the air, so that fire can be produced. So the spirit master who possesses the special martial spirit of flame is actually summoned under the circumstances of chemical reaction. Besides this, there are other examples. Yunhao went around, focusing on important explanations of the knowledge he had learned, and passing some simple natural strokes, which can also add some mystery. Therefore, my own bright divine emperor martial arts spirit and that spirit ring must be a combination of a certain chemical reaction to produce that strange card. But what chemical formula can this be used to express? Bibi Dong asked. There are still too many unknown things in this world. Some things can only be derived from deduction. I don't know how to express this. It may take a long time to research to find out. Yunhao blinked those bright eyes, looking very honest and well-behaved, but he was already thinking about what to do next. Anyway, how long it will take is unclear. It may be hundreds of years, or it may be a lifetime. At that time, you were already dead, and you are still studying. Bibi Dong picked up the paper, stroked his thoughts carefully, and then asked, that how, does that mean that if, can increase the amount of chemically reacted substances, then how to increase the strength of Wuhan? Yunhao replied cleverly, I only know these theoretical knowledge, and I still need to study the details. I think it should be possible. This is too good to cheat? Yunhao doubted that the person in front of him was really Bibi Dong. This is really the Douluo continent I saw? Bibi Dong nodded as if there was a kind of messiah, and muttered to himself, if the age of the soul ring is higher, my soul power will be thicker and purer, and my physique will be stronger, and the power of the martial soul will be stronger. On a level, the strength of the martial arts is indeed in line with the situation of enhancement, but we will not notice this when we use the spirit abilities. That is to prove that this view of yours is credible, so it is so. Quick, tell me what is your periodic table of elements? Bibi Dong said hurriedly. Hearing Bibi Dong's confident words, Yunhao knelt completely. Can he get in touch? You, cow. I feel that I really want to be the first person to talk about the unconstrained, but you must be Bibi Dong. Sure enough, the more curious, the easier it is to get paranoia, hey. Chapter 11, The Meaning of the Periodic Table. Hulina could feel the passion and vitality in the teacher's heart, and the enthusiasm in the face of new things. Vaguely, she was infected by this atmosphere, which made her want to figure out the whole story. Bibi Dong is indeed a pope who is good at accepting new things. When she first came into contact with the concept of twin spirits, she was also so interested. Finally, with her unremitting efforts, she finally overcame the twin spirits problem. But in Yunhao's eyes, these can indeed prove that she is a wise woman who can stand up even after suffering such a life blow. She is a strong woman who dares to love, hate, and be resolute. Yunhao himself likes women who are strong, and doesn't like women who only know how to behave like a spoiled girl. They have a hotter personality, and people have to be more passionate when playing. Bibi Dong's enthusiasm forced Yunhao to give an explanation and put all his troubles behind. Now you understand, in fact, our world is composed of various elements, and the substances that make up various elements are energy molecules. The combination of energy molecules is different, and the elements formed are different. Different elements can constitute different substances, so the periodic table of elements will appear. This should be all the elements that have been discovered so far. It's just that I don't know who discovered them and where they came from. However, some phenomena have shown that they are indeed in line with this statement. In the process of explaining, Yunhao secretly noticed the expressions of Bibi Dong and Hulina through Yu Guang. All of them were surprised, sometimes at a loss, and when he finished explaining, they were surprised again. Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron. Bibi Dong began to read in the order Yunhao wrote. Meaning that our human body is also made up of specific elements? Bibi Dong asked. The teacher's words invigorated Hulina, she became more interested, and she was full of expectations. At the same time, Yunhao's eyes were different, with a trace of admiration and curiosity. I didn't expect this person to know so much. Hearing Bibi Dong's question, Yunhao answered without hesitation, yes, everything in the world is inseparable from the periodic table of the elements. The human body is mainly composed of 3 elements, carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. What is needed is the most important oxygen. Its popular chemical name is oxygen. Look at this. Yunhao pointed with his white and tender little finger, these are all gases, these are all metal elements, and these are all non-metal elements, here are all inert elements, just not elements that undergo chemical reactions. Is it so magical? Hulina exclaimed with a torch-eyed look. Yunhao nodded seriously. In Douluo continent, the greatest is nothing more than a soul master, who is aloof and works hard to cultivate in order to become stronger. Ordinary people live a plain life every day, and this world also needs to speak with strength. And the people living in Douluo continent are nothing more than human beings and soul beasts, as well as various miraculous beings of nature. This seemingly harmonious and simple life system, but someone told you one day, in fact, this world is amazing, colorful, and all-encompassing? Even concepts that have never appeared before, how can such a fallacy not surprise people? How can such a magical and wonderful world not be breathtaking? In front of Bibi Dong, Yunhao was still very vigilant in his heart, but he didn't show it. If this woman sees the clue, it will be miserable. Even if she had 100 mouths, she couldn't tell, but fortunately, she didn't have any doubts, instead she was very interested. The spirit of martial arts is ever-changing, and there are still too many strange things in this world that we need to discover. Through these, perhaps we can really create more useful cultivation methods. Bibi Dongyun said. But, according to what you said, the reason why you have a 10,000-year spirit ring for no reason is that this happens because of a chemical reaction between your martial soul and yourself, right? Yes, that's what I mean, and that card. My body and spirit are called reactants, and spirit rings and cards are products. Further research is needed for the mystery that exists in this. Yunhao explained Tao. Since you asked me to practice in the spirit hall, then I should respect you too. This is called reciprocity. I, Yunhao, have always had revenge, and repayment of grace. Hulina said politely, you said that the elements on the periodic table together make up everything in the world, so are these all in a continuous flow? Will there be a depletion one day? In that case, will the Douluo continent fail? Will there be danger? Amount. Yunhao was stunned. You are really Su Wenqiang Jin. Strong. This can also be thought of, the 2 masters and apprentices are simply imaginative people. Yunhao had no choice but to explain, these questions you raised may come true. After all, the ecological environment we rely on for survival is the so-called nature, so defend our homes and take care of the environment, starting with you and me. He raised his right hand and subconsciously made a cheering movement. Bibi Dong and Hulina looked at each other. I didn't understand what Yunhao was doing. Embarrassing. That. I mean that if you take scientific conclusions as the core, you can study and discover a more magical aspect of this world. Yunhao forgot, how did the 2 of them know what an ecological environment is? In this world, apart from becoming stronger through cultivation, it means becoming stronger through cultivation. The struggle between soul masters, the competition between soul beasts, and the battle between soul masters and soul beasts are endless. They simply don't understand what it means to care for the ecology. Otherwise, in Douluo Mainland 3, there would be no immigration. At that time, the resources of the entire Douluo continent were facing a severe shortage, and it was no longer possible to live any longer. Therefore, in addition to controlling the Douluo continent, we must also teach them how to protect their living environment. The two of them stared at the table for a while, and Bibi Dong said thoughtfully, "How, actually, you are not separated from your family at all, are you?" Yun Hao's nerves stretched, and he said in deep thought, I. Upon seeing this, Hulina asked, "Teacher, what do you mean?" Bibi Dong smiled nobly and gracefully, and said, "Actually, I guessed from the strange spirit power fluctuations in the Star Do Great Forest. You didn't leave your family at all. Of course, you didn't intend to deceive me, right? Guru." Yun Hao swallowed, feeling a little flustered. What to do? Find a way to deal with it quickly. I can't let myself fall short, I have already reached this point. Yun Hao muttered silently in his heart. Bibi Dong must be testing me, she knew that I couldn't resist her at all. So? Since the Pope had guessed it a long time ago, why didn't you expose me on the spot? Yun Hao asked immediately. Anti-defense as offense, first explore the reality. Of course I agree with the scientific theories you mentioned, so I want to see the situation first. I am the Pope of Wuhan Temple, and I have my own truth in what I do. Bibi Dong looks arrogant and looks cold and glamorous noble, people dare not look directly. But Hulina was a little at a loss, why did things become like this? I talked about the sky and the earth 1 second before, so why do you change your face when you change your face in the next second? I did check your martial soul personally, and there is no historical record. I thought you were a soul beast, but you don't have the aura of a soul beast at all. This shows that you are undoubtedly human, then. Bibi Dong's eyes began to sharpen. Chapter 12, Prophet. She has a special sensitivity to spirit beasts, especially 100,000-year spirit beasts. Once the 100,000 year soul beast transforms into shape, as long as the strength reaches tidal Douluo, it can be spotted at a glance. But in Yun Hao's body, there was not even any spirit beast's aura, and Bibi Dong had unique opinions on spirit beasts, and it could be determined that he was not transformed by spirit beasts. The Spirit Hall of Spirits originally needed the precious and rare thing of the 100,000 year spirit ring. For this, the Hall of Spirits would obtain it even at all costs. This was also the reason why she was a little disappointed. If Yun Hao was transformed by a 100,000 year soul beast, it would be the most beautiful encounter. Yun Hao's heart suddenly became clear, Bibi Dong still did not fully trust him, so he sighed and said with some resistance, "Actually, you guessed it, I didn't leave my family, but I was trying to avoid chasing. Kill, but also came here with a mission. In order to protect me, my people died tragically under the blade of the enemy. I also experienced a lot of hardships before I escaped here." He looked at Bibi Dong's eyes, his face unconcealed, and continued to explain, "I am a prophet from the future world. I came to this era to change the historical structure and prevent this world from going to extinction." Bibi Dong and Hulina showed strange gazes one after another, and their moods were tangled and confused. "I really want to say that this is impossible, but Yun Hao doesn't seem to be lying, his eyes are firm and his expression is focused." Of course, this was just a stopgap measure by Yun Hao, they didn't know the story they had made up by themselves. At the beginning, he was also a master of sultry sisters, and he always had fantastic ideas in his mind. A sincere, affectionate, and heart-moving story could easily capture the heart of a girl. In addition, he looks a little bad and handsome, he belongs to the humorous warm man, and is very popular with girls. So the success rate is extremely high. And the most important thing about storytelling is to make the other person feel that he is telling it from the bottom of his heart, without any disguise. This can be seen from Bibi Dong's suspicious reaction. Feeling that this path works, Yun Hao continued, I know you may not believe what I say, but this is the fact. Douluo continent will have a huge resource crisis in the future, and those huge dark forces will try to swallow it. This world. The duty of our prophet is to guard the world, but unfortunately because of the competition for resources between the empires, the constant wars that eventually led to the collapse of the world, I am here to change the trajectory of history. Hulina muttered, Prophet. This is too mysterious. Bibi Dong was also a little unbelievable. Bibi Dong asked, so, tell me, what is the historical trajectory you want to change? Yun Hao replied, in Douluo continent 10,000 years later, there will be major technological reforms. Scientific theories will be introduced here, and the development of the era will only be faster at that time. However, the ecological environment on which mankind depends for survival will also face a lack of resources. The development and progress of the times will force mankind to wantonly plunder natural resources. At that time, the profession of soul master was no longer the mainstream. Without a strong leader, human beings would only become more greedy and intensified. So I came here to make Wu Hundian the largest ruler of the Douluo continent. As long as the foundation is solid and the resources are properly controlled, then this world will not go to extinction, and the dark forces will not dare to easily set foot. Hearing the 3 words of Wuhan Hall, Bibi Dong's eyes flickered, and he hurriedly asked, what do you mean, my Wuhan Hall is already in the future? Yes, the Spirit Hall is the leader of the spirit in this era, but not in the future, because powerful spirit master forces will only emerge endlessly with the evolution of the times, do you understand? Yun Hao said. Hulina said in surprise, are you saying that there will be more powerful forces in the future to replace the Spirit Hall? The Spirit Hall is now the force with the largest proportion of spirit masters, and even the 2 great empires, Tiandu and Xingluo, are afraid of existence. It is impossible to imagine that Wuhan Palace, a huge force at the forefront of the times, will be. Yun Hao put his hands on his chest, his fingertips pressed together, and he made a strange gesture of holding a ball. He raised his head and raised his chest. He really had the extraordinary tolerance of a prophet and answered patiently. In order not to let the sorrow of mankind become the sorrow of the world, I hope that the Pope must believe in me. Bibi Dong's red lips moved slightly, and there was no wave on his beautiful face, and he said softly, sure enough, I still can't underestimate you, but you said a lot of magical things here, how do I know if I should I believe you? The godlike concept of the prophet surpassed her cognition. Moreover, the most important thing is to travel from the future to this era, which is a fantasy. She has lived for so long in Bibi Dong, and she has never seen anything rare. Being able to sit in the position of the Pope is enough to prove her knowledge and strategy. Prophet? Still can't easily believe it. Yun Hao was able to understand Bibi Dong's mind, and he didn't have to deliberately try to figure it out, as that would make her more suspicious. Having seen Douluo continent, I know the psychological flaws of each character, and the flaw in Bibi Dong's heart is naturally Yu Xiaogang. He did not rush, and explained, I am a prophet, with the ability to foresee, I know everything you do, and these can't hide from a love word, right? Hearing this, Bibi Dong's eyes suddenly widened, and a wave of waves finally appeared in his heart. Yun Hao continued, Kyungsunji is your heart not, Yu Xiaogang is yours. Enough. Before Yun Hao could say anything, Bibi Dong suddenly stood up and slapped the table fiercely, his eyes full of murderous and angry. Hulina, who was scared to the side, trembled, and his nerves were immediately tense. I have never seen a teacher make such a big fire. That Kyungsunji had heard of it, and I heard that it was a pope in Wuhan Hall. But who is Yu Xiaogang? Did he and the teacher spend the holidays? Why never heard her mention it? Many questions appeared in Hulina's heart for a time. And Yun Hao was also surprised. Unexpectedly, Bibi Dong reacted so much. This is the pain point of poking her. Under the crown of the Pope, don't get angry, I also want you to believe in my abilities. Yunhao hurriedly explained. And apart from this, don't you always want to know my martial arts soul? My martial arts soul does not belong to this era, so naturally there is no historical record. In the future, the way a soul master can obtain a soul ring is not limited to hunting and killing soul beasts and sacrificing soul beasts. It can also be obtained through special methods. That's mine. Bibi Dong did not act on him, indicating that he had a choice in his heart. In this psychological game, Yunhao won and gained the trust of the Pope. Is there anything more exciting than this? There is a saint saying, the way to survive is not to use force, to conquer people with reason, and to convince people with virtue. From Yunhao's own standpoint, that means as long as his mouth can say, there is nothing that cannot be solved, haha. Bibi Dong breathed a sigh of relief, sat down again, and said, if this is the case, then you will take me to the future world to see what it is like. As long as you can do it, I believe you. Yunhao is impressive. I rub. You are really whimsical. Without any hesitation, the witty Yunhao replied decisively, the future time machine was destroyed when I left, so there is no way to go back. Are you kidding me? I'll tell you a story. Are you serious? Chapter 13, Types of Lady Luck Card. Okay, then tell me how you want to change the trajectory of history. Bibi Dong asked with interest. First of all, I will teach you all the scientific theories and complete the changes in the historical trajectory. You all need to fully understand the world, and then let the Wuhan Temple unify the mainland and rationally control the ecological resources. Yunhao at first, they started talking nonsense seriously, but Bibi Dong and Hulina listened attentively. It's really too dumbfounded. But you have to be clear. I am the Pope. While I plan for the Soul Hall, I also have many other considerations. The highest authority in the Hall of Souls is in the Hall of Elders. Bibi Dong used that beauty. The long hand stroked Hulina's head, and the helplessness on her face could be seen. Although Bibi Dong took the position of the Pope by means of strategy and scheming, the existence of the Presbyterian Palace has the right to abolish the Pope at any time. Bibi Dong can be said to be powerful and powerless, even if she is dispatched by the platinum bishops and cardinals under the elders, they are still some powerful guys. As long as the Presbyterian Palace votes to abolish the Pope, Bibi Dong will have nothing to do. And behind the Hall of the Elders, there is the Hall of Worship. There are thousands of Douluo, who dares to be presumptuous. After all, Bibi Dong's current strength is not enough to make the entire Palace of the Elders recognize and submit. Qian Douluo waited to help her rise to the top, completely because she was the only direct disciple of the previous Pope. So of course Yunhao knew what Bibi Dong thought, and respectfully said, under the crown of the Pope, you can rest assured, with me by your side, you and I cooperate, everything will come true. I will help you fulfill your long-cherished wish, and will make Wuhan Palace the absolute overlord of Douluo continent. Yunhao has a solemn tone, and can't feel any perfunctory. And what he said also meant that he himself gave Bibi Dong a promise, an absolute promise. Bibi Dong heard this and said, well, as long as I fulfill my wish, you will receive the key support of my Wuhan Hall. You don't have to worry about what other people will do to you, as long as you are truly a Wuhan. You are a member of the Hall of Souls, no one will embarrass you. Seeing Yunhao's age, he knew so much, and he was able to come up with conclusive conclusions that had never appeared before. Facing her with such calmness, he would definitely not cheat. But how could she know that Yunhao was panicked at first? Fortunately, make an emergency response, otherwise it will be in trouble. When Hulina heard the teacher say that, she also felt a little weird. From the initial simple use to the sincere cooperation now, is it happening too quickly? Yunhao was happy in his heart. Hulina is not yet the saint of Wuhan Hall, which proves that Yunhao has a lot of opportunities to sit in that position. Although it was a bit unkind for him to have a kick in it, only in this way can the plan be carried out perfectly. Nana, the identity of Hao must be kept secret, and the two elders don't tell me for the time being, other things don't matter, do you understand? Bibi Dong lowered his head and said to Hulina. I understand, teacher. Hulina replied. Okay, go back first, I'm tired and want to rest. Yes. Yunhao and Hulina saluted, and then left directly. Bibi Dong glanced at the information on the desktop before putting it away. Unexpectedly, you know so much. Hulina said curiously when she walked out of the room, and at the same time she had a new understanding of the boy in front of her. Yunhao teased, that's natural, you call me brother Hao, you will be my sister from now on, I will cover you. Hulina said in a bad mood, who is going to be your sister, wait until I think about it. After that, she ran away dingy. Yunhao smiled helplessly. I'm still shy. Muttered in his mouth, and left quickly. Go back to the room. Yunhao couldn't wait to summon the Lady Luck card and looked at it several times. System, this Lady Luck card can actually summon pupil skills, is it so powerful? Yunhao asked. As your passive martial soul, the Lady Luck card has the ability to summon any skill in the world, and the summoned skills are most suitable for your current situation. And every time you call a skill, you will get a certain lucky value reward, and the skill will be recorded by the system. If you call again next time, the system record will be given priority. The system explained in detail. Then, what is that black gold card? Yunhao continued to ask. Black gold card is just one of all types of Lady Luck cards, and black gold card is the lowest level card. System Road. Species. Yes, the Lady Luck card currently has 9 card types, each of which corresponds to a spirit ring ability, which are 1 ring black gold card, level 1, can summon basic skills, consume less soul power. 2nd ring platinum card, level 2, can summon intermediate skills, consume less soul power. 3 ring blue gold card, level 3, can summon advanced skills, consume more soul power. 4 ring gold card, level 4, can summon super advanced skills, consume more soul power. 5 ring purple gold card, level 5, can summon ultimate skills, consumes more soul power. 6 ring sapphire card, level 6, can summon ultimate skills or battle pets, consumes more soul power. 7 ring ruby card, level 7, the goddess of luck descends, i.e. Wuhan real body, randomly obtains a powerful range type skill, consumes a lot of soul power. 8 ring diamond card, level 8, can summon artifacts or beasts, consumes huge soul power. 9 ring crystal card, level 9, you can summon magical skills or go first. Divine skill consumes a lot of soul power, and first boarding does not consume soul power. After listening to the systematic answer, Yunhao asked again, what is Xiandeng? This is a strange word, but since it exists, it has its meaning. The system replied, first boarding means to repeat it a second time, which means that the cooling time of all spirit rings is eliminated and you can use it a second time. That's it, then it's fun. Yunhao said in surprise. Unexpectedly, Ka Wuhan, the goddess of luck, can still be used in this way. The key is to summon any skills or objects in the world. This is simply too strong. However, from this point of view, the passive spirit ring of the martial spirit seemed to be a decoration, which was similar to a decorative object. The main thing is the summoning ability of the Lady Luck card itself. As long as you practice the first martial spirit, the God Emperor of Light, and attach the spirit rings one by one, then the Lady Luck card can unlock the corresponding abilities one by one. If you can do something to enhance the progress of your cultivation, or a pill, your cultivation speed will take off, and the Lady Luck card will unlock faster. By the way, are these the only ways to obtain this lucky value? Yunhao thought about it, and asked again. As long as you successfully complete one thing, the system will give the corresponding lucky value reward based on the difficulty factor. The system replied. Okay, I understand now. Yunhao said clearly. Then you only need to focus on the cultivation of the first martial arts soul and only a few K. However, the first spirit ring came from the sacrifice of the 100,000-year lightning rabbit. Although it was temporarily in the 10,000-year state, the age of the second spirit ring could not be too low. According to the situation of the first spirit ring, the most he can bear at present is within 10,000 years, then this. Host, if you find it difficult to hunt high-level spirit beasts, you can hunt low-level spirit beasts of the same age and category, and then perform spirit ring fusion. The system prompts. What, can you play like this? Yunhao was surprised. The spirit ring you obtained by hunting the spirit beast can be stored in the storage space. Function 6 can be identified in the spirit ring fusion at any time. Hey, let me tell you, I forgot all 6 of this function, it turns out that's the case. Yunhao suddenly realized. The previous introduction to feature 6 was too short, and there was nothing, so I didn't care much. Now that I understood it, it made his heart burn with a strong desire. Chapter 14, 5 years of science, 3 years of theory. Think about it. During this period of time, get acquainted with the martial spirit of the Emperor Guangming. Put more effort into soul power cultivation, and the other thing is to take Ling Bo's micro steps as soon as possible. Bibi Dong definitely wouldn't let Jiande Oliu's group know his identity, and was only temporarily safe. However, it will take time for Bibi Dong to learn about science. So what is science? Science is a collection of mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, astronomy, and geography, all inclusive. As a glorious science student, these are all necessary knowledge, and of course you have to start with what you are best at. I'm here to experience life. Apart from heartless practice, I must find some interesting things to do. For example, teasing girls, preaching and teaching professions, etc., are all very interesting things. Look at my current lucky value. Open the Lady Luck system panel. Plus all the obtained, there is also a total of 1200 lucky points. Let's see if we can change something. Immediately opened the lucky mall, and inside it, you can really see all the items in the 10,000 realms. But many of his fancy things are too expensive, and the cheap ones are not very good. As he was looking at the mall, he accidentally saw the word science commodity. Science commodity? I thought about it and clicked in and took a look. I rub. It's really a lot of scientific goods. Physical goods, electrical equipment, mechanical equipment, kinematics equipment. Chemical products, acids and alkalis, test tubes, measuring cylinders, beakers, distillation flasks. Astronomical goods, mini astronomical telescope, rocket jump, solar generator, solar spacecraft. There are all kinds of modern objects, which made Yunhao amazed. The most important thing is that he also saw a lot of knowledge textbooks, comprehensive textbooks on various scientific theoretical knowledge. Among them is 5 years of science, 3 years of theory. What the is this situation? Douluo version 5.3? Exchange 5 years of science, 3 years of theory. Yunhao said. Ding! I have redeemed 5 years of science, 3 years of theory for you, which consumes 100 lucky points. The system answered, and then a white light flashed by, and a book about 10 centimeters thick appeared in front of him. He opened it eagerly, glanced roughly, and the contents surprised him. Damn! There is still such an operation, this is no one. In 5 years of science, 3 years of theory, the categories are divided into detailed areas of mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, and astronomy and geography, all starting from the most basic knowledge points. After each big knowledge point, there are a lot of practice questions for consolidation and practice after learning. This is really awesome. Then, there is no need for me to explain to them next to each other. With their IQ, it shouldn't be difficult to learn. Yunhao muttered. After thinking about it for a while, Yunhao spent 200 lucky points to redeem 2 more copies. Night is coming. He stored Wuzhen in the storage space and went to bed directly. The next day, after getting up, he ate something casually, and quickly went to the papal palace. Just when they met Hulina who was coming, they said and smiled and came to Bibi Dong's room. "Teacher, Yunhao and I are here." Hulina asked for instructions. "Come in." Bibi Dong's voice came from inside. Yunhao and Hulina stepped forward and walked in. Entering the room, I saw Bibi Dong sitting in front of the mirror, dressing up, with a sweet smile on his face. "Women always love beauty." Yunhao reverently said, "Under the crown of the Pope, starting from today, I will spend appropriate time every day to show you the scientific theory and prepare for the future." Bibi Dong lightly drew his thin eyebrows a few times, and stood up and said, "Okay, I am really interested in the scientific theories you said. I want to know what wonderful things the future world has." Hulina glanced at Yunhao, feeling blank. She didn't fully understand what Yunhao said about the future. But from his behavior, it can be seen that he is a friend worth making. Yunhao summoned the Lady Luck card, pretended to turn, and at the same time took out Wuzhen from the storage space. This card is called the Martial Soul card. It is indeed produced by a special chemical reaction between the martial soul and the body. It has the ability to store items and special skills. Yunhao still talked nonsense as always. But Bibi Dong didn't care about the card anymore. Her eyes fell on the 3 super thick books on the table. Whispered, "What is this?" Yunhao said, "A synthesis of knowledge about scientific theories, we call them practical science textbooks." Bibi Dong picked up a copy and murmured at the same time, 5 years, science, 3 years theory. Hulina was also attracted, and quickly turned it over and took a look, but apart from a few words, he knew nothing about what was explained. But at the same time she became interested and wanted to know more about it. "Yesterday, I also told you some important theoretical knowledge, so starting today, we will start with chemistry first." Yunhao walked around with his hands behind his back. There really is a demeanor of a people's teacher. Although I am not interested in this profession, it is a good thing to come to another world and experience it. Finding 3 pens, Yunhao took one and wrote his name on the cover. Bibi Dong and Hulina didn't ask much, and also wrote their names on the cover. Now turn to the first page. Yunhao opened Wuzhen smoothly. This book is called 5 Years of Science, 3 Years of Theory. It starts with the most basic theoretical knowledge to understand and explore this. The wonder of the world. Generally speaking, the front page is the foreword, a brief introduction to the entire book. This is almost the same as the introduction of the novel, and is the simplest introduction to the entire book. The second page is the periodic table that Yunhao talked about yesterday, which is more detailed and clear. You first consolidate the periodic table and keep the first 20 elements in your heart. Yunhao said. Bibi Dong and Hulina also started to memorize according to his intentions, and they were very serious. It depends on their learning attitude. They must be modern, they are definitely 3 good students, and their grades must be among the best. However, in less than 5 minutes, Bibi Dong and Hulina had memorized the top 20 elements backwards. In order to confirm, Yunhao also asked the 2 to recite the positive sequence and the flashback. Seriously, this memory is the strongest brain he can participate in. Don't talk nonsense. Yunhao picked up the pen, turned to the 3rd page, and said, "Next, please look at the following knowledge. Use wavy lines to draw the key points of what I have said. You must review and consolidate repeatedly to make sure you really understand." Then it was time for teacher Yunhao to really exert his strength. He deliberately raised his voice, and began to explain with great emotion. First, the knowledge about atoms, molecules, ions, and particles. Yunhao explained. What we call soul power is actually energy from nature, and the essential form of energy is energy molecules. Molecules are made of atoms, and atoms are made of nuclei and electrons. Listening to Yunhao's detailed explanation, Bibi Dong asked, "Then how are these formed?" Yunhao replied, "In our era, only the most microscopic electrons and ions have been discovered. As for the others, even the greatest scientists and prophets of that era have not yet concluded, so let's not explore how these are formed, but first understand what they are and what they are used for. And as I said yesterday, the order, mode, and shape of energy molecules are different, and the resulting matter is in a variety of ways." Chapter 15, You Are the Most Powerful Brain. Bibi Dong's brain seeds are extremely agile, and she quickly understood what Yunhao explained, and suddenly became clear. Hu Lina was a little slower, but with Bibi Dong leading by, she quickly understood. Yunhao is overjoyed. It feels like teaching two top students. Although the level is high and low, they are all outstanding. The so-called elements are also a kind of matter. Every living species or everything in nature can be called matter, and what is combined into matter are energy molecules. Yunhao explained meaningfully. For example, I will draw you some examples of pictures. Yunhao started writing in the blank space. First, I drew a small circle, marked energy molecules next to it, and then I drew the same circle in different arrangements, drawing a total of 5 combined patterns. Then pointed to the small circle and explained, this is like energy molecules, and these 5 combined patterns are substances composed of energy molecules. I will order them as gold, wood, water, fire, and earth for the time being. Look at whether the energy molecules are arranged in different ways, and it is precisely this that leads to the difference in the matter after formation. This time Hu Lina and Bibi Dong understood at the same time. Bibi Dong said, then this also depends on the density of energy molecules. Does this have anything to do with softness or hardness? Hard and soft. Yunhao was surprised. Awesome! He was about to speak, but he didn't expect Bibi Dong to have an idea first. He deserves to be Pope Bibi Dong. Yunhao continued to preach, at this point, I will popularize a knowledge point, that is, the simplest classification of matter is solid, liquid, and gaseous. The classification of substances in the field of chemistry itself is relatively detailed, but it has been systematically integrated and simplified. The most important thing is the understanding of the nature of chemistry, which is naturally understood in learning such as categories. Bibi Dong found it particularly interesting and continued to ask, I look at your picture. Since the density of energy molecules is arranged in this way, it means that the densest energy molecules can be regarded as solid matter, while the relatively dense is liquid matter, such as water. And the sparsest is the gaseous matter, right? Yunhao nodded in agreement and said, the Pope deserves to be under the Pope's crown. I can easily understand the meaning of it. This is certainly not a flattery. Bibi Dong's wisdom has far exceeded expectations. And she is indeed very talented in soul master cultivation, but also in the face of this extremely unfamiliar theory, she can understand it quickly, which is really surprising. Bibi Dong is not arrogant and complacent, but rather calm and serious. Yunhao continued to explain, let them memorize and consolidate the knowledge points of the first part. The next step is to do the questions. Every time you finish learning a part of the knowledge points, you must do some questions appropriately to strengthen your memory and understanding. However, what makes Yunhao find it incredible is that Bibi Dong finished it very quickly. Simple questions are answered in almost seconds, and questions that require a little written description will take some time. Although Hu Lina did not answer the questions as fast as Bibi Dong, she did quite well. The most important thing is that after checking the answers, they were surprised to find that they all answered correctly. Yunhao was shocked, but soon calmed down. He continued, next is about the concept and theoretical knowledge of matter, please turn the page. Turning to the next point of knowledge, Yunhao began to explain, although substances are simply divided into solid, liquid, and gaseous states, each substance has its own name, which we call common names. For example, the fire element, which is commonly called fire, can be analogized. Then the so-called chemical reaction is that such substances are mixed and new substances are produced. The way we identify chemical reactions is to see whether new substances are produced. Therefore, substances have two properties, one is chemical property and the other is the physical properties are detailed in the book. In addition, let me talk about the specific classification of substances. There are 5 types, namely pure substances, mixtures, elemental substances, and compounds, and oxides. A pure substance is composed of one substance, a mixture is composed of 2 or more pure substances, a simple substance is a pure substance composed of the same element, a compound is a pure substance composed of different elements. The composition of an oxide is composed of a compound composed of 2 elements, one of which must be oxygen. While listening to Yunhao's detailed explanation, while looking at the knowledge points in the textbook, Bibi Dong's brain circuit quickly turned, and the pen in his hand was also moving at the same time, marking the important part with wavy lines. Hulina followed Bibi Dong's rhythm closely and did not lag far behind. Seeing their master and apprentice so hard and serious, Yunho felt a sense of accomplishment. What kind of experience is it to teach Pope Bibi Dong to study with her apprentice in person? Cool. Passion came in a moment. By the way, even these substances are classified in the same way as Wuhan, so should chemical reactions be classified? Bibi Dong asked curiously. Of course, that's what I'm going to talk about. Yunhao is almost crazy, this Nima's brain circuit is shocking. Bibi Dong is completely learning ahead, and he can actually consider it before he talks about the next point of knowledge. There are 4 basic reactions in chemical reactions, which are compound reaction, decomposition reaction, displacement reaction, and metathesis reaction. What are they? See the illustration above. The compound reaction is A plus B equals C, the decomposition reaction is C equals A plus B, the displacement reaction is A plus C equals A plus BC, the metathesis reaction is A plus CD equals AC plus DB. These symbols refer to different substances, understand? Yunhao explained. Bibi Dong thought for a moment and suddenly said, combination reaction is the chemical reaction of 2 different substances to form a new substance. Decomposition reaction means that a substance undergoes a chemical reaction and decomposes into 2 different new substances. I said that a certain kind of catalyst is needed, and the substitution reaction is a chemical reaction between a substance and another substance, and a specific substance is replaced to form a new substance. The metathesis reaction is. Bibi Dong started muttered. A flexible and meticulous analysis made Yunhao completely kneel down, really awesome. Under the title of the Pope, with your learning ability, in our era, you are the most powerful brain. Yunhao still did not forget to praise her. The most powerful brain? What is that? Bibi Dong hesitated. The most powerful brain is an important basis for estimating a person's learning ability and IQ thinking. If it reaches above the data level, it can be regarded as the most powerful brain. Yunhao forcefully explained. Does it mean that in the future, not only is it higher than someone's cultivation base, but also in the strongest brain? Bibi Dong said in a daze, shining in his beautiful eyes. Not everyone can become the strongest brain, just like not every soul master can become titled Douluo is a reason, but you undoubtedly meet the requirements, and Nana is also very good. Yunhao said with a smile. After some exchanges, Bibi Dong felt that he had risen to another level. After mastering these scientific theories, let's see how Yu Xiaogang claims to be theoretically invincible when he arrives. It must be an interesting thing to be able to make the Soul Master world theoretically invincible. Then let's look at the following. It has been a long time for Yunhao to talk like this, and after talking about it, his mouth is dry. It was very late before I decided to stop, and waited until Bibi Dong and Hulina finished the questions, and after the verification was completed, today's study task was completed. Thank you, I have learned a brand new concept again. Bibi Dong put down his posture as the Pope and thanked Yunhao humbly. Hulina also thanked me for being taught, I hope my teacher and I can develop scientific training methods after studying scientific theories. Thank you very much. Chapter 16, Yamadi. Both of them spoke from the bottom of their hearts, very sincere, Yunhao could tell. This brings the relationship between each other one step closer. In short, using this subtle relationship to develop well, you will be able to easily win the Bibidong level. For the rest, just push the boat along the way, plan and move, and you're done. You all learn very fast, and I teach you this, also to carry forward the scientific spirit, so that the historical track will not go to extinction. Yunhao said indifferently. I think that if we can promote scientific theories and spirit in this era, maybe we can really rise ahead of the spirits. This is a very good start. Bibidong asserted. Then this is the case for today, and I will go back first. It just so happens that I also have to spend time cultivating. If I don't understand anything, I still have to ask the Pope for help. Yunhao said straightforwardly. Don't worry about this, I am also a person standing on the top of a soul master, you can come and ask me. Bibidong said. The two talked happily, and Yunhao was still quite satisfied. Bibidong is not so unkind, as long as the most direct and effective relationship exists, she will naturally be able to talk. Packed up and left the papal palace. After passing the trial field on the way, Yunhao saw a group of golden light and shadow flickering. Quietly touched the hole, take a look. Someone. The other party is practicing. Is that a young girl? Yunhao said silently in his heart. Look carefully, it was a young girl wearing a pale golden palace dress, with long golden hair dangled randomly, which was in stark contrast with that palace dress. She was holding a lightsaber in her hand at this time, and she was sweating. The palace costume was wet with sweat, and the curves of her body were outlined flawlessly, as if you could see the inside. The girl seems to be 12 or 13 years old, and the figure is already so perfect. This body is precocious, right? Who? Yunhao admired in a foolish manner, and almost drooled. Unexpectedly, the girl seemed to have spotted him, holding the lightsaber in both hands, and a wave of air burst through the air. I go, the meeting ceremony is too unfriendly. I flash. The body moved sideways quickly and gracefully, avoiding the air wave. Who are you? The girl asked coldly. Those golden pupils were very sharp, especially her angel-like face, her white and tender skin seemed to be broken by blowing, very charming. It turned out to be her. Yunhao thought of a person for the first time, that is, the angel Qianrongxiu. Hi, hello, Shuexiu. Yunhao said hilariously. Who is Shuexiu? I am the daughter of a pope in Wuhan Hall. My name is Qianrongxiu. Qianrongxiu stood up straight, her figure even more charming. Aren't you also the daughter of this pope? Let's call you Shuexiu, listen to it kindly. Yunhao said with a smile. Who is kind to you? Qianrongxiu angered Qianrongxiu directly, and he slashed over when he lifted the sword. Now Yunhao is dumbfounded. Talking to you well, he actually started to move. Sure enough, it's an untamable little pepper. Don't be angry, I was specially recruited by the Pope, so you can be considered predestined, hee. Yunhao dodges, smiling hippily, and Lingbo moves his body slightly, gracefully calmly. Who is predestined with you, hui? Qianrongxiu was not polite, first, Hulina, the wild species, and now you, Bibidong, who really recruited everyone to the spirit hall, this is not a difficult place. The gap between Qianrongxiu and Bibidong is bigger than imagined. He grew up under the protection of Qian Daoliu since he was a child, and Bibidong hated him. The sword she held in her hand was her angel's sword, with circles of sacred light. With such skill at this age, it can be seen that she has never neglected her way of cultivation. Drink! The sword light flashed, and an invisible sword aura came up straight, and at the front end of the sword aura was a light shield condensed by the sacred light. This is her first spirit ability, Angel Assault. It is a powerful soul skill in close combat, capable of offensive and defensive. Yunhao had no choice but to quickly mobilize his soul power to show off his skills. Small bugs. Qian Rongxiu could still keep up in front of Yunhao's Ling Bo's microsteps, and the angel's sword showed its sharp edge. I wipe it. When he was in a panic, Yunhao quietly summoned the Lady Luck card and muttered the formula silently in his heart. The goddess of luck is smiling. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the black gold card of the Lady Luck card, rewarding with a lucky value of 1000, and getting a chance to use the 6th reincarnation eye and the 6th heaven Shinto. The time limit is 5 minutes. As the system's voice remembered in Yunhao's mind, his eyes turned into red and blue pupils, and the word 6 appeared in the pupil of the red right eye. I'm going, isn't this Lu Daomyakuro's pupil technique? Yunhao was startled. Lu Daomyakuro is the guardian of the fog in the 10 generations of Pengli among the tutors, and is known as the strongest illusionist. The eyes of the 6 reincarnations are the eyes of his pupil technique, possessing the 6 abilities of hell, hungry ghosts, beasts, asuras, humans, and gods. The ability of the gods is to manipulate the consciousness of the other person. Since you are so stubborn, don't blame me, brother. Yunhao smiled trivially. Immediately run the soul power, impact the right eye nerve. The 6 ways of reincarnation, the eye of the gods, are motivated by duplicity. What's wrong with me? Qian Rongxiu was launching a fierce attack on Yunhao, but when she subconsciously glanced at Yunhao, her consciousness suddenly shook. Shuexiu, how could you treat me like this? Yunhao stood there, and Qian Rongxiu's angel sword was placed on his chest just a short distance away. It was just a moment ago. Yes. I'm sorry. Qian Rongxiu put down the angel's sword, and said consolently. Come, give me a kiss, and I will forgive you. Yunhao controlled Qian Rongxiu's consciousness and manipulated her body to walk in front of him. Qian Rongxiu felt a panic in her heart, obviously reluctant. Why? No, I don't want. With a strong counter-consciousness, she suddenly rushed to Yunhao and threw him down, riding on him, trying to pinch his neck with both hands. But Yunhao glared at her. Qian Rongxiu let go, and the little bird kissed Yunhao like a human. Damn it, this bitch! Qian Rongxiu cursed inwardly. Shuexiu, don't do this, don't do this! Yunhao pretended to resist, struggling on the ground. Qian Rongxiu lay directly on him, and as soon as she went up and down, the two were tightly attached to each other. No, no! Qian Rongxiu wanted to stay away from this perversion. Why doesn't the body listen to it? Yunhao is already happy in his heart. If I don't show you a little bit of color, you don't know how good your brother Hao is. Shuexiu, you. Yunhao pretended to resist again. Yamadi, Shuexiu, you do this again. Qian Rongxiu was at a loss in her heart. Seeing Yunhao's painful expression, she didn't know what had happened. Why would I be so to a stranger? Does it subconsciously think that he is his fate? But I clearly said no in my heart. Why did my body take the initiative to meet? Damn it, I am obviously a scumbag, but if I want to be so brazen, how can I stand in the spirit hall? The strong chain reaction caused Qian Rongxiu's heart to be twisted like a knife, and tears flowed out naturally. Chapter 17, Fitness Exercises. Tears flowed down his cheeks, dripping onto Yunhao's face, and a feeling of dampness and heat came into his mind. A warm feeling spread to Yunhao's brain, and he subconsciously noticed this. I actually cried. I was surprised, and it was no fun at all. It didn't mean anything. It's really boring. I haven't played enough yet. There's still a minute. This can't stand it. I thought. I can't play too much. After all, she is the young master of Wuhan Palace. If this is known by the old fellow Jian Daoliu, I must be stripped alive. Forget it, don't go overboard. What are you doing? You are going away. Yun Hao pretended to push Qian Rongxiu away with a palm, then his legs kept rubbing on the ground, and his body quickly slid back. Qian Rongxiu still followed, but the time was almost up. Yun Hao said silently in his heart, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As soon as the use of the 6 reincarnation eyes came, his eyes immediately returned to normal. Qian Rongxiu was finally able to control her body, but she clearly wanted to kill him now, but why couldn't she do it? Yun Hao pretended to be very scared and hugged his body, looking at Qian Rongxiu in horror. If you dare to tell what happened today, I will never let you go, hui. Qian Rongxiu pressed her words down and hurriedly left the trial field. What happened before and after happened so suddenly that she hadn't even reacted yet. Fortunately, the situation just now hasn't been seen by anyone, otherwise, what face does she have to meet people? On the contrary, it was Yun Hao, his face didn't matter, he didn't suffer at all anyway. Speaking of which, even Lu Daomukuro's pupil technique can be used, it is really interesting. He stood up from the ground, thinking about what happened just now. The first soul abilities of the Lady Luck card were so abnormal, according to the system prompts, the stronger the later. Then we need to speed up the progress of cultivation and see what powerful skills will come out later. After tidying up some messy collars, he could even smell a faint fragrance. He stood up and left the trial ground. Back in the room, Yun Hao didn't immediately enter the cultivation. It was thinking about how to improve oneself in an all-round way. Although Wuhan determined the basic cultivation direction of a soul master, it did not mean that it was really impossible to improve other aspects. Although the level of a soul master's cultivation is important, physical fitness and physique are also crucial. Perhaps for this aspect of training, most of the spirit masters of the strong attack type or pure defense type pay more attention, but those who have seen Douluo continent know that every soul master can have its own physical training mode. 4 different types of soul masters, that is, the difference in exercise mode and exercise amount. Fortunately, Yun Hao also spends time on the weekend to go to the gym to work out, so he still has some understanding of this. The proper name for physical training is fitness. In general, there are 2 types of fitness, one is scientific fitness, and the other is aerobics. The 2 types of fitness have different development directions. Of course, the basic definitions are similar. They both exercise and strengthen the body in all aspects. Yun Hao personally likes the bodybuilding method, which mainly focuses on proper exercise for every important part of the body, paying more attention to the proportion and perfection of the body. Let's see if I can get some fitness equipment, so I don't need to find a place to exercise. Thinking about it, I opened the system panel and rummaged in the Lucky Mall. System, help me get some fitness equipment, it's better to be more comprehensive. Yun Hao didn't bother to search for it, a little troublesome. If the host finds it troublesome to find, you can directly tell this system will provide the most suitable thing for the host, said the system. Based on the host's current physical condition, a complete set of fitness equipment has been selected for you. It only costs 1000 lucky points. Do you need to redeem it now? Sure, exchange it for me. Yun Hao said cheerfully. Ding! I have exchanged a set of life fitness equipment for the host, which is very suitable for the host to exercise at this stage. It consumes a lucky value of 1000 and the equipment has been stored in the storage space. The system was quickly exchanged, and Yun Hao couldn't wait to see it. Take out the equipment. Yun Hao said hurriedly. Hey! 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 After a few sounds, all the fitness equipment was displayed in front of my eyes. Oh, it's really Life Fitness, this is a famous brand fitness equipment, this shape, this appearance, cool. Looking at the fitness equipment in front of him, Yun Hao was very excited. Checked the fitness equipment. Abdominal wheels, supine boards, spinning bikes, dumbbells, bouncy balls, arm strength machines, multifunctional fitness equipment, fitness mats, etc. are all available. There is no shortage of a complete set of fitness equipment. Perfect. Try this abdomen wheel. Spread the fitness mat on the ground, kneel on the fitness mat, hold the abdomen wheel in both hands, and place it on a line directly in front. Gently push out your hands, follow your body, straighten your body, and instantly tighten your abdomen. You can clearly feel that the abdominal muscles are stretched. Pull back the abdomen wheel, the abdominal muscles will slowly relax. Repeat it several times, and feel a little soreness in the abdominal muscles, and you can exercise the abdominal muscles in place during the relaxation. When other soul masters tried various ways to exercise their physique, Yunhao's complete set of fitness equipment solved all the problems. The fitness he imagined is not to train the whole body to be very strong, but to build a strong body while also paying attention to the beauty of the body. Like many fitness enthusiasts, training their muscles into a large piece of one piece, it simply destroys the beauty, and the most important thing looks nauseous. The perfect fitness method is comprehensive bodybuilding, which does not care about the size of the muscles, but pays attention to the modification of the lines. In this way, not only the physique has been greatly improved, the whole body muscles have also been adequately exercised, and the body proportions will appear perfect. At the same time of fitness, using soul power to hit the muscles can also speed up the exercise intensity of muscle strength, and build a strong, handsome, and charming body more efficiently. Yunhao muttered. You must know that having a good figure, coupled with a handsome appearance, is enough to fascinate thousands of girls. With this enthusiasm, Yunhao continued to try other fitness equipment and performed simple exercises on every part of his body. With such a complete set, although the muscles all over his body are a little sore, he feels that the strength of every muscle is like a beast that is awakened, and it will explode at any time. After experiencing it again, Yunhao didn't get too overloaded to exercise, but turned back to the cultivation of soul power. It's late today, let's get acquainted with my soul power situation first, and the planned exercise mode will officially start tomorrow. Before long, Yunhao went to bed early. The next day, Yunhao got up at around 7 o'clock in the morning, and devoted himself to exercise after breakfast. If you have enough energy, you must first develop a set of physical exercise methods that suit you. Bodybuilders must always pay attention to the overall balance of the body, and must not exercise a certain part too hastily or excessively. It took nearly an hour and finally got a certain idea. But at this moment, Hulina suddenly visited and shouted outside, Yunhao, are you inside, Yunhao? Yunhao responded, come in. Hulina walked into the room and saw a bunch of strange things. While wondering what it was, Yunhao suddenly said, these are all brought by me from the future, should you try? Chapter 18, Want to have Schwarzenegger and number 039's perfect figure. Hulina didn't understand, she walked in and took a closer look, so she touched it lightly with her hand to make sure it was all metal. But I have never seen such a strange thing, and I don't know how to use it. What are these? Hulina asked curiously, never leaving the fitness equipment. I call them fitness equipment, which are used to exercise various parts of the body. Do you want to try it? Yunhao suddenly had an idea. Seeing Hulina, he wanted to try water on her first. Follow your own plan and see if it can work. This was also Hulina's sudden arrival, which caused him to have this idea. Fitness equipment? Do you exercise? Hulina said in surprise. These are actually used to exercise the body. The future human soul masters are really amazing, and I don't know if it will work. After Hulina awakened her martial soul, most of her time was spent on soul power cultivation, and seldom spent time to exercise her physique. Come on, give it a try. In addition to the soul power training, the soul master should pay more attention to physical training. These fitness equipment can help you develop a perfect body and a strong physique. Yunhao threw a small look at Hulina, trying to seduce her. Then, I'll try. Hulina still agreed, wanting to see what effect these fitness equipment have. Come on, let's see how your arm strength is. Yunhao picked up 2 small dumbbells weighing 5 kilograms on the ground and handed them to Hulina. Hulina, dressed fairly simply and loosely today, took the dumbbells, and under the personal command of Yunhao, she practiced dumbbells. First there is a set of dumbbell flying birds, a total of 20 strokes, followed by 20 rowing strokes, and then 20 recommended strokes. After this lap, Hulina felt a sore arm. This thing is too laborious, I just did it for a while, it hurts. Hulina shook her sore arm gently. Of course, this is a comprehensive mechanical exercise that combines science and bodybuilding. Of course, you will feel very sore when you don't use soul power. Just wait until you get used to it. Yunhao explained patiently. Spirit masters are able to burst out with powerful power, mostly because they release their martial souls, and by condensing their soul power, the power bursts out. But if you do this exercise like ordinary people, it will be difficult to persist at first due to the weakness of the body. I can guarantee that as long as you insist on exercising like this every day, you can burst out strong power without using your soul power, provided that you must exercise regularly. Yunhao began to brainwash Hulina, and thought about how to transform her. Really? Then, tell me quickly, what should I do? Hulina became interested. Hey, do you want to have Schwarzenegger's perfect figure? Yunhao asked with a wicked look at Hulina. She wa homing pigeon. Hulina looked blank, what kind of pigeon is that? Yunhao. Schwarzenegger is a person, not a pigeon, but a person of almost perfect figure. I promise you that as long as you exercise according to my plan, you will have a perfect figure and a strong physique. How about? Yunhao said to Hulina cheerfully, his eyes were full of seduction. Of course he didn't want to make Hulina into Schwarzenegger's body shape, wouldn't it be the Douluo version of King Kong Barbie? If that affects the appearance, well, just let her body proportions and curves reach that golden ratio. With that figure and her charming face and charming little eyes, it is estimated that a man will be fascinated. Hulina pondered for a moment, and then said happily, okay, if it is really possible, I can give it a try. I hope it will be helpful to my practice. Yunhao was overjoyed in his heart, but he didn't expect Hulina to agree so readily. Then let's start with a set of warm-up exercises to stimulate the vitality of the whole body's muscles. Yunhao took Hulina to the side of the open space, and then let her perform muscle stretching first. Pop! The sound of bones can be heard, which is the case of not doing much physical exercise. Fuck! I stretched the arm bones and muscles again to make the body become passionate. Okay, now raise your legs for 20 seconds. Pay attention to your chest and abdomen, raise your head, raise your legs as high as possible, look at me. Yunhao gave a demonstration on the side and Hulina also he started to bounce to the beat. That's right, that's it. Keep your chest up and raise your head so that you can get the effect. Yunhao pushed against Hulina's back with his hands, a satisfied smile on his face. After raising the legs, the next step is the prone climbing jump, which is still 20 seconds. Hulina's soft and slender body was lying on the ground, her hands were perpendicular to her shoulders, and her feet started to speed up under Yunhao's instructions. It's good, lift your hips up, use your legs, the faster the better, to accelerate and accelerate. Yunhao squatted aside, watching Hulina's movements, shouting. 20 seconds came very quickly, Hulina stood up panting, sweat has come out. You have too little regulation of your body's exercises, and the excess heat of impurities in your body can't be removed from the body in time. Yunhao observed Hulina's physical condition and gave his own judgment. Yunhao, is my physical fitness really poor? Hulina asked, wiping her sweat with her hand, with a hint of breathlessness. Girls are inherently weak in physique, so they have to exercise more. Yunhao explained. Take the words of Master Bodhidharma, A fit body requires constant and unremitting exercise. If you want your physical fitness and figure to be close to perfect, you have to keep exercising. Girls don't need the strong and full muscles of boys, but they need beautiful body curves. When a girl with a beautiful appearance stands up straight, the curve from the side can reach the graceful curve of S shape, and is slim and textured, then this is the goddess. After the warm-up exercise is completed, the real physical exercise is next. Come on, take the dumbbells. Yunhao prompted. Yet. Hulina nodded, and quickly held the dumbbells he used before. Stand up straight, keep it perpendicular to the ground, and then take your right foot shoulder width apart, the upper body remains vertical, the lower body is in a lunge, and your hands hang naturally. This is dumbbell lunge training, which is mainly aimed at shaping the hips and legs. Through the warm-up just now, Yunhao found that Hulina's buttocks were too flat, with no texture and elasticity at all. Establish the basic curve of the body first before entering the next special exercise. Yunhao, is that right? Hulina walked a few steps as Yunhao said, feeling quite in her body. Well, don't use force deliberately, don't lean your neck forward, keep balance with your body. This kind of lunge exercise is the most taboo to push with force. You must relax naturally, just like walking normally. It's not a muscle exercise itself, but a curve, so you don't need to exert too much effort. I seem to feel it. After walking 3 back and forth, Hulina felt a faint soreness in the hips, which was really targeted. I really didn't expect that the way people exercise in the future would be so effective. Love. Chapter 19, Your energy is beyond your imagination. Through this exercise, Hulina felt that the hip muscles and arm muscles also had a significant sense of swelling. Of course, it was not that the muscles were prominent, but such continuous stretching would make the skin more elastic. After 30 minutes of lunge exercise, her muscles were fully stretched and her muscle saturation reached the current maximum. Yunhao carefully observes the changes in her body, and at the same time summarizes for herself. Take a rest, then do the next exercise. Yunhao said softly. The initial state was pretty good. Under his careful guidance, Hulina's movements were very standard and in place. It is the most basic and effective method to wake up the vitality of cells and let the muscles fully release their strength. Yunhao, will you people in the future only have this simple exercise method? Hulina was resting and suddenly asked such a question. Yunhao smiled slightly and replied, although it seems simple, the movements are very particular, and it can definitely achieve the most significant effect. The human body has unlimited potential waiting to be discovered, so this simple exercise method cannot be underestimated, but it is enough to stimulate the human body's potential to the maximum. Without running the soul power to maintain the body's functions, just relying on the most scientific bodybuilding exercises to effectively stimulate the release of cellular energy can raise the physical strength to a very high level. The teacher started to teach me how to use my soul power and improve my fighting skills, but I didn't have a high-intensity physical exercise. Hulina said. The Pope has her own thoughts. As her direct disciple, she must have special considerations. Yunhao replied. He didn't know what Bibi Dong was thinking. Douluo didn't have the plot of her teaching Hulina. Can only find any reason to prevaricate her. After a few minutes, Yunhao hugged the bouncing ball to Hulina's feet, and carefully introduced the methods and techniques of the bouncing ball to her. The bouncy ball is still pink, matching Hulina pretty well. Hulina and the pink bouncy ball are together, in one word, that is pink girl. Place the bouncing ball, Hulina leaned against the bouncing ball. The feet are close together, about 10 centimeters from the bouncy ball. Yunhao supported her waist with his hands and slowly lowered her to lie on her back on the elastic ball. Be sure to stay steady, don't shake. He immediately leaned over to help her adjust her angle. After handling, Yunhao squatted to the side, and the bouncy ball just hit Hulina's waist. Yunhao, is that right? Hulina asked. Yes, hold on first and do as I said. Yunhao began to guide her step by step. Straight waist, slowly roll up with the elastic ball, not too wide. Yunhao stared at her waist firmly, her smooth and delicate skin was exposed due to the stretching of the muscles. But Yunhao didn't think about anything else, but observed the changes in the waist muscles as much as possible. The elastic ball is used to cushion the waist axis, and the waist rod is used to shape the waist axis while exercising waist strength. 10 minutes later. Amount. Yunhao almost wasn't shocked. That voice just now, let me go. No, I didn't think much. Man, must be reserved. Hold on for another 5 minutes, don't let it go. Yunhao settled down and reminded her. No. Don't. Yunhao, I'm going to die soon. But before a minute, Hulina called again, she really couldn't stand it anymore. It doesn't matter, I'll give you a little bit of strength, and you will feel comfortable. Yunhao immediately stood up and came right in front of Hulina. Bent down, wrapped her hands around her waist, gently lending her a little strength. Fitness must be persistent, but you can't support it, so release boost is a must. Yunhao, come out for me, Yunhao. Suddenly, there was an angry shout outside. It's over in 3 minutes, who made it so shocking? Thinking about it, a graceful figure walked in outside. How could Yunhao not remember that noble and elegant palace dress, soft and shiny blonde hair, and that beautiful appearance? Isn't it the young master of Wuhan Palace, Bibi Dong's daughter Qian Rongxiu? Why did she come? Yunhao thought to himself. As soon as Qian Rongxiu walked in, she saw a different scenery. She widened her eyes immediately, and almost thought she was wrong. You, what are you doing? Qian Rongxiu asked with sharp eyes, very serious. Wait a minute, wait until we're done, it's definitely not what you think. Yunhao quickly explained, and cast a funny smile. She said that you are talented and determined to take you in, so I want to experience it for myself, how talented you are. Qian Rongxiu's beautiful eyes stared at Yunhao fiercely, making Yunhao a little embarrassed. Qian Rongxiu thought to herself, hey! What happened last night? Let's take it easy, if you don't frustrate you, I am not Qian Rongxiu. But Yunhao can't wait to know how Qian Rongxiu wants to experience. It is also a good achievement to be appreciated by the young master of Wuhan Palace. Hulina remained silent, she was already struggling desperately. It hurts. She held back the sting silently in her heart, I must hold on, must hold on. 3 minutes passed. Finally finished with her teeth and persistence, Yunhao cautiously supported her waist, for fear of flashing. Supporting her upper body, she leaned against the soft and very elastic pink bouncy ball. How about it, do you feel comfortable after doing it? Yunhao asked. Hulina nodded lightly, although my back is sore, but I think I have gained a lot. For the first time to exercise in this peculiar way, Hulina felt very new, so she wanted to see how much she could improve. You have to understand that only by finding the right method and performing targeted exercises can you stimulate your body's functions one by one, so don't be afraid of being unfamiliar or unaccustomed. Yunhao carefully told Hulina these principles. Remember my words, your energy is beyond your imagination. Only by constantly sharpening and inspiring you can become stronger. While the two were chatting, Qian Rongxiu suddenly became curious about strange objects in the same place. She came over and looked at those things carefully. She touched her with her hands from time to time, and she was full of doubts. Just want to say, what are these used for? I've never seen these weird things in the Wuhan Hall. Is it a special soul guide? Okay, take a good rest first. Yunhao said with a smile. Yeah. Hulina slowly got up, Just when Qian Rongxiu came over, she quickly greeted, "Young master, why are you here?" "Hey! Why, my home, I can go wherever I want." Qian Rongxiu's arrogant attitude did not put Hu Lina in his eyes. "Even if you are Bibi Dong's personal disciple, you are still inferior to the young master of Wuhan Palace, who has the purest and noble bloodline." After looking at Hu Lina disdainfully, he asked Yun Hao, "What are these, why are they in my Wuhan hall?" Chapter 20, Do you know the battle between Buddha and concubine? Qian Rongxiu's beautiful eyes are majestic. Gazed at Hu Lina and asked, "Also, what were you doing just now?" Hu Lina was taken aback, and quickly replied, "Yun Hao was teaching me exercise just now." "These are all exercise equipment." Qian Rongxiu, as the young master of the martial Soul Palace, has a naturally noble identity. Even if Hu Lina is a direct disciple of Bibi Dong, she understood each other's identities before being canonized as saints. Furthermore, even if she was ordained as a saint, the position of the Pope of Wuhan Temple had already been decided by Yun Hao. And the primary goal, Bibi Dong, had already succeeded, and Hu Lina had already been caught by him, and the next thing was Qian Rongxiu, the young master of Wuhan Palace. Yun Hao patted his forehead awkwardly, and said, "Haha, Shuexiu, don't you just come to me to say this at this time." He naturally heard what Qian Rongxiu said earlier, but still wanted to confirm it again. Qian Rongxiu's cold eyes moved slightly. "As I said, I am the young master of Wuhan Palace. In addition, I want to see how talented the talented geniuses recognized by the Pope are. I hope you will not be like last night. Was beaten by me. Coincidentally, I will go to the Pope's palace with Nana later." This. Yun Hao was a little embarrassed, but it was also for her to see. When Hu Lina heard Yun Hao calling her like that, her heart jumped. "Then wait for you to finish, I'll wait for you in the trial field, I hope you don't forget." Qian Rongxiu turned around and left. Hu Lina looked at Qian Rongxiu's leaving back, a little dazed. Yun Hao was still wondering how to deal with the relationship with Qian Rongxiu. Now that others are actively seeking the door, isn't it just what I want? Yeah, if so, you're welcome. It's almost time, let's go to the Pope's palace. Yun Hao packed up the fitness equipment in one place and left the room with Hu Lina. Yun Hao has worked out his daily schedule at this stage. Get up in the morning and do physical strengthening exercises, and then go to teach Bibi Dong and the others to learn all kinds of modern scientific knowledge, and you can end early in the afternoon and start soul power training. The timing is in place, and the sense of rhythm cannot be left behind. Through these 2 days of getting along, Yun Hao has also successfully used scientific values to frame Bibi Dong. And Yun Hao can probably guess how crazy she is doing research in private. As enchanted as she is studying martial arts cultivation. The abundant time also passed quickly. After the course, Yun Hao went straight to the trial field. Hu Lina did not stay in the Pope's palace, and followed Yun Hao. Hu Lina was still a little suspicious. "Yun Hao, did you provoke Qian Rongxiu somewhere? She generally wouldn't do this. I have lived in Wuhan Hall for a long time, and I have a better understanding of the basic situation here." Yun Hao helplessly said, "Hey, it's a bitter tear to speak of, that's it." Yun Hao instilled what happened last night to Hu Lina according to his own thinking mode. Hu Lina immediately covered her mouth, fearing that she would accidentally call out, Are you true? Qian Rongxiu really did that?" Hu Lina was horrified and surprised. Yun Hao nodded silently, "Yeah, I thought she had some disease, and actually wanted to take my clothes off forcibly." According to Yun Hao's explanation, Hu Lina thought that Qian Rongxiu might be too excited and angry because of something, and could not find a point to vent, so she happened to run into Yun Hao and simply. The two of them came to the trial field and saw Qian Rongxiu practicing swords there alone. Yun Hao walked ahead, Hu Lina cautiously followed behind. "Hello, Shuexiu." Yun Hao greeted each other happily. "I said, don't call me that. Next time, I promise you will never see the sun tomorrow. Qian Rongxiu's hot and beautiful body suddenly turned around and pointed the angel's sword at it. Yun Hao. Ah, haha, don't get excited. Yun Hao pretended to make a gesture of surrender with both hands, showing embarrassment on his face. Hu Lina stood behind, just watching them both silently. She really didn't know how to say such things. After all, the person Yun Hao provoked was Qian Rongxiu. Qian Rongxiu stood up straight, the angel's sword stood in front of her, her hands suddenly grasped. Just like an all-powerful of war, standing there gracefully and nobly, her eyes warm. If you want to get the respect you deserve in my Wuhan Hall, you have to prove it with strength. Qian Rongxiu's delicate red lips moved lightly, and Yun Hao really wanted to go up and give it a kiss and feel the heat. It's just that he is panicked now. The Pope brought you into the Hall of Martial Spirits, and even the two elders said that you have a good talent, so I really want to learn it. Qian Rongxiu said coldly. Although she said so, she wanted to teach Yun Hao more. What happened last night made her extremely unhappy, and she had to beat this guy severely. I don't understand why he would behave in such an indecent manner after looking at him. But because of this, her heart seemed to have erected a magic barrier, which had to be dealt with by herself. Yun Hao thought for a moment, so respectable young master, how do you think you want to learn? I can probably guess that this girl still has some grudges. I'm afraid it was because of what happened last night. Qian Rongxiu's eyes flashed coldly. You should be the one who makes the choice. You can choose any method. I don't mind giving you this special opportunity. Humph. Wait a minute to let you know the pain. Qian Rongxiu had already calculated in her heart how to ravage Yun Hao. Upon hearing this, Yun Hao asked profoundly, "Are you sure you want me to choose?" Qian Rongxiu replied, "Yes, you can choose to compete with Wuhan, melee, or whatever you think is feasible." Yun Hao showed a wretched smile, then, "Do you know the battle between the concubine Buddha?" He. "If you really want to, I certainly don't mind." When Qian Rongxiu heard this, she frowned. What kind of battle between Buddha and concubine? What is the specific way of fighting? However, not only Qian Rongxiu, Hu Lina also didn't understand. What is the battle between Buddha and concubine? What is the special way of fighting? Yun Hao smiled soundly, that is, in a fixed space, the two of us can engage in various hand-to-hand combat. If it is convenient, we can choose to use martial spirit to increase our strength, and we can change postures and routines at will, until one of us concedes defeat. Qian Rongxiu replied decisively, "Okay, then you decide the way to fight, I decide the space range, just in the test field within a radius of 10 meters, add a rule, being forced out of the range is also a loss." Yun Hao was shocked. "What you understand is not the same as what I said." "Okay. Besides, how could the promise be so simple? If you know what the Buddha concubine war is, you might not say that." "Hey! Forget it, it's a joke anyway." Yun Hao thought to himself, this battle could not be avoided anyway. Then fight. Qian Rongxiu has a 20th level of innate spirit power, and with the current timeline, she is also approaching the strength of the soul. With Qian Daoliu's teachings and her own hard work, whether she uses martial spirit or not, her strength is not small. She has achieved the status of an angel, of course she cannot be underestimated. Let's talk about it first. This is a battle between the two parties. Life and death are fateful, and wealth is in the sky. You'd better converge your dignified character and concentrate on fighting. I will not be merciful. Qian Rongxiu used the angel sword, her beautiful eyes moved slightly, full of murderous aura. Yun Hao just feels tired. "Hey, it really is. Don't worry, I will satisfy you." Yun Hao also replied unceremoniously. Seeing that the two of them were about to move, Hu Lina retreated to the distance to watch the battle with interest. Chapter 21, Vientian Tianyan vs Qian Rongxiu, Part 1. Qian Rongxiu walked slowly to one place with a graceful posture, stipulating the range, and Yun Hao followed. Although Qian Rongxiu has high talent and strong strength, Yun Hao has the Goddess of Luck card in his hand, everything is under control. Qian Rongxiu now has the strength of the soul venerable at most, and also has the 20th level of innate soul power, so she is afraid of being a bird. After getting ready, Yun Hao said, "Should we set a rule? If we lose, we have to do something according to the wishes of the winner. Anything is fine, what do you think?" Yun Hao thought to himself, "I can't fight you in vain. I am a man. If I don't get anything, wouldn't it be a disadvantage?" Qian Rongxiu's beautiful eyes moved lightly, "This idea is not bad, I accept it. Anyway, you will die anyway, even if the Pope is supporting you, it will not be too much to cripple you? The first thought in Qian Rongxiu's heart was that you should peel me off if you die." Yun Hao was excited, "Then it's settled, you can't go back." Qian Rongxiu's eyes were firm, Qian Rongxiu never lie to people, speak fortune. "Are you ready?" "I'm ready to do it." She was holding the angel's sword and couldn't wait. "Come on." Without a word, Yun Hao took the lead in releasing the first martial spirit, the Emperor Guangming. The golden light and shadow flashed, and the sword of light condensed in the hand. Although there was only one spirit ring on his body, it was 10,000 years black. Qian Rongxiu also shined, and she was a little surprised, really a rare genius, the first ring is Wanyan. Having said that, Qian Rongxiu immediately maintained her composure, and her spirit power moved quickly. Golden light burst out one after another, and the seraphim martial spirit appeared. It was a 3-meter-high angel phantom, with 6 wings on its back and glittering gold. The 2 yellow 100-year spirit rings on her body meant that she was already a real great spirit master. With the appearance of the spirit ring, the martial soul phantom disappeared, and Qian Rongxiu stood proudly holding the sword of the angel in her hand. "Drink!" What else Yun Hao wanted to say, Qian Rongxiu decisively rushed forward. The angel's sword cut through the air with a strong vigor. "Why are you in a hurry, why don't you slowly discuss your feelings?" Yun Hao pouted, meditating in his heart. It's just that Qian Rongxiu couldn't help him if he didn't give him a chance, he could only use the light divine sword to fight. Keng Dang! When the 2 swords with light and sacred attributes were paired together, Qian Rongxiu obviously had a certain advantage. Unlike Qian Rongxiu, Yun Hao is already very familiar with her martial soul, and the angel's sword is in her hands. Yun Hao is not so familiar with it, the key is still a bit strange. Is this the point? Qian Rongxiu slammed, "Are you worthy of your first ring in 10,000 years? Qian Rongxiu only finds it ridiculous. If her first ring is Wanyan, it is definitely not Yun Hao. The holy light bloomed, and the angel's sword suddenly pierced over. Qian Rongxiu's first spirit ability, Angel Assault. Yun Hao immediately urged his soul power, using Ling Bo's microsteps, and the figure quickly pulled away. The first soul ability, the Phantom of Light. Yun Hao hurriedly shouted. Qian Rongxiu's attack was fast and accurate, and Yun Hao had to use his first spirit ability again in a hurry, and then barely avoided. Speed up, this time you can fight with it, and then find a chance to attack her. However, Qian Rongxiu smiled disdainfully, small bugs, is it faster than speed? As soon as the voice fell, her second spirit ring gleamed, and her body including the angel's sword suddenly burst into golden light. The second spirit ability, the Void Angel. Immune to physical attacks and 50% energy attacks, and increase speed by 20%. Wow! Qian Rongxiu's speed suddenly increased, and she directly pursued Yun Hao. I wipe it, so fast. Yun Hao was startled, and hurriedly figured out a way to deal with it. She used the second spirit ability to increase her speed so much. But she consumes like this continuously, and her soul power must be consumed faster than mine. Yun Hao analyzed. Lingbo's microsteps and the Phantom of Light were just barely faster than her. This is also because Yunhao is still not familiar with such battles. After all, he has only fought against Hulina. Drink Qianrongxue did not give Yunhao a chance to breathe at all, and had already pushed him to the edge of the prescribed range. Forget it, do it with her. Yunhao felt that just dodge is not a problem. Look at the power of my invincible great sword. Yunhao shouted sharply. The two were entangled once again, the angel sword and the bright sword compete. Golden light shining, the voices clear and loud. Hat! Qianrongxue swept away holding the sword of the angel. Crack! It was also extremely laborious for Yunhao to resist with the divine sword of light. The combat experience is still incomparable to Qianrongxue, and she is still falling behind the sword. After several battles, Yunhao retreated steadily. Seeing that Hulina was also sweating for him, although Qianrongxue was the young master of Wuhan Palace, she still hoped that Yunhao would win. Although your first ring is 10,000 years, you are just a soul master, and my soul power has now reached the soul sovereign, but I haven't obtained the soul ring. How can you be against me? Qianrongxue said coldly. That's not necessarily. Yunhao smiled at her. Hey! Qianrongxue was taken aback. What other means do you have? You might as well use it directly, taking advantage of the opportunity now. Then you have to be careful. Yunhao smiled slightly. Take back the bright sword and immediately summon the Lady Luck card. My goddess, I must have a good skill this time. He prayed to the goddess in his heart. That's... Qianrongxue vaguely remembered that Yunhao also took out something like a card last night. It's just that the light at night is not very good, and I was still angry at the time and didn't pay attention. What the is that? When she hesitated, Yunhao mumbled, the goddess of luck is smiling. At the same time, the Lady Luck card was thrown out, and my mind sounded, ding. Congratulations to the host for opening the Lady Luck card Black Gold card, rewarding a lucky value of 1000, and obtaining the right to use the Vientiane Sky Guide of the Eye of Reincarnation. The time limit is 5 minutes. As soon as the voice fell, Yunhao's eyes changed instantly, his eyeballs turned purple, and circles that grew larger and larger appeared on them, very strange. Reincarnation Eye, not bad, enough time. Yunhao said happily. How did his eyes change, that card? Qianrongxue felt weird. Suck. Just as Qianrongxue was thinking about it, her body flew towards Yunhao as if not obedient. Damn, what strange skill is this? Qianrongxue was surprised. Hey! I suck. Yunhao stretched out a hand, the reincarnation eye ability of Vientiane Sky moved. Drink! Qianrongxue directly exploded all her spirit power, and the angel's sword directly inserted into the ground, forcibly fixing her body. What is this? Hulina was stunned. Qianrongxue controlled her body, and the second spirit ability Void Angel was activated again. The body enters a state of nothingness, and picking up the angel's sword is slashing frantically. Yunhao used his soul power, stepped Lingbo's micro steps, and his body jumped away like a phantom. I suck. It was another move from Vientiane Tianyan. Before Qianrongxue could react, her body flew towards Yunhao once again. She lifted her chest and raised her head, her body seemed to be attracted by terror, and she passed through the air and was sucked by Yunhao. Haha, how about it, I'm great. He was already ecstatic at this time. No, wait. Damn, it's a big game now. Yunhao peed. Is it comfortable to touch? Qianrongxue actually showed a terrible smile at this time, as if he was about to break his body into pieces. Yunhao knew that she was hiding the knife in her smile, and her own trouble was really coming, and she couldn't cleanse herself after jumping into the Yellow River. Chapter 22, Vientiane Tianyan vs Qianrongxue, Part 2. There was also Hulina next to her. Now her face is really big. Hulina was stunned at this time, and even a touch of pink appeared on his face. I can't imagine what Yunhao will end next. The brain circuit reacts extremely fast, and the hand is as fast as lightning. Whoosh! Pulling away his position, Yunhao is panicked now. Damn, I'm a gentleman, how can I behave like this? This hit Qian Rongxiu's muzzle, and he had to find a way to get back. Haha, that! Yunhao smiled and scratched his head. If it was just an accident, do you believe it? I don't do it, I just don't admit it. Maybe Qian Rongxiu doesn't care about me because I'm handsome. Accident? Don't you feel ashamed to say that you are so clean and vulgar? Qian Rongxiu was already so angry at this time, the gaze revealed in her beautiful eyes is that I must kill you today. After doing everything, what kind of gentleman pretends? I have never seen such a shameless and inferior person, today I will definitely cut him off. With murderous eyes in his eyes, he killed him directly. I rely on. Yunhao is flustered, this doesn't give a chance to explain. In that case, let you succumb to the feet of the uncle. Let you kneel on the ground and sing conquest, haha. Qian Rongxiu's eyes were fierce, and the angel's sword quickly slashed towards Yunhao. Boom! Yunhao made Ling Bo's micro-steps, his body disappeared in the blink of an eye, and Jian Ren smashed to the ground. Are you going to keep hiding like this? Qian Rongxiu said sarcastically. Without stopping, he continued to launch a fierce attack, just like a crazy woman. But every time she made a move, she was cruel, terrible, and didn't plan to give Yunhao a living. Once a woman gets angry, it is really terrifying. No, 5 minutes is about to come, and a quick fight must be made. Thinking that the effect of the reincarnation eye is only 5 minutes, Yunhao was anxious. If you can't beat her within 5 minutes, then you really can't handle it. In order to let Qian Rongxiu understand that he had no bad intentions, in order to prove his innocence, he could only fight back at the risk of being sliced. Originally, I wanted to think of a surefire solution through the advantage of my physical strength, but the situation now no longer allows him to continue to consume it. Okay, that's it. Yunhao made a decision and turned to face Qian Rongxiu. Samsara's eyes made a strange look, and he raised his right hand. Wanxiang Tianyin. What's the matter, my body is out of control again. Qian Rongxiu, who was originally coming aggressively, was sucked by Wangxiang Tianyin, and once again flew toward Yunhao obediently. You can't beat me, so I won this battle first. Yunhao said teasingly. Don't think about. As soon as Yunhao's voice fell, Qian Rongxiu's whole body burned with a strong golden flame. The flame carried a holy and sacred radiance, allowing her to regain a trace of control over the body. Yunhao, I will kill you today. Holding the angel's sword fiercely with both hands, while flying towards Yunhao, the blade pointed the sword at his chest. Once this is close, the consequences will be disastrous. Yunhao, be careful. Hu Lina was very anxious, worried that Yunhao's body would be pierced by the angel's sword. However, Yunhao acted extremely calmly, and Qian Rongxiu's calm gaze made Qian Rongxiu a little wary. You are not my opponent now, even if you are fighting with me forever today, the result will not change. Yunhao pretended to be calm, forcibly suppressing the panic in his heart. Although in a limited time, Qian Rongxiu can be defeated, but this beam is completely settled. The reincarnation eye exerted force again, and directly separated the angel's sword from Qian Rongxiu. The eye of reincarnation has extremely strong control, Qian Rongxiu is no opponent at all. In front of Yunhao, who had won the eyes of reincarnation, she could only be a docile and obedient lamb, letting her play with it. Hey! The angel's sword flew to the distance and plunged into the ground. At the same time, Yunhao, led by Lingbo's micro-step, moved quickly. Qian Rongxiu's body just reached Yunhao's body, this time Yunhao did not touch Qian Rongxiu. When the power of the reincarnation eye was retracted, she was sent out with a force of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. His body drew a perfect parabola in the air, Qian Rongxiu was also shocked. Impossible, why does a one-ring spirit master have such a strange and powerful power? Fighting with him, I feel that I can't use my strength at all. It's like being in a marsh mud. The harder you are, the deeper you will sink. Qian Rongxiu was sent out of the battle area by Yun Hao, and the effect of the reincarnation eye was just right. Yun Hao breathed a sigh of relief when his eyes returned to their normal state. Yun Hao, are you okay? Seeing the outcome of the battle, Hu Lina slipped to his side. You, what strange skill did you use just now? Do you have a soul bone? Qian Rongxiu held the angel's sword again and slowly walked towards Yun Hao. The abilities used by the spirit master are bestowed by the spirit of martial arts. Apart from the spirit ring with the spirit ability, that is the extremely precious soul bone in the spirit master world. Just now I saw that Yun Hao used a strange skill, but it was not his spirit, so Qian Rongxiu boldly guessed that it was spirit bone's skill. And his eyes have undergone a strange change, it should be a special spirit bone like the head. Hey, wait, it's over, you're not going to be a rascal, are you? Seeing Qian Rongxiu's graceful and charming body approaching him, Yun Hao quickly beckoned. Hey, I did what I said, since I lost, I admit it, but I really want to know how you can make me unable to use strength. Qian Rongxiu said with a questioning tone, her eyes there was also a trace of electric light in it, as if to seduce Yun Hao. I have no comment on this, but I can tell you that this is indeed a special skill of mine, nothing more. Yun Hao replied. Just kidding, how could I tell you all my old friends? In that case, am I still alive? Although you are indeed beautiful, you have Bibi Dong genes in your figure and appearance, and you are also very attractive, but I am not so easy to be influenced by beauty. Women can only be conquered by men, not men. Very well, it doesn't matter if you don't say it. Today's business is not over yet, I will come again until I kill you myself, hey. Holding the angel's sword, Qian Rongxiu left the trial field step by step. Yun Hao breathed a sigh of relief until her figure disappeared from sight. Yun Hao, you are in serious trouble now, you have been ordered to kill by Qian Rongxiu. Hu Lina said. Qian Rongxiu can still call her the young master when she is there, but she won't be so polite behind her. As the teacher's biological daughter, she actually confronted her teacher everywhere, but Hu Lina, who had no father or mother since she was a child, couldn't understand the contradiction between family love. Why don't you tell the teacher, Qian Rongxiu won't bother you if she comes forward. It's okay, it's a stubborn thing. It's better for her to come and trouble me. Yun Hao said. He is not afraid of Qian Rongxiu, because he still knows this person, as long as he grasps her heart, he can hold her firmly in his hands. If you want to win the heart of a girl, you have to learn to play hard. Pretend to be like fire and water with her, take the opportunity to get in touch with her more, try to figure out her mind, and then gradually let her fall into her own carefully designed net. Let's go, if Qian Rongxiu wants to come, let her come, I'll wait for her. A greedy smile appeared at the corner of Yun Hao's mouth, making Hu Lina unable to guess. It's just that there is the Elder's Palace behind Qian Rongxiu, and it's definitely not that easy to deal with. Is Yun Hao really okay? Chapter 23, Evolve Soul Bone attached to the torso. Qian Rongxiu has the same high power in the Spirit Hall, and Bibi Dong is the Pope of the Spirit Hall, but these are just appearances. Qian Daoliu hoped that the future of Wuhan Palace would be controlled by his granddaughter, and Bibi Dong was an outsider. Therefore, Yun Hao needs to work Qian Rongxiu, and Bibi Dong can be regarded as a convenient step. He took Hu Lina back to his room and gave her some exercise instructions. Time is almost up, Hu Lina is also going to go back. Yun Hao reminded, remember what I said, before going to bed, 100 standard push UPS and 100 standard sit UPS, then take a bath in hot water, and then fall asleep. Hu Lina said gratefully, I understand, thank you for teaching me this. I'll leave first and come to you tomorrow. After Hu Lina left, Yun Hao tidied the room a bit. Open the system panel. The lucky value is 2900, I will try the lucky wheel again to see if I can get something good. Think about it. Yunhao originally planned to accumulate enough lucky points and upgrade the lucky wheel so that the things he draws will be even more powerful. And the cultivation items in the mall, he doesn't like the low-end ones, and the more advanced ones are so expensive. I only have 2900, so I can only change some low-level training items, so I might as well try my luck on the Wheel of Luck. Just once, just this time. If you can't get any good things, wait for it to upgrade or save enough, and then redeem more advanced things in the lucky mall. Click the lucky wheel. Silently read in my heart, Goddess. My goddess. You are my most beautiful smile. Turn the lucky wheel. Yunhao whispered. Ding. The lucky wheel opens and consumes 1000 lucky points. Please be patient for a while. As the system's prompt sounded, the pointer on the turntable began to rotate at high speed. Yunhao's spirit is very focused. I'm afraid that the pointer will stop at "Thank you for your patronage." I know that I have the blessing of the goddess of luck, but I still inadvertently show anxiety. The pointer starts to decelerate. Yunhao's breathing became hurried, and he kept calling out "Goddess of luck" in his heart. In Yunhao's view, boys who are favored by the goddess are not bad luck. Pay close attention to the pointer. The thoracic cavity, nasal cavity, and oral cavity resonate. Pray to the goddess. The pointer is getting slower and slower, and finally it almost drops to the walking speed of the second hand. Going forward bit by bit, passing the item area, turning to "Thank you for your patronage." The goddess of luck is smiling. The goddess of luck is smiling. Yunhao kept muttering in his heart. When the pointer approached the edge of the object, Yunhao was already nervous. When the tip of the needle finally passed, "Thank you for your patronage," and stopped for a short distance in the item area, Yunhao was also completely relieved. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a 1000-year level evolvable torso with a soul bone golden scale dragon torso, rewarding a lucky value of 100. The item has been placed in the storage space, please check the host carefully. The system prompts. Can you evolve the torso with a spirit bone attached? Yunhao was still a little at a loss. Is there any saying that the torso bone has a spirit bone attached? Yunhao knows very well how precious a soul bone is. The soul bone is a rare treasure that every soul master longs for, second only to the 100,000-year soul ring. There are 6 types of spirit bones, which are divided into torso bones, skulls, left arm bones, right arm bones, left leg bones and right leg bones. However, there is an extremely rare external spirit bone besides these 6 spirit bones. The degree of preciousness of the external spirit bones is comparable to the 100,000-year spirit ring, and the appearance probability of the external spirit bones is much smaller than that of the 6 major spirit bones. The external spirit bone can evolve as the level of the spirit master's cultivation level increases, so the sooner the external spirit bone is absorbed, the better. But soul bone is attached to the torso, unheard of. It didn't appear in the original work either. At most, it was Tang San's 8 spider lances, not even the entire torso. This thing was actually obtained by myself. I want to see what the so-called spirit bones attached to the torso look like. After thinking for a moment, he had an idea. Taking out the external spirit bone from the storage space, Yunhao's eyes flashed instantly. It was a spirit bone attached to it that looked a bit like a whip, the color was purple with a hint of gold. The joints are connected together, from thick to thin, with small light golden dragon scales attached to the bone surface. The thick end of the outer soul bone has 2 symmetrical leaf bones like maple leaves, and the whole looks like a foreign body with a pair of small wings behind it. It's a bit like a torso bone, except that it has a spirit bone attached to it. It's a bit larger, and I don't know what special ability it has. Yunhao began to hesitate whether to absorb it directly. Although it was only 1,000 years old, it was an external spirit bone. Even if the age is too low now, the attached spirit bone can evolve. When he cultivated to title Douluo, it was estimated that he could evolve a very powerful ability. Moreover, this is the spirit bone attached to the golden scale dragon's torso. The spirit bone of the torso is the most precious and rare of all soul bones. If you can own it, you are really lucky. The sooner the external spirit bone is absorbed, the more beneficial it is. Now that you have it, you can't waste such a good resource in it. Immediately made a choice. No matter what, Yunhao decided to absorb the spirit bone attached to the golden scale dragon's torso. Right now his light god emperor only had one spirit ring. With this spirit bone attached to his torso, his cultivation level could be improved a lot, and he could make more adequate preparations for the second spirit ring. Moreover, in addition to the special abilities, the external spirit bones will also provide useful skills, and will have a certain guarantee when hunting the spirit beasts. Combining all the factors, absorbing this external soul bone is profitable and harmless. Yunhao immediately sat down cross-legged and adjusted his state. Placing the external spirit bone in front of him, he started to adjust his breath and mobilize his spirit power. The spirit power circulates rapidly in the body, and when everything is ready, he directly releases the spirit power. The spirit power pulled the external soul bone, and began to draw the energy from the external soul bone into his body. At this time, Yunhao's body was like a fawn who was hungry and thirsty, sucking nectar crazily. The energy of the soul bone resonates with the soul power in my body. This external soul bone should fit my body. I can't guess my decision. Yunhao thought to himself. When the energy of the external soul bone rushes into the body, you can feel a stream of heat sweeping through the body, especially the chest and spine. It comforted his body like a warm force, making him feel refreshed. What? Yunhao couldn't help groaning. The energy entered his body, and he felt more comfortable. The energy of the external soul bone was squeezed dry, and slowly merged into Yunhao's body. It feels so cool. He closed his eyes, refined and felt the happiness brought to him by the attached soul bone. At the same time, his martial soul quietly appeared, and the only black soul ring on his body was floating on his body, shining with a strange black light. At the same time, a purple light appeared on his upper body, shuttled back and forth around his body. When the purple electric light was constantly shuttled, a thing similar to armor covered the body, and two purple halos stretched directly behind him, like a pair of wings growing on his back, beautifully beautiful. Hey! The two purple halos flashed, and Yunhao was bathed in a cloud of purple rain. The picture is full of sense, but Yunhao has no knowledge of all this. He has been immersed in that wonderful mood, and he is lingering. He can clearly feel that his body is undergoing a magical change. Chapter 24, Golden Dragon Wing 1-1. In the past 10 minutes, the energy of the external spirit bone was refined by him. The spirit bone attached to this golden scale dragon's torso possesses two attributes, light and sacred, and has a very high degree of compatibility with the spirit of the Emperor of Light. Therefore, its energy is absorbed and digested by the body faster without any discomfort. When the external soul bone was completely integrated with his body, Yunhao felt a burst of heat in his back muscles, as if burning. What's going on? There is a wave of energy in my body that wants to disperse my body. How could this happen? Does my body still not meet the absorption standard of this external soul bone? Yunhao's facial muscles began to twitch, and he was panicked. If it's destroyed here because of an external spirit bone, it's simply not worth it. It took a lot of effort to get to the current situation. How could it be defeated by an external spirit bone? But it has been absorbed now. How difficult it is to force it out of the body, let alone a torso with a spirit bone attached to it. Yunhao's heart was restless, and beads of sweat appeared on his face because of the high-speed surging of soul power in his body that accelerated the diffusion of body heat. He frowned, unwilling to accept that result. However, when he panicked, his body did not have any side effects. In other words, he is all right. Hey? Why? He was a little dazed, but he felt relieved. It's just that the pain is still there, and it is getting stronger and stronger as the uncontrollable energy continues to hit the body. At the place where the bones were clamped on his back, it began to gather, and the energy split into two, shooting out of his body. 2 white gold fireworks burned out 2 holes in his clothes, slowly extending from the clothes hole, intensified. "Ah, it hurts." Yunhao hissed a few times, but he still suppressed his voice, for fear that others might hear him. The back began to tear, and at the same time there was an inexplicable pain in the chest. It can be clearly seen that along with the white gold flame expanding continuously, white joints have grown from Yunhao's flesh. There are still some tiny pale golden scales on the joints, which can't be seen clearly without careful observation. The joints grew to a certain extent and then branched, and they proceeded without haste. During this period, Yunhao was stunned, because he still didn't know that his body had undergone such a mysterious and strange change. As the joints slowly form, you can gradually see a pair of bone-like contours, but they have not yet grown feathers. Noisy. Noisy. A burst of rustling, weird sounds came into my mind, echoing repeatedly. What the is going on? Why does it make me miserable to absorb a soul bone attached to the torso, just like cutting back and forth with a blade on my body? Remember that in the original work, Tang San didn't feel so painful when he absorbed the spirit bones attached to the 8 spider lances, right? At that time, he just had a dream from a previous life, and some hallucinations appeared in the dream. Wasn't it safe and sound afterwards? The pain he endured was far from his own. Is it because the position of the external spirit bone is different, because mine is on the torso, so it is more difficult to fuse? Thinking about it carefully, there is indeed a certain truth. The torso bone is the most important and precious soul bone of the 6 soul bones, and it must be more difficult to absorb than other soul bones. Yes, it must be so. With this firmness, Yunhao will hold on to whatever he says, and he must wait until the external spirit bones are completely fused. As he thought about it, the bone wings were completely formed. They were indeed a pair of wings similar to bone wings. Each wing was 1 meter and 5 meters long, and the 2 wings reached 3 meters. At this moment, Yunhai felt the pain more obvious. His facial muscles twitched instantly, and his nerves were extremely tense at this moment. Instinctively struggled deep inside, shouting in pain. "Goddess! My goddess! Please help me!" At such a critical moment, we still have to pray for the blessing of the goddess of luck. Energetic, persevering and handsome boys tend to have good luck. Correct. Because Yunhao feels that he is such a boy, such an impeccable self, he must be lucky. After the wings grew, the platinum flame disappeared, and it was replaced by another scene. Inside that joint, there were clearly visible bloodshot eyes, and the blood in the bloodshot boiled, driving the reaction arc of Yunhao's nerve, making him more painful. That was Yunhao's blood vessel, the blood vessel branching from the body, extending outward along the joints of the wings. It stretched to the end of the wings, and another cycle went back. Bubbling. Yunhao could even hear the sound of blood flowing in his body, so clearly. After a few minutes, the pain began to decrease, and Yunhao's inner heaviness slowly faded. Did it succeed? The external spirit bone fusion succeeded. I did it. Surprised. Yunhao's first instinct is to succeed in integration. This is the result of his prayers and expectations just now. After a few more minutes, the pain disappeared completely, and the nerves suddenly eased a lot. With the ecstasy in his heart, Yunhao adjusted his breath, stabilized the spirit power that was still flying in his body, and then opened his eyes. A burst of clarity in my head. No, what the is this? After he opened it, the first feeling he felt was something growing behind his back. At a glance, I lost it. Do you have wings? Is it possible that the pain just now was due to the long wings? Isn't this the soul bone attached to the torso? No matter how much it should grow in armor, it will be in the armor again. How can it be wings? Yunhao didn't understand, so he flicked his wings through his mind, and he was quite flexible. The spirit bone attached to this torso is a very special spirit bone attached to the torso of the golden scale dragon, so the first evolution resulting from the fusion is natural. The system suddenly reminded. This is only a small part of evolution. Your torso hasn't evolved. It's normal for dragons to evolve wings from soul bones attached to them. That's it, then is this wing a special skill, or can I use it at any time? Yunhao suddenly realized, and then asked again. This special ability that attaches soul bone to you, golden dragon wing, is the most basic form, and it will continue to evolve and improve according to your cultivation level. The system replied. Golden dragon wing, this name is a bit interesting. Speaking, he shook his golden dragon wing slightly, roughly estimated that one wing was 1 meter and 5 meters, and the two wings could reach 3 meters. Arowana blending oil. He subconsciously pronounced such a name in his heart. Isn't it a frequent advertisement on TV? No wonder it's so familiar. Arowana? Golden dragon wing? One word difference. And Yunhao's height is almost 1.5 meters, this girl is tailor-made. Golden dragon wing 1:1. Amount. Ha ha ha, this golden dragon wing fruit is really tailor-made for me, especially for my perfect figure. I was very happy. While talking, he moved again, his wings vibrated, and he flew like that. At first, he was still a little unfamiliar. After practicing for a while, he slowly became more proficient. This golden dragon wing grew out of his own body, just use it when you get used to it. External spirit bones are very different from ordinary spirit bones. Normal spirit bones only have skills attached. What's more powerful is to strengthen body parts or improve some cultivation base and amplification effects. But the external spirit bone is different, it can be based on the spirit master itself, evolve and grow more useful things, and the skills can also be evolved through evolution. Chapter 25, I was slammed by Kyunran Swibi. Just like this golden dragon wing, it evolved from the spirit bone attached to the golden scale dragon's torso, although there is no special skill yet. Yunhao felt that it would evolve in the future, and when it evolves to a certain level, it will naturally develop special skills. Besides, now that he has dual spirits in hand, and has the ability to attach spirit bones, he can already throw a spirit master of the same level far away. So what we need to do now is to increase the physical strength and improve the physical fitness, and then we can't neglect the soul power training, and then take the time to run the resonance between ourselves and the martial soul, and familiarize yourself with the external attachment. The spirit bone ability cooperates with the use of Wuhan in battle. Before crossing, I haven't seen any novels, cartoons, or TV series. The growth history of those protagonists can be said to have grown through various experiences and tempers. I also need to do this to improve myself as much as possible. Before acquiring the second spirit ring, the body strength and spirit power level must be increased enough, so that the absorption period can be higher. It is impossible to always have the luck of the first spirit ring, and there will always be soul beasts offering sacrifices. I remember that the flashing bunny body was very poisonous at the time, and it was obviously encountered by myself during the escape. Be a good-hearted person and picked up a bargain. Since the system's function 6 can perform spirit ring fusion, as long as the body's endurance is large enough, the number of years of spirit ring that can be absorbed will only be higher. Although it may be very tiring, this is not a problem. No longer thinking about it, Yunhao got acquainted with the golden dragon wing for a while, and only put it away until he could barely use it freely. The next step is to practice soul power meditation. Until late at night, he decided to fall asleep. For the next 3 months, Yunhao's schedule was full every day. Apart from teaching Bibidong about science, he spent almost all of his free time on soul power training and body strengthening exercises. His bodybuilding physique exercise method had a significant effect on Hulina's body, and he took Hulina with him, and at the same time began to try to exercise through that method. And it was the first time I came into contact with cultivation, and maybe I wasn't familiar enough with the use of soul power, so I asked Bibi Dong for advice, and she was also happy to tell him. Bibi Dong is actually a typical knife-mouth tofu heart, although in the original work, her performance is all described as vicious and cruel. But she always thought of Yu Xiaogang from beginning to end, saying such cruel words to him on the surface, still silently loving him behind her back. Therefore, she will help the people she recognizes without reservation. This is one aspect of Yunhao's recognition of her. However, what caused him a headache was that Jian Rongxiu would come to harass him every few days, and had to compete with him again. After Yunhao's euphemistic refusal and seductive brainwashing, Jian Rongxiu successfully joined him and Hulina. Jian Rongxiu has always been curious about the magic of the equipment that Yunhao claims to use to exercise. Even Hulina followed, recalling the first time he played against Yunhao. Could his special techniques and abilities also be related to these exercise equipment? With her legs on the fitness mat, Jian Rongxiu's mind continued to reflect the original thoughts. It has been more than a month, although the physical quality has improved in all aspects, but it is not so obvious. Don't think about it, get down quickly. Yunhao stood beside Jian Rongxiu, his legs spread out, and said meaningfully. How do I feel? This method is actually useless. Jian Rongxiu turned her head and wanted to question Yunhao, because she still didn't believe it. Looking at Jian Rongxiu's imaginative posture, Yunhao almost. No, you must be reserved. Ahem. He coughed twice and explained, because you are almost 13 years old, your body is well developed, and your body lines are almost stereotyped, as if you want to continue to make your body more it takes time to be plump, round and elastic to make the physique stronger. Is that right? Jian Rongxiu put a hand to her mouth and made a shy pose of asking and answering herself. If those boys who are not strong in self-control stand here, they may have long been unable to control their inner desires and rush up with nosebleeds. This figure does not look like a 12 or 13-year-old figure. Although this age is already in the puberty stage, Jian Rongxiu has developed a little too much. Hulina was doing the lunge press exercise alone, turning her head to see the scene. This figure is great. She desires to have such a perfect figure in her heart. Seeing Jian Rongxiu's slender figure, and then looking at herself, she is flat. No wonder Yunhao always likes to be with her now. A burst of jealousy rushed to my heart, and I had to exercise my body better than Jian Rongxiu. With this momentum, continue to work hard. Come on, get down. Yunhao said hurriedly. Yet. Jian Rongxiu replied shyly, and then she slumped down, arms straight in front of her. Although her hips were not deliberately raised, she still wanted to take 2 shots. Ahem. Yunhao put aside those unhealthy thoughts, bent down, and began to guide Jian Rongxiu. Press your body down as much as possible, then stretch your arms vigorously to stand up your chest, don't deliberately retract your strength, be more natural. Yes, that's it, and then your hips go up, lift. Yunhao explained to this point, suddenly realized that his posture was a bit wrong, swallowed, and quickly stood up, walked to the side, and continued to guide. All afternoon, she was teaching Jian Rongxiu how to stretch, and Yunhao himself was sweating profusely. Fortunately, this girl has a good understanding, no wonder she can become an angel god. Well, I taught you how to stretch today. I didn't exercise much. Now that you have learned this, pair it with the exercise method I gave you. If you stick to it for another 3 months, you will have a significant effect. Yunhao is confident to say. Jian Rongxiu stood up, but felt that the muscles all over her body were sore and numb. If she didn't use her soul power to exercise, she felt that the pressure on her body would be even greater. Seeing Jian Rongxiu, who was a head taller than himself, Yunhao was a little dumbfounded. Some moist hair was hanging down her body, and the steadily slipping sweat on her face made her beautiful and flawless face even more attractive. Looking up at Jian Rongxiu, Yunhao was completely fascinated by that appearance. Damn, it's so tempting. Okay, thank you for telling me this. Qian Rongxiu cleaned up, Yunhao sent her to the door, when Qian Rongxiu suddenly turned around and looked at her. What's the matter? Yunhao asked unclearly. I know you have to go to Bibi Dong's residence every day, you and her, what's the secret? Qian Rongxiu gradually approached Yunhao as she spoke. Yunhao began to back away in a panic, until her back was against the wall and there was no way to go back. He didn't even react. Qian Rongxiu stretched out a hand and supported it on the wall. The distance between the two of them was getting closer and closer. Qian Rongxiu's beautiful eyes stared at Yunhao's eyes closely. Damn, what is this girl doing? Yunhao was at a loss and excitement in his heart. Could this be the legendary Wall Dong? I was slammed by Qunran Swibi. This script is wrong, it shouldn't be me, she is right. I'm still a pure boy, should I be so direct? Acridine DEI. Chapter 26, The Arrival of Xiaoyu and Yan. Hulina found that Yunhao had not come back, so she simply went out to see what was going on. As soon as she walked not far from the door, she saw a picture that she couldn't bear to look straight. She hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand to prevent herself from screaming out of shock. What did I see, Qian Rongxiu, didn't expect you to be like this. No wonder you have been entangled with Yunhao since the last time you fought with Yunhao. I have an idea. Although Hulina doesn't know what true love means, doesn't it mean to like to make such an intimate action? She was so embarrassed that she actually did such an extraordinary thing to Xiao Yunhao. As far as she could see, Qian Rongxiu gradually approached Yunhao, but when the two got together and there was a slap wide, she stopped, and Xiangli said softly, although I don't know what secrets you have, but I would love to hear those interesting stories from you. Since you are also a member of the Spirit Hall and have told me so many things, sister, I will forgive your previous mistakes for the time being. If you dare to betray the Spirit Hall, dare to betray me, I will end your life myself. Yunhao's eyes widened, and his breathing couldn't keep up with the rhythm. Tisk Tut, seeing Yunhao's silly feeling, Qian Rongxiu smirked, then turned and left. Seeing Qian Rongxiu's fascinating shadow go away, Yunhao breathed a sigh of relief. He licked his mouth with his tongue. Although his heartbeat was a bit fast, he seemed to have caught a certain opportunity, and a ripple appeared in his heart. Hey, I didn't think that a hunk of me would be slapped by a girl. I am at a loss. I complained to myself secretly, always feeling very unbalanced in my heart. Always look for a chance to win back a city, otherwise where can I put my face off? Watching Qian Rongxiu's figure disappearing from the end of his field of vision with some fascination, Yunhao showed a harmless smile. Anyway, she will often come here to exercise, afraid that she will not escape from her palm. Yunhao just likes Yuji's type, especially Qian Rongxiu's figure, so don't be too cool. Then, that. Yunhao, are you okay? Suddenly, a gentle voice came, pulling Yunhao back from that mesmerizing dream. Damn, when did this stuff come? The scene just now won't be seen by her, how can a little girl see this scene? Although she also has a beautiful face, she is still young. If she is also damaged, Bibi Dong will not tear me to pieces? But think about it carefully, Hulina's age does not know what true love is, so... Oh, Nana, have you finished exercising? Yunhao asked calmly. The picture just now was really hurtful for Hulina, but Yunhao still wanted to change the subject and not discuss the matter just now. Qian Rongxiu just now, and you? Hulina said with some conviction. Yunhao. You kid, don't you understand that it's just a scene where your sister loves your little brother? Isn't it a simple chat? Don't care. Well, she wants some secrets from my way, I'm not so stupid, how can I tell her? Yunhao cleaned up his emotions and walked into the room carelessly. Hulina didn't think about it anymore, and went in with Yunhao. Continue to exercise, Hulina followed Yunhao's rhythm. The two of them stopped until night fell, sweating profusely. Well, that's the end of today's physical training. Seeing that Hulina's figure is also undergoing shocking changes every day, Yunhao is still a little proud. It shows that the exercise method he summarized is very effective, and with time, her body change will only become more obvious. Looking at Hulina's chest, she has a slight margin, thinking that when she passes the puberty period, I am afraid that she can reach the G number. It's like the one in the heavenly thing. Puff. Yarn, why don't you think about it? Okay, you go back first. I also want to practice soul power. Go back and relax your body, and in another half a year, you can also practice moderately with soul power. Most of the time before this method, you only need to exercise with your body alone, so that your body strength and body curve have reached a certain level, and then you can join soul power training later. Yeah, thank you, Xiao Hao. Hulina said twitchingly. What Xiao Hao, call me brother, or, call me little brother. Yunhao raised his eyebrows. Nonsense, I'm about the same age as you, so why? Hulina was unhappy, and she wanted to reason with Yunhao immediately. Although you told me so many things, my brother can't recognize it randomly. Nana. At this time, a magnetic voice came from outside. It seems to be my brother and Xiao Yan, they are back. Hulina said happily. As Yunhao was thinking about it, two teenagers walked from outside, about the same height as Qian Rongxiu. One of them was wearing a black shirt, with long dark hair covering half of his face, and his eyes were slightly dark. The other boy had fiery red hair and looked handsome. He walked around and swaggered. At first glance, he was of the kind of violent temper. Yan? It should be one of the three people known as the Golden Generation of Wuhan Palace, then, the other should be Hulina's brother Ziyu. What a coincidence! Yunhao thought in his heart, the other party had already walked over. Brother, Xiao Yan, come on, let me introduce to you, this is the new partner the teacher recruited, called Yunhao. Hulina introduced with interest, then turned to Yunhao and said, Yunhao, this is my brother Xiaoyu, and he is my good friend Yan, you can call him Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan can't bark, except for Nana, who can bark cordially, not strangers. Yan stared at Yunhao solemnly, and his tone was not polite. This Yan chased Hulina for a long time, but it was a pity that Hulina never agreed to him. Why don't you go to heaven if you have an attitude of blasting the sky? Of course, Yunhao also forced a smile and said politely, Hello, my name is Yunhao. Yunhao. Ziyu said few words, he muttered in his mouth, and then his eyes fell on the fitness equipment on the ground. What are these? Soul guidance device. When studying in the academy, the teacher mentioned the knowledge about the soul guidance device. I can't see it, I have never seen such a big soul guide, Yan also became interested. He picked up the pink bouncy ball and rubbed it, and wriggled a few times on his body, seeming to be attracted by the novelty. Yunhao, don't see outsiders. They just came back from the Wuhan Academy holiday, and they spoke more directly. Upon seeing this, Hulina quickly explained. It's not in the way. Yunhao said. What's up, don't touch Lao Tzu's things, resurrection device, look at your trivial. They are really two people who have never seen the world before. I also made myself look quite learned. Nana, what are these for? Yan still couldn't help asking. These are used to exercise, look at me. Is it a big change? Hulina started to show off her figure while explaining. Yan immediately cast a look like a thief's eyebrow, and he couldn't wait for the eyes to fall on them. Chapter 27, The War Book from Yan and Xiaoyu. During this period of exercise, Hulina's whole body was not only more vigorous, but also a lot fuller than when Yunhao first saw her. However, as she was still in the developmental stage, there was still a big gap between her and Qian Rongxiu. But it is true that Yan likes Hulina, and Hulina's brother is there at this time, and he did not act too excited. Xiaoyu didn't speak, but watched Yunhao calmly. The younger sister had been practicing with His Majesty the Pope before she met the requirements for entering the Martial Spirit Academy, but she did not know why she would be so close to a young man who had just entered the Martial Spirit Hall. Not just him, Yan also let go of his movements and looked at Yunhao. "Your name is Yunhao?" Yan walked up to Yunhao, who was taller than Yunhao and had a condescending attitude that made Yunhao very unhappy. "Yes." Yunhao still held back his temper and immediately responded to the opponent. Men must learn to control their desires, otherwise they will easily hurt their spirits. "Don't you know the rules of my Wuhan temple?" Yan stared at Yunhao with a domineering look. "Xiao Yan, don't." Hulina was about to speak when Xiaoyu grabbed her. "Then you mean, what are the rules of the Wuhan temple? Even the Pope didn't tell me in advance." Although Yunhao is shorter than Yan, he is a man of great skill and courage, and he is not afraid of him in terms of momentum. "Humph! I want to find something, your grandpa. I will accompany you at any time to see what tricks you can play." "Good boy, just when you came to the Hall of Souls, you learned to use the Pope to press me down. You are quite clever. As long as you hold a stick of incense in the hands of Xiaoyu and I, you are qualified to approach Nana, if not, you'd better stay away from her." Yan embraced her arms and looked down at Yunhao with disdain, without putting him in her eyes. This Yan is also an awkward personality. This kind of pretentious style of doing things is the most unaccustomed to Yunhao, and he must be taken care of. It's just, in the golden generation of Wuhan Palace, Xiaoyu and Yan should now be as strong as the heavenly soul sovereign. After all, they are not old now. Hulina completely surpassed Xiaoyu and Yan in spirit power level because of his unique talent and the experience of the killing capital. Therefore, no matter how strong these two people are, it is impossible for them to be better than Qian Rongxiu. "Well, I accept your challenge. How do you compare?" Yunhao thought carefully, and then decisively agreed. Although the first Wuhan Guangming Divine Emperor could not exert a strong power for the time being, it was no problem to pull and consume. Furthermore, with the Lady Luck card whole card, measuring their talents, they will definitely be able to defeat them. The newly obtained Golden Scale Dragon had a soul bone attached to its torso, which Yunhao didn't intend to use. It could be used as a key trump card and could not be easily exposed. Knowing that a normal spirit bone can trigger a fight for life between spirit masters, let alone a spirit bone attached to the torso? If it is easily exposed, it is not impossible to be killed by someone with a heart. In Douluo continent, before there is enough strength, it is absolutely impossible to show one's true strength, even in the spirit hall. Yunhao couldn't be more clear about the reason that the tree attracts the wind. The good birds choose the wood and live there. Even if you choose the booster stone of the Wuhan temple, you still need to be cautious. When he heard Yunhao's answer, Yan was obviously unhappy, and he retorted, "What is meant by accepting our challenge? This is our assessment of you as a newcomer. Since His Majesty the Pope allows you to enter the Hall of Souls, it shows that you are good. I really want to see how talented you are." "Xiao Yan, brother, don't do this. It's not long before Yunhao came to the Wuhan Hall. He is still young. You don't have to bully him like this, right?" Hulina couldn't understand their behavior and wanted to get something back for Yunhao. "Justice. Nana, since you are a direct disciple of His Majesty the Pope, you should know the rules of survival in the Spirit Hall. If you don't even have the courage and strength, is it necessary to become a member of the Spirit Hall?" Yan said. "You. It's okay, Nana, this kind of little thing is for me to practice hand skills. Let me see what kind of strength your friend and brother have achieved," Yunhao said with a sense of courage. Yan Fang gave Yunhao a grin, and even Xiaoyu on the side felt that Yunhao was a bit arrogant. This attitude is like saying, "Although you can't beat me, I really want to learn how much you can say such things. No matter who it is, I can't bear it. Is it tolerable or unbearable? This kind of self-righteous guy needs to teach him a lesson to relieve his hatred. Let's go, you can't fight in my room. My equipment is very expensive. If you break it, you can't afford it. Yunhao said coldly, and then walked out swaggeringly. Yan and Xiaoyu glanced at each other, temporarily suppressing the anger in their hearts. The three quickly followed Yunhao. Humph! Since you are so defiant, I want you to know how good you are later. Yan cursed in his heart. A newcomer to the Wuhan Hall dares to put on such an arrogant posture, which will let you know that it is not so casual in the Wuhan Hall as in your house. Several people came to the trial field, and Yan discussed with Xiaoyu and let Yan go first. It can be said that this was the third confrontation that Yunhao had conducted after arriving at the Wuhan Hall. The first 2 times were Hulina and Qian Rongxiu, this time they ran out for another Yan and Ziyu, which really didn't make people feel better. However, it is necessary to practice more martial arts, mainly the first martial arts emperor. The Goddess of Luck card can only be used as an auxiliary combat martial arts at critical times. You can always be surprised. Yunhao first came to the battlefield, and Yan also stood opposite him, his eyes full of disdain, and he seemed confident. Xiaoyu took out a piece of incense and asked, "Yunhao, are you ready?" Yunhao replied, "You can start anytime." Xiaoyu nodded, then lit the incense, and the battle began from this moment. Yan quickly ran his soul power, and the power in his body burst out in an instant. And behind him, there was a big flame figure, along with bursts of violent and hot flame energy. 2 spirit rings of yellow and yellow appeared on his body. Is a great spirit master, and 2 spirit rings are the best spirit ring combination. Yan, Martial Spirit Flame Lord, a 28th level assault type war spirit master. Yan showed a disdainful smile, his eyes full of mockery. Hearing Yan's spirit and spirit power level, Yunhao was not too shocked. Yan's martial soul is a top-level mutant martial soul with fire attributes, and it can also be called a beast martial soul, because the martial soul he releases also appears through possession, with fiery flames burning around him. Yunhao smiled slightly, and also released his martial spirit, the Emperor Guangming. A strong golden light flowed out, and a light golden halo began to appear on the surface of Yunhao's body, and a golden phantom appeared behind him. How majestic! This is a battle book from Yan and Xiaoyu, and Yunhao must also be stronger. What kind of martial soul is this? Why can you feel the aura of the same light and sacred attributes as the young master? Xiaoyu's cold eyes flashed, and she was attracted by Yunhao's magical martial soul. Yunhao, the God Emperor of Wuhan Guangming, the spirit master of the sensitive attack type. Yunhao also said immediately. Although he reported that he was an agile attack type spirit master, in fact he felt that the Light Emperor's martial arts could exert a huge advantage in both strong attack and agile attack, and he possessed the super attack power and destructive power of a strong attack type spirit master. Has the speed and explosive power of a sensitive attack type spirit master. Chapter 28, Water Escape, the Technique of Water Dragon Bomb. Based on Yunhao's understanding of Wuhan, the Guangming Divine Emperor Wuhan could completely achieve that effect. But when his black 10,000-year spirit ring appeared, Yan and Xiaoyu were completely shocked. How is it possible that the first spirit ring is 10,000 years? Yan asked in astonishment. Nana, is this why the Pope took him in? Xiaoyu turned her head and asked Hulina. Well, Yunhao is very talented. Hulina just nodded casually, and didn't intend to tell him more, even if he was a real brother, since it was the teacher's order, how could she disobey? The first spirit ring was 10,000 years, which really made Yan stunned. He couldn't think that Yunhao had such a talent against this guy. Hey! Even if the first spirit ring is 10,000 years, then you are only a first-level spirit master. Compared with my 28th level great spirit master, you are still far behind. Yan is worthy of being a member of the Golden Generation, although his personality is unbelievable. But the mentality is very good. Yan's martial spirit belongs to the fire attribute, but you can see what skills the Lady Luck card will bring to restrain his martial spirit. But before that, let's test his strength first. Now that he will be a member of the Golden Generation in the future, his strength cannot be underestimated. Are you ready? I'm about to get ready, kid. Yan squeezed his eyes and said disdainfully. Please. Yunhao made a gentleman's gesture casually, smiling slightly at the corner of his mouth. When Yan saw Yunhao's self-righteous face, he became angry, and his spirit power swiftly moved, violent flame energy burst out, and the first spirit ring was shining. Flame Lord's first soul ability, Flame Increase. This spirit ability has a 20% increase in fire attribute, and with the power of the strong attack system, it can burst out a very strong attack power. Watch out! Received the flame boost, Yan leaped into the air, making a fist with his right hand, a ball of flame energy covering the surface of the fist, with a burst of hula breaking through the air, hitting the fist. Yunhao was not eager or slow, urging his soul power, stepping on Lingbo's micro steps, and quickly pulled away. Bang! A punch was smashed into the air and hit the ground, splashing a layer of heat. Yan did not slow down, and continued to attack, with a strong flame, whistling towards Yunhao. It's a pity that he couldn't even touch Yunhao's body, let alone hurt him. What a weird pace! Xia Yu said in surprise. After Yunhao and Yan came down several times, they were familiar with some of Yan's combat strength. Although the speed is not fast enough, the burst of power is very sufficient, and if he is hit, it will also deflate him. But after all, his spirit power is at level 28, and it must be inferior to him by consumption alone, only a quick fight. Boy, even if you are fast, I see how long you can hide. When your soul power is almost exhausted, you are still not my opponent. Yan said swearingly. Oh, is it? But I don't want to continue to consume with you, I want to fight quickly, what do you think? Yunhao said funny. Humph! Don't be ashamed. Yan launched a fierce attack without saying a word. A mere ring of soul masters, in my spirit hall, dare to be so presumptuous. If you don't give a lesson, it will make you unsuccessful. Upon seeing this, Yunhao immediately activated his soul power, condensing the divine sword of light. Now that you are so anxious to lose, you can only be embarrassed. King Dang! Ling Bo stepped out quickly, approaching Yan like a shadow, slashing with his sword, slashing on him, and there was a muffled noise. So hard! Yunhao was startled. Drink! Without giving Yunhao a chance to react, Yan struck him with a punch. Yunhao's horizontal sword resisted, and the strong rebound force knocked him out. It took a few steps to get back on the ground before standing firm, but Yan actually took advantage of the victory to pursue him, not giving Yunhao a chance to breathe. Boy, Lao Tzu's martial arts spirit is not only a strong attack, but also a strong defense effect. Even your three-legged cat swordsmanship is delusional to hurt me. Yan showed a wicked smile, and his fist had already hit Yunhao. Yunhao didn't dodge this time, he started the rush mode with Yan while holding the light sword. Although the strength of the spirit of the god Emperor Guangming was extremely high, the strength was only partially developed. At this stage, the strength is still no match for Yan. I said, you can't beat me, my strength is above you, and my flames are not something you can deal with. Yan sarcastically satirized Yunhao as if he was already the final winner. That's not necessarily. Yunhao withdrew the light divine sword, ready to pull away. I want to run, I won't give you a chance this time. Yan reacted quickly, his second spirit ring shining. Just as Yunhao was about to leave Yan's attack range, the 6-meter diameter range was blocked by a flame wall. This left Yunhao with nowhere to go, unless he could fly up and engage in a tug-of-war from the air, but he could not use golden dragon wings now. Run, You are running. Yan had already forced him over, and the outcome might be between his thoughts. Not only the surrounding wall of flames, but also Yan's whole body was burning with fiery flames, bringing a strong heat wave across. At the very moment, Yunhao summoned the Lady Luck card, and used Lingbo's micro-steps to dodge Yan's attack within the only range of his body. The goddess of luck is smiling, muttered in his heart. With a graceful wave of her hand, the Lady of Luck stuck in the air and followed Yunhao's figure and began to turn. What is that? Xiaoyu also hesitated to see this scene. I don't know, Yunhao didn't elaborate, but that is a card that can activate special skills. I guess it might be another spirit of his. Hulina could only explain that. Martial soul. Twin martial soul. Xiaoyu said in astonishment. On the other hand, Yan, who thought he was holding the winning ticket, had long since forgotten, and as long as he gave Yunhao a quick blow, he felt that other things didn't matter. But Yunhao felt that his behavior was really ridiculous. Ding! The East and West host opens the Lady Luck card Black Gold card, rewards with a lucky value of 1000, and obtains the right to use the ninjutsu Water Escape and the Water Dragon Bomb once for a time limit of 5 minutes. The Lady Luck card stopped spinning, turned into a blue light, and flew into Yunhao's body. Hearing the system prompt, Yunhao was already excited. Water Escape, Water Dragon Bomb? This is Naruto, the second generation of Water Shadow Qianchaojian created Water Escape, and its power is not bad. What's more, water can overcome fire. Isn't it more interesting in this case? Lord of the Flame, right? Let your grandpa, let me put out the fire for you. Because of the right to use the Water Dragon Bomb, the Lady Luck card has transmitted the Jian gesture to his brain. Yunhao followed the instructions of the Lady Luck card to quickly seal the seal, and his hands fell into the sky in a wild motion. Humph! Pretending to be. Yan glanced at Yunhao contemptuously, without putting him in his eyes. However, just when he thought the battle was about to end, what happened in the next second made him terrified, and there was no time to dodge. After Yunhao finished his handprints, he waited for the opportunity to wait for Yan to arrive. When the two were only 3 meters apart, Yunhao screamed, "Water Escape!" The technique of Water Dragon Bombs. As soon as the voice fell, a radiant blue formation with a diameter of nearly 6 meters appeared under his feet. Boom! 4 huge water columns soared into the sky, and you can clearly see that the front end of the water column is like a dragon head, and there are a pair of breathtaking red eyes. The 4 water dragon bombs rushed towards Yan like a tide, directly scouring him. Yunhao smiled funny. The weather is too hot, give you a bath. Chapter 29, and go with the wind. What the is this? Yan exclaimed out loud, his body being directly shot out by the water dragon bullet. The flame on his body was directly extinguished, and even the surrounding flame wall began to slowly disappear under the water vapor emitted by the water dragon bomb. Yan couldn't even gather his spirit power, so he had become a silly chicken. Seeing this scene, Yunhao was full of various expectations for the Lady Luck card. A water dragon bomb technique is so powerful, if you go further, you don't know what Neo-Shishin skills will be summoned. The water dragon bomb technique rushed through Yan severely for a while, and then returned to the formation like a low tide. Before and after even the time for Ban Zhu Xiang, Yan was defeated by Yunhao. What about sticking to a stick of incense? How come it's over before half of the incense sticks to it? Ziyu and Hulina were both stunned. They thought it was an illusion, but how could that feeling go wrong when the cold water vapor hit their faces? What kind of skill is this? It has such power. Xiaoyu couldn't help but exclaimed. And that is really his martial soul? I haven't seen the spirit ring appear. Damn, this guy dared to play with me, I want to teach him a lot. Yan got up from the ground with difficulty, his whole body was soaked and dripping on his pants. I don't know if he thought he was peeing, Hulina chuckled. Yan, you lost, let me learn about your special martial arts. Xiaoyu stepped forward, her slender body without any flower movements, passing by Yan, without looking at him. On the contrary, Xiaoyu's gaze never left Yunhao, but he was very concerned about the skills Yunhao released just now. Are you talking about the one just now? Yunhao said, is it a martial soul, or not a martial soul, but only I can use it, but I can't use it to deal with you. Oh? So confident, can you beat me with your weird body? Xiaoyu said. That's because I have my way, you just need to understand that you will lose in my hands and it's okay. Yunhao adjusted his state and released the Emperor of Light again, and quickly condensed the light. Excalibur. I admire your talent and courage, but I and Yan are not the same. Xiaoyu's eyes became gloomy, and red halos appeared on her body. Shoo! 2 blood-red moon blades that looked like crescent fangs flew up, revolved in the air and fell into Xiaoyu's hands. He grabbed the middle of the moon blade with both hands, and his momentum instantly became fierce. Xiaoyu's martial soul is just as you can see, it is 2 blood-red moon blades, belonging to the weapon martial soul, its attack point lies in unexpected and strange speed. He himself is developing in the direction of agile attack system, so the speed is definitely faster than Yan. But this does not mean that Yunhao will be afraid of him. Lao Tzu is even more afraid of you than speed. The first soul ability, Crescent Double Blade. Xiaoyu's body disappeared in a flash, and the moon blade in her hand was thrown out. The moon blade spins extremely fast, flying in the air, bringing a whirlwind to cut Yunhao away, extremely fast. And Xiaoyu's body had already approached him, gathering her soul power on her right hand, and suddenly patted Yunhao's face. Too slow. Yunhao teased. Immediately use the spirit power, the body is like a phantom, walking with the wind, and it is impossible to catch it if the eyesight is not enough. Clang! Holding the light divine sword with both hands, he slapped the moon blade away in 3 or 2 strokes. And under Lingbo's slight steps, his body successfully avoided Xiaoyu's attack. How could it be so fast? Xiaoyu felt a shock in her heart. In the battle between Yunhao and Yan just now, I thought that Yan's speed was not enough, and there was a sharp contrast between him. But when he personally went into battle, he realized that Yunhao was really fast. Xiaoyu's strength is considered to be the best among the younger generation of spirit masters in the Wuhan Hall, and the speed is astonishingly fast, but compared with Yunhao, it is nothing short of a shame. I want to see, what kind of weird body you are. Keep calm, hold the double moon blades, and attack Yunhao again at a very fast speed. The figures of the two fought illusorily in front of them, making people dazzled. Nana, you never said that this guy is still so capable. I think Ziyu is probably not his opponent anymore. Yan was naturally unconvinced, but he did lose, and even lost to 1 by 1. Ring Soul Master, even if you can't get past the face, that's a fact. You just came back, maybe you don't know that even Qian Rongxue was defeated by him, so you are asking for trouble in doing this. Hu Lina looked at Yunhao with a hot gaze. Yunhao, you are really amazing. Before she knew it, Hu Lina's face showed a cherry red, but Yan noticed this scene. No, what am I thinking about? How can I think about it? Hu Lina murmured eagerly in her heart, quickly letting go of those nonsense. Yunhao, one day, I want you to know that Nana belongs to me. Yan looked at Hu Lina's excitement and shyness because of Yunhao, and her heart became more angry. Looking at Yunhao angrily, Yan already gritted his teeth a bit. It's just that Yunhao was immersed in the battle with Xiaoyu, completely unaware that a hateful gaze was shooting at him. The second spirit ability, the power of the moon blade. Seeing the rapid consumption of soul power, Xiaoyu directly released the second soul ability. The power of the moon blade can increase its own speed by 30%, which instantly increases Xiaoyu's speed a lot. Then he threw out 2 moon blades again, using his mind to control the moon blade to attack Yunhao. This time the moon blade's speed has also become faster, and the direction of the attack is extremely tricky. If you don't pay attention, you may be hit by the moon blade. The first spirit ability, the Phantom of Floating Light. Yunhao muttered in a low voice, a light golden halo appeared on his legs. In an instant, his body narrowed the distance from Xiaoyu. This just happened between the electric light and flint and did not give Xiaoyu any chance to react. Even the two extremely fast rotating moon blades were far behind him. What speed is this? So fast! Boom! Before he could react, Yunhao slapped Xiaoyu with a sword and sent him out. His body fell heavily to the ground, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Do you know why Yasuo is called Feng Nan? Yunhao walked proudly towards Xiaoyu, holding the bright divine sword in his hand. Yasuo? Who is Yasuo? Xiaoyu's mind was blank, and he couldn't search for this information in his mind. That's because he is very happy, so he is called Happy Fengnan, and he walks forward with the wind, and is full of energy. Yunhao did not give Ziyu any explanation, and he muttered to himself. However, it was only a moment of effort. Yunhao appeared in front of Xiaoyu again, the blade of the sword pressed against his neck, and only a slight move was enough to send him to the west. You lose, are you not convinced? Yunhao asked proudly. You are very strong, I won't be wronged. Xiaoyu said. That's right, if you want to fight, I said you can't beat me, you still want to deceive yourself, then I can't blame me. Yunhao took back his martial soul, and did not forget to mock. However, Xiaoyu and Yan lost to a first-tier spirit master today. Fortunately, they were fighting privately. If they were known to others, they would not have the face to mix in the spirit hall. Yunhao, I remember today's shame, one day I will defeat you by myself. Chapter 30, My Artistic Talent. Yan was furious and frustrated. He stretched out his index finger and pointed at Yunhao. The look of dissatisfaction was strangely funny. Yunhao doesn't care about him, the loser is the loser, no matter how you roar, it will still be the loser. Yunhao, your martial spirit is very special, can you tell us that the body art you showed is also your own skill? Xiaoyu lost to Yunhao, and her attitude became gentle. Like Yan, he still has a vicious heart towards Yunhao. You are right, it is my own skill, Lingbo Weiabu. Yunhao said freely and easily. Naturally, Lingbo's Weiabu practice method cannot be said, but Lingbo's Weiabu can also be understood as a special type of body, and the spirit masters of Douluo continent have a self-created skill, which is similar to not using the spirit ring. Xiaoyu thought that it was Yunhao's own skills, and Yunhao also catered to his ideas. Lingbo Weiabu? It is indeed a very peculiar body technique. You can't imagine that you can have your own skills at a young age, and your future achievements will be extraordinary. Xiaoyu praised. Hey! Isn't it just a self-created skill? I will create one later, and I will come to you to settle the ledger at that time. Yan said angrily. Okay Yan, if you lose, you lose. It's an excuse to say more, let's go. Xiaoyu said. Nana, go, I have something good for you. Yan stopped tossing about with Yunhao, and looked at Hulina, just like a licking dog, not knowing what bad water was in his belly. But... Hulina wanted to talk to Yunhao again, looking at Yunhao's eyes with glow. It's okay, you go with them first, it's so late, go back and rest early. Yunhao didn't keep Hulina in the end. Back in the room, Yunhao tidied up a bit, and spent half an hour of soul power training, before taking a comfortable hot bath and going to bed. Although the energy is mainly focused on physique now, the soul power cultivation can't fall. The next morning, a white fish belly appeared on the side of the day, and the clouds were like fish scales hanging in the sky. The sky at dawn was monotonous and charming. When the morning glow drew the clouds to flow, the sun was like a naughty doll, jumping out of the line of fish belly like a hidden cat. The sun shone on the earth and also shot into Yunhao's room. He opened his dim eyes, but a charming and intoxicating fragrance slowly flowed into his nose. What is so fragrant? I was puzzled. Shwet, "Young master, why are you here?" Yun Hao exclaimed. Qian Rongxiu ran to her room early in the morning, yet she was secretly undetected. This girl, is it possible that she wants to do something deviant? "Why, can't I come?" Qian Rongxiu said proudly. "No. No, didn't you say that today is Pope's Day, so you don't come to exercise? And it's so early. I'm here for this. Do you think I am dressed beautifully today?" With that said, Qian Rongxiu stood up and danced in front of Yun Hao's bed. Yun Hao could see clearly that Qian Rongxiu was wearing a pale golden-colored glass dress today, with long golden luminous and soft, with a hint of drunk but not greasy fragrance. That figure, the waves are rough. That face is attractive. That posture is as tender as water. Guru. Yun Hao swallowed, and subconsciously touched the tip of his nose with his hand. Is this still the young master of the martial soul palace with a lofty heart? Yun Hao teased. You can't say something nice, am I so incomprehensible and approachable in your eyes? When, of course not, then you are. Yun Hao beckoned awkwardly. Today is the day to worship the last pope, so I dress a little bit simpler, I think. You come with me. Ah? I go with you. Yun Hao said in surprise. This Qian Rongxiu's brain is flooded, and she actually wants me to go with her to pay homage to Chihiro-ji? If Bibi Dong finds out about this, wouldn't it break me? You must know that Bibi Dong hates Kyungsun's bones, so Bibi Dong is the most taboo about such things. Hurry up, this young master orders you to go with me immediately. Qian Rongxiu said involuntarily, without giving Yun Hao any opportunity to refuse, she dragged him out. Wait, why don't you want me to get dressed, should I just go like this? Yun Hao said comically. Qian Rongxiu turned her head and looked at him, and found that Yun Hao was only wearing a pair of small black pants, blushing instantly. Do you only wear a pair of pants when you sleep? Then hurry up, I'll wait for you outside. Qian Rongxiu ran away without looking back, thinking that she was really ashamed. Yun Hao also waved his hand helplessly. Before changing, he usually didn't wear anything to sleep, so falling asleep would be more comfortable. Men don't wear anything to sleep, but it's actually good for the body. After getting dressed and grooming, he walked out of the room. Seeing Yun Hao coming out, Qian Rongxiu hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Let's go early, so you can come back to practice early." Wait. What happened? Do you wear this for memorializing the dead? Yun Hao asked. I used to wear this way, isn't it right? Qian Rongxiu wondered, because she used to wear this way. To pay homage to the deceased, you must dress in a cool and solemn manner, then go back and change one, and put on a light makeup by the way. Yun Hao suggested. Then, you come and have a look with me, I will wear whichever you think looks good. Without saying anything, he took Yun Hao and hurried away. Today is the Pope's Day in the Wuhan Hall. Yun Hao knew that he didn't need to go to Bibi Dong. He wanted to cultivate for a day, but unexpectedly Qian Rongxiu would bother him again. Hey, people are too handsome, it is really a distressing thing. When he arrived at Qian Rongxiu's room, Yun Hao felt what atmosphere was. Compared with his residence, it was really grand and luxurious. Yun Hao, come here. Qian Rongxiu took Yun Hao to her dressing table, next to a big dressing room. You're waiting for me here. I'll pick a few clothes with monotonous and cool colors. You can choose for me. After speaking, Qian Rongxiu hurriedly entered the dressing room, and quickly took a few good clothes. Yun Hao chose a pure white dress. She is still so beautiful, and Qian Rongxiu, she is indeed a stunner. Okay, let me personally do some light makeup for you now. Yun Hao thought to himself, it's all here, it's better to find something to do, otherwise it will be really boring. Do you know how to put on makeup? Qian Rongxiu sat in front of the dressing table, surprised. Why, no, my mother will do makeup especially, I learned some, and it is my honor to help an angel girl like you dress up." Yun Hao put his right hand on Qian Rongxiu's chin and lifted it. "Lift, look at her affectionately." Qian Rongxiu instantly felt her heartbeat speed up, and her pretty face was flushed. Yun Hao was relatively conservative, but Qian Rongxiu was so proactive, how could she let her down? "The most important thing, I'm he back a city. I'm happy. I am proud. Hurry up, hurry up." Qian Rongxiu turned to the vanity mirror in confusion, and the deer bumped into her heart. Not in a hurry, Yun Hao began to help Qian Rongxiu make up. It only took 5 minutes to put on the makeup for him. After all, it was just a light makeup and it didn't take that much trouble. "Unexpectedly, you are so capable even with makeup," Qian Rongxiu said in surprise when she looked at herself in the mirror. A little bit of blush is added to the faint foundation, and the eyebrows are simply outlined into a willow blade, which looks solemn and solemn. Coupled with a pure white dress, the whole person is not so glamorous and fancy, but it is cold and sad. But her face is still so charming. Seeing Qian Rongxiu dressed up, Yun Hao is still very proud. This is to appreciate beauty and create beauty. Hey, my artistic talent! Chapter 31, The Origin of Douluo Temple. Learn to tap the strengths and highlights of others, and then expand it more, it will become more and more interesting. Qian Rongxiu was so awkward and high above most of the time, like a fierce mare that was difficult to tame. However, Yun Hao found that in his own hands, she could still be tamed and subdued. "Yun Hao, today is the Pope's day. It is not only the memorial day of the previous Pope, but also the day when the Pope is in power. The location is in the highest hall of my Wuhan Hall, in front of Douluo Hall," Qian Rongxiu said suddenly, with a tone of voice. It was a bit sharp, as if it meant something. "When the time comes, you can just follow me, don't worry about the others, I will personally carry out the memorial ceremony." "Will the Pope come?" Yun Hao asked profoundly. "I don't know if she will come or not. She is the Pope, and I don't have the right to ask her to do anything." Qian Rongxiu's words were acupuncture, and a trace of hatred appeared on her originally flat face. Yun Hao knew how much Bibi Dong hated Qian Xuanji, but since it was such an important day, Bibi Dong would not take it for granted. According to Bibi Dong's thoughts, she would like to see the plight of the old Pope, who was infinitely beautiful in the past, so that she would be more refreshed. Qian Rongxiu took Yun Hao's hand and walked out of her room. "You know, this is my third time to participate in Pope's Day, but I have never seen my father like." Qian Rongxiu's voice sounded a little sad. Yun Hao did not resist, but quietly be a listener. Douluo Temple, located in the highest hall of honor on the Wuhan Sacred Mountain. Around the sacred mountain, clouds and mist, the atmosphere of heaven and earth surging, there is a scene of Holy Land. Walking along a long ladder to the highest point of the Holy Mountain, you will see a huge circular field. There are several tall pillars carved with white jade around the venue, with strange patterns inscribed on them, and there is an altar in the center of the venue with a blazing flame burning in the altar. Behind the altar, there is a statue of 10 meters high. It is a handsome man in armor, holding a long sword in both hands, standing proudly. "This is the Douluo altar, and that is the previous Pope, we are going to pay homage to him here." Qian Rongxiu pointed to the statue and introduced. "And only the dead Pope will build a statue for him to show respect." Outside the Douluo altar, hundreds of Wuhan temple fighters wearing gilt armors have stood in order. They are proud of their momentum and pay attention to the altar statue. Yun Hao followed Qian Rongxiu to the edge of the Douluo altar site. The soldiers saluted Qian Rongxiu one after another, and then continued to look up in the direction of the altar. Straight ahead, behind the Douluo altar, 100 meters away, Yun Hao saw a simple but magnificent palace. The color of the hall was dark and dull, and a red carpet 8 meters wide was pulled up from the floor line of the tall hall door and extended to the side of the Douluo altar. "We have to wait for a while, maybe half an hour," Qian Rongxiu said. "It's okay, I'll be there with you." It just so happens that you can see the Douluo Hall as the highest honor hall of the Spirit Hall. Yunhao said. I just read the novels and cartoons of Douluo mainland, although the origin of Douluo Palace was mentioned in them, but they didn't elaborate. Yunhao only knew that the inheritance of the angel god seemed to be there, and it was also the place where the highest honor hall of the mainland was located, and it was even the graveyard of the dead title Douluo. Then I will tell you about the origin of Douluo Palace. Qian Rongxiu said with a smile. Okay, that's what I meant. Douluo Palace. In addition to the inheritance of the angel god, the titled Douluo and the cemetery of the titled Douluo are dedicated to the dead. Are there other sources? And from Qian Rongxiu's mouth, Yunhao knew some information that never appeared in the original work. That is, the Douluo temple has stood in this world for nearly 1,000 years, which is longer than the history of the Wuhan temple. The original name of the Douluo Palace was called the Miluo Palace, which was built by a mainland superpower who failed to attack the final barrier and became enchanted. He challenged the world titled Douluo, killed him, and finally buried him in the Miluo Hall. That super-powerful person claims to be the only one in the world, unless someone can stop him, otherwise he will kill all titled Douluo. It is a pity that he failed to break through and fell into the demon. After all, he failed to escape from life and death. Miluo Temple was later renamed Douluo Temple because of the appearance and rise of Wuhan Temple, and became the highest honor hall of Wuhan Temple, and became the place where all titled Douluo souls return after their death in the whole continent. And Qian Daoliu, the first pope of the Wuhan Hall, made Douluo Temple the highest honor hall of the Wuhan Hall, and established the Hall of Elders, also known as the Hall of Worship. It is also because of this that the Spirit Hall can become the strongest power in the whole continent. The Hall of Worship appeared, because the title Douluo in it all reached the level of Super Douluo. It's just that Yunhao knows these things, and Qian Rongxiu only knows so much. Qian Daoliu told her all. But what Yunhao cared about was the strong man who founded the predecessor of the Douluo Palace, and he couldn't think of this relationship. Your grandfather never told you, what is the strong man's name and where does he come from? Yunhao asked curiously. Since he is a super strong person, he must be famous, otherwise how can he be known? No. Qian Rongxiu also shook her head helplessly. Grandpa hasn't said it before, I don't think he knows either. Really? Yunhao hesitated. Well, Grandpa is very good to me, he will tell me everything. He didn't tell me, that's because he didn't know. Qian Rongxiu replied with certainty. As one of the three peerless Douluo in the world, Qian Daoliu spent his entire life struggling to break through the final barrier. He was once defeated by peerless vast sky Douluo Tangchen, and sacrificed because Qian Rongxiu became a in the end. In short, his deeds are relatively dilute, and few people know his experience. Now that he was lucky enough to be able to come to Douluo continent, Yunhao was still very interested in Qian Daoliu's past. Being able to cultivate to peerless Douluo's cultivation base, it can be seen that his talent and understanding are extraordinary. It's just that there are any secrets in the Douluo Palace, I still have to find out slowly. The main purpose of being in Wuhan Hall now is to cultivate and become stronger first, and then gain a firm foothold here. With his current strength, Qian Daoliu still has no ability to touch. What's the matter? I felt a terrifying coercion. Yunhao's heart tightened, his nerves tense instantly. He cast his gaze to the back of the Douluo altar and locked the door of the Douluo Palace. It is there. The source of power is Douluo Palace. Is it Qian Daoliu? Yunhao, don't be nervous. Grandpa has been thinking of ways to break through recently. That's why he is under such pressure. Just relax. Qian Rongxiu said. Seeing Yunhao's sudden nervousness, he could tell at a glance. She could feel the pressure just now, and she couldn't be more familiar. Yunhao said, it turns out that your grandpa is so powerful, I feel that my whole person is almost out of breath. Having said that, Yunhao thought that he and Qian Rongxiu were in such close contact, that Qian Daoliu was angry. So far so good. If you provoke him now, Bibi Dong will not be able to protect him. My grandfather seldom cares about Wuhan Hall. Basically, they are all under the authority of the Pope. Even some of the elders must be present. He let other worships take care of them, so he doesn't care about you as a child. Little child, do you think I am a child? Yunhao was unhappy and asked immediately. You say that I can do anything, but you can't say that I am a kid, you know? Chapter 32, Wet and Far Away. When asked by Yunhao, Qian Rongxiu smiled happily. How old are you now? I can be your sister. Are you still a kid? The smelly brother is the smelly brother, who takes advantage of me and sells well. Yunhao felt very depressed, but was unable to refute. If she is wrong, it is because she doesn't understand herself. But if she is right, she is indeed younger than her. It's just that Yunhao doesn't understand that Qian Rongxiu's changes in the past are really incomprehensible. Okay, don't worry about this with me, anyway, you will also be me from now on. I am a member of Wuhan Hall, don't care about these little details. Qian Rongxiu said. Originally, because of that incident, she had a strong killing intent against Yunhao, but she was the first to act on an equal footing. Anyway, she was not seen by anyone, which is excusable. Coupled with Yunhao's talent, Qian Rongxiu had a slight affection for him, and wanted to know how far he would grow in the future. Yunhao didn't say anything, he was the young master of Wuhan Palace, so he just said what he said. If you have to fight for right or wrong, you're a bit careless. The Pope's Day in the Wuhan Temple is also a more important day, when the entire Wuhan city will pay attention to the direction of the Douluo Temple. The Douluo altar has a limited range including the area where it is located, and it is impossible for all the Wuhan city personnel to come. But Qian Rongxiu, as the young master, will definitely be there, and she will preside over it personally. Yunhao and Qian Rongxiu chatted for a while. The atmosphere here is very solemn. Before long, Bibi Dong actually led the team to the Douluo altar in person. Behind her were the platinum bishops of the main halls and dozens of cardinals, and beside Bibi Dong followed Hulina. Seeing Yunhao, Hulina beckoned to him happily, and Yunhao also nodded politely in response. Why are you here? Qian Rongxiu suddenly became serious, her eyes full of hatred. The estrangement between her and Bibi Dong has always existed, and it's very big, not so easy to eliminate. I am the Pope, and even the wife of the previous Pope, why can't I come? Bibi Dong had an overwhelming tone, but when she said the word wife, she emphasized her tone. I thought you had forgotten it a long time ago, so you remember it so clearly, Your Majesty. If you are serious, how can I forget the man who used to get along with me day and night and respect like a guest, let alone you still? Bibi Dong said here but did not continue, but she was smiling and full of spring breeze. Yunhao could see that she said this on purpose to stimulate Qian Rongxiu, but she didn't want to hurt her in her heart. No longer talk to Qian Rongxiu. You go and prepare first, the ceremony will begin in a while. She then motioned to the platinum bishops behind her. According to the order, Your Majesty the Pope. Bibi Dong's thoughts are exactly the same as Yunhao understands, but even if she refuses to show her true feelings, she has suffered from this mother. Wrong. Bibi Dong's dress today is too, what's the matter? A lavender tight-fitting pencil dress, perfectly showing the whole body curve, light orange long hair on her head, specially put on colorful makeup, making her look particularly charming. The most important thing is that Yunhao almost drooled over his rough figure, but he still controlled it. This kind of occasion must be strict and solemn, careful in words and deeds, and as an upright gentleman, you must not think randomly. Even Hulina, who always pestered Yunhao, gave him a hug without coming up directly. How could Yunhao not understand the current situation? The memorial ceremony began 10 minutes later, and everyone moved quickly. Bibi Dong's Majesty no one dared to touch, all of them were highly concentrated and did not dare to slack off. How, you go to the edge of the venue with Nana first, and everything goes according to the ritual process. Yes, His Majesty the Pope. Yunhao respectfully responded, and went to the edge of the field with Hulina. But the whole ceremony became very serious with Bibi Dong's participation. Qian Rongxiu had no idea that the Pope, who had not appeared 2 times before, would come this time, and she didn't know what Anne's heart was. I don't know who is it for you to dress so gorgeously? The time came soon, and the memorial ceremony was hosted by Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu. During this period, no one dared to speak out, and even the breathing was cautious, for fear of something wrong. Kyungsunji, you see, I am living well now, but you are already lying in the Douluo Palace where you are proud. Bibi Dong's eyes fell on the Douluo Hall not far away, and the last pope began to fall in his heart. Do you think that a little setback can knock me down? Humph, no, since you make me suffer, then I will destroy everything you care about. Open your dog's eyes and watch. I won't let you down. In the Douluo Hall, a pair of eyes, as deep and terrifying as stars, was perceiving everything outside through the breath, and no one except Bibi Dong noticed it. Bibi Dong's mouth moved slightly, and he bowed to the Douluo altar. The whole memorial ceremony lasted more than half an hour, and Bibi Donglin glanced at Qian Rongxiu again before leaving. She doesn't care about her daughter, it may take a long time to meet this time, and she never expresses her care easily. Instead, he faced her with an extremely harsh attitude, constantly stimulating her psychology. In fact, this is also to allow her to keep a vigilant heart at all times and not to be swayed by a man easily, otherwise it will be herself who is injured. I don't want my daughter to follow in her own footsteps, but just want to live according to her own ideas. Yunhao didn't leave Bibi Dong, Qian Rongxiu kept him, but wanted Yunhao to accompany her. I don't know why, only Yunhao will let her relax, be happier, and not be so uncomfortable. Let's go, the ceremony is over, you must accompany me today. Qian Rongxiu forced Yunhao to stay again. Back to Qian Rongxiu's room, she changed back to the original palace outfit. Yunhao said, the gap between you and the Pope is a bit big, why make yourself so unhappy? Qian Rongxiu said, you don't understand, this is between me and her. Yunhao thought for a while, and said, in fact, there is no absolute in anything. Maybe you don't understand it yet, but you will understand when you grow up. Some things are not what you see. You have to work hard. I know when I feel. Yunhao knows the current situation of Qian Rongxiu and Bibi Dong very well, so if possible, he also wants to help them resolve their conflicts as much as possible. What nonsense are you talking about, why can't I understand? Qian Rongxiu hesitated. That's... Yunhao paused, and then suddenly said, oh, why don't you think about these unpleasant things for now, look in a good direction first. You have to know that life is not only about the dignity in front of you, but also the wetness and the distance. Since your heart is so uncomfortable, why don't you discuss something meaningful, how about it? Yunhao showed a simple smile, Qian Ren Snow is all dumbfounded. What stubbornly, what poem and distance? What's all this, what spell are you chanting? That. Swexu, do you know the dual cultivation of martial arts? Yunhao asked meaningfully. What martial soul double cultivation? It means 2 spirits of the same attribute, if they reach a certain degree of compatibility, they can be cultivated together, and the cultivation rate will be many times faster than that of a single spirit. Yunhao explained. Chapter 33, Wuhan Double Repair. The double repair is also Yunhao's inspiration from the plot in the second part of Douluo Continent. I remember that Huo Yuhao and Tang Wutong have such a fit. Remember that the 2 of them were also due to double cultivation, their first martial arts fusion skill appeared, and the bright withered? The road to gold. When Yunhao fought Qian Rongxiu for the first time, he vaguely felt a special breath. It was the reaction between her seraphim and the Emperor Guangming. Although it was subtle, Yunhao still caught it. so, he suddenly thought of a certain possibility. Wuhan double repair. Cultivating with Jianrongxiu in a special way can speed up the efficiency of soul power cultivation. As for the method, you must try it before you know it. Jianrongxiu was very smart and immediately understood what Yunhao meant. You mean, my spirit and your spirit can practice at the same time? She asked a little suddenly. Yes, that's what it means. Yunhao replied categorically. He. I'm a gentleman, so how can I think about it? It's not long after eating. Even if Jianrongxiu is now leaping towards me, I can sit back and relax. Jianrongxiu said, how do you practice? Can it really be faster than practicing alone? Although she understood Yunhao's meaning, she still didn't quite understand what this so-called dual cultivation is. That dual cultivation method, and what methods should be used to achieve dual cultivation of qi. Feeling that Jianrongxiu still didn't get what she meant, Yunhao had to remind him, it means we have to merge before we can carry out double repairs. We fuse? You mean Wuhan fusion skills? Well, it's almost that way. How about it, do you want to try? Yunhao asked Jianrongxiu's opinion. Okay, what should I do? Go to bed first, I'll tell you how to do it. Yunhao said. Go to what bed, are you lying to me? Jianrongxiu immediately became serious, thinking Yunhao was joking with her. Why do you have to go to bed for cultivation? What bad idea is this guy making? Hey! Yunhao sighed. What are you thinking, am I like that kind of person? Yunhao said calmly. Not particularly like. Then am I the kind of person who thinks about girls? But, can, won't, yes, right. Amount. Yunhao is desperate. Do I have to wait until now if I want to do something wrong? In short, it's just martial arts cultivation, nothing else, don't think too much about it. Yunhao said. Okay, you don't dare to mess around. Jianrongxiu really wanted to be crooked at first, but she also blamed herself for thinking too much. At first glance, Yunhao belongs to the Menseo type, with a color heart and a lack of boldness. At best, it's just enjoyable. With Jianrongxiu's consent, Yunhao relaxed his mind. Really, if it weren't for my little pee-pee on the ground, how could I get to your sweet and soft bed? She also said that she could be a sister, and she didn't know how to take care of her younger brother. Climbing on Jianrongxiu's bed, Yunhao smelled a faint, memorable fragrance. The girl's bed is really a warm flower garden. Without thinking about it anymore, he immediately sat up cross-legged and raised his head. Just do it. Jianrongxiu asked curiously. Then what do you want to do, or, let's try a more interesting way? Yunhao said meaningfully. You are thinking about fart, hurry up. There was a murderous look between Jianrongxiu's eyebrows, which showed that she was very resistant in her heart. Yunhao didn't talk too much to her anymore. When Jianrongxiu was sitting cross-legged, Yunhao said, extend your hands and match my fingers. Jianrongxiu immediately raised her pair of slender hands and looked at Yunhao eagerly. She is looking forward to the effect of this dual cultivation. Although she has been working hard to improve herself, the more difficult it is to improve her spirit power later. Able to reach the soul deity at this age is already a genius among geniuses. Besides, she hasn't obtained the third spirit ring yet, and her spirit power will continue to accumulate. When the third spirit ring is added, her spirit power may increase significantly. Adjust your breathing state and do as I said. Yunhao and Jianrongxiu put their hands together, then slowly closed their eyes. Jianrongxiu followed Yunhao's sense of rhythm, and she could feel the call from Yunhao's soul power. It feels very subtle, but as long as you feel it with your heart, there is still something. Now breathing calmly, first try to feel your own martial soul, and find the connection between you and martial soul. Unexpectedly, one day she would personally lead Jianrongxiu in her practice. It was really interesting. But this was also because Qian Rongxiu didn't know the meaning of shuangziu. This definition originally came from the Douluo continent 10,000 years later. How could she know it? Keep going. I sensed my own martial soul, and then began to operate the soul power. Keep a certain spirit power running speed, then gather it to your shoulders, then release your spirit power, and feel the power from me about to break into your body. Yun Hao clearly remembered the scene when Huo Yuhao and Tang Wutong were performing dual martial arts cultivation. And even if it is the first attempt, as long as there is no error in the process, there should be no problem. As long as this first attempt is successful, then it proves that his direction is correct. Originally, the focus was only on physical training, and thus the soul power training was disadvantaged. Therefore, as long as the efficiency was improved, the soul power training could be carried out simultaneously with the physical training. It's just a different time. Although the time for soul power training is short, the efficiency is very fast, and the physical training time is long, but it progresses gradually and slowly. In this way, while doing physical exercises, you can also greatly improve your soul power. Do you feel it? Yun Hao asked. I feel it. Qian Rongxiu replied. Following the steps Yun Hao said, Qian Rongxiu felt that the power of soul power was slowly increasing. This is also what happened when she felt Yun Hao's soul power induction. Well, now the two of us are going to enter a state of complete tranquility. First try to make your soul power connect and blend with my soul power. I know, I can feel your spirit power breath. So fast, it would be easier. Unexpectedly, Qian Rongxiu's perception is so strong, Yun Hao was also surprised. Well, now I will start to force my soul power into your body, and then you will force it out and return it to my body along our hands. Okay. Yun Hao couldn't guarantee that he would succeed in the first martial arts dual cultivation, so he simply forced the spirit power to be guided first. As long as you grasp that feeling, then it will be much easier next. Yun Hao controlled his soul power and began to condense on his right shoulder. It must be fast, ruthless, and precise. Under Yun Hao's control, the spirit power exploded directly, like a bullet, suddenly shot into Qian Rongxiu's body from the right arm. What? Qian Rongxiu called out all of a sudden, because Yun Hao was too violent just now, and it directly hit her nerves. Hold it back, it will hurt a bit the first time, and it will be fine when you adapt. Yun Hao reminded immediately. They were all the first time, so they had to be tougher to be familiar with the special feeling of martial arts dual cultivation. Chapter 34, No, then do it again. Qian Rongxiu knew that he couldn't stop halfway. Only if he persisted, the feeling would become more and more obvious, and he would become more comfortable and adaptable. Only by touching the familiar edge can we proceed well. Yun Hao didn't worry, he was still calm after finishing this. Adjust the state of spirit power and begin to feel the spirit power breath from Qian Rongxiu. Qian Rongxiu accepted the spirit power from Yun Hao, and the suddenness made her dazed. However, he soon recovered and began to use his soul power to merge with Yun Hao's soul power. Don't worry about the first try, just stay steady. Yun Hao used his spiritual consciousness to inform Qian Rongxiu. The two have now entered a state of tranquility, and can only communicate through the spiritual bridge built by each other. Our martial souls have both light and sacred attributes. As long as you accept my soul power in your heart, there will be no rejection. Then what am I going to do, is to control my soul power to merge with your soul power. Qian Rongxiu became a little slow for a while, and didn't understand what Yun Hao wanted to express. Just follow your original intention to perform the soul power fusion, let it proceed naturally, don't need to force it, as long as I have a trace of soul power merged with your soul power, then it will be half the success. Just treat my soul power as thousands of energy molecules, fighting for the possibility of fusing with your soul power, so you don't need to worry about not being able to merge. Such a vivid metaphor, you, the young master of Wuhan Palace, should understand. Such a simple truth, isn't it? Cough. In fact, it's a simple soul power fusion, not that complicated. Qian Rongxiu felt that the more Yunhao said that, the more nervous she became. For fear of making a little mistake, their spirit power would not be able to merge. So she didn't rush for success, but slowly proceeded bit by bit, really trembling. I can feel the breath of the soul power in your body now, so don't be nervous, just relax, and let them blend naturally. Okay, I will try. The more Qian Rongxiu felt nervous, the more obvious Yunhao's feeling was. After all, this was a dual cultivation of martial arts. Both sides can perceive some of the other's situation through the spirit power aura. This is the resonance that can only appear in the dual cultivation of martial arts. Also called Wuhan Zhuangziyu resonance. Martial soul dual cultivation is to combine the soul power of both parties to generate a new power, and then two people can use this new power to cultivate soul power. And this premise is that the martial arts of the two parties must achieve a 100% perfect fusion in order to be successful. The seraph martial soul possesses the highest and holy power, which represents the power of the dual attributes of light and sacred, and the martial soul can even use the power of the sun to supplement the corresponding energy. And Guangming Divine Emperor Wuhan is also the endorsement of light and sacred, and even surpasses Seraphim Wuhan in these two attributes. Otherwise, how could it be called God-level Wuhan? Yunhao felt that he and Qian Rongxiu could achieve some kind of martial and soul dual cultivation resonance, so he proposed to try. As long as Wuhan meets a 100% perfect fit, then this matter is okay. Yunhao, I can feel the breath of soul power in your body now, have we succeeded? Qian Rongxiu asked a little excitedly. Not yet, this is just the resonance of our martial arts dual cultivation. Yunhao denied. Well, I have not deliberately merged now, when will I be able to succeed? Don't be impatient, you have to be patient. Okay. They felt each other's spirit power aura with their hearts, and they were already able to perceive clearly. It shows that it has an effect, just wait patiently for the soul power to merge. After more than 10 minutes passed, Qian Rongxiu suddenly felt that her body began to feel hot, just like getting a fire. His forehead was covered with beads of sweat, and the soul power in his body eagerly jumped, and his own soul power and Yunhao's soul power intertwined with each other, the speed becoming more and more obvious. Bang bang! Energy exploded in the body, her nerves were greatly oppressed, and her consciousness was a little confused. Relax, relax at this time, now is an important time, the most critical time has come. Yunhao obviously felt that Qian Rongxiu was starting to feel flustered, so he immediately reminded her to keep her condition. However, things backfired, Qian Rongxiu failed in the end, and the first attempt ended in failure. After all, that energy exploded in Qian Rongxiu's body, so of course she would feel extremely uncomfortable and uncomfortable. Yunhao only felt her pain through the spiritual bridge, and he couldn't help her to bear the pain. Blame me, I didn't hold on, otherwise I would succeed. Qian Rongxiu was full of self-blame, feeling mixed in her heart. It could have been successful, but he failed to hold on, which led to the failure of the combination. It's okay, isn't it just a failure, how could it blow down the confidence of the young master of the spirit hall? Yunhao comforted Qian Rongxiu. Since the first attempt failed, if it doesn't work, then do it again. I don't believe in that evil. Yunhao believes that as long as he doesn't give up and tries repeatedly, he will always succeed. I don't see it, your mentality is pretty good, unlike this age group, the most important thing is that you still know so many things, even I am ashamed. Qian Rongxiu said. Haha, here, where, I just read a lot of books, so I have a wealth of knowledge. This is my first attempt at this. It is because I feel that our two spirits resonate, so I on a whim. Yunhao said modestly in a little embarrassment. Seeing the sweat on Qian Rongxiu's forehead, Yunhao lifted up his sleeves and wiped it for her. Qian Rongxiu was a little resistant in her heart, but for some reason she didn't get out of it. Seeing Yunhao's bright and vast eyes like stars, suddenly there was a mood of euphoria. Although he feels a bit bad personality, but he is very handsome. What's the matter, how can I be such a nympho? He calmed down and smiled at Yunhao. Let's take a break first, I will just tell you the main points and precautions of dual cultivation of martial arts. Okay. Yunhao was rigorous and spoke in a tactful tone. Qianrongxiu listened very carefully, her memory turned at a high speed, and she kept every key point Yunhao said in her heart. Almost resting, the two are ready to start again. This time, no matter what, you can only succeed without fail. That's what Qianrongxiu thought. Yunhao doesn't care, he understands this process well, so it doesn't feel difficult to proceed. As long as Qianrongxiu resisted it, it would be a matter of course. After adjusting their breathing conditions, the two held their palms together again, and then quickly calmed their breath. He closed his eyes and started the second soul power fusion. This time, Yunhao was not as anxious as the first time. He concentrated his soul power on his right shoulder, slowing down and releasing it. This time, it must be successful. The spirit power was transmitted along his right arm to Qianrongxiu's left arm, and then from the left arm to Qianrongxiu. Qianrongxiu controlled her spirit power and allowed it to operate normally, and her spirit power quickly captured Yunhao's spirit power. This time she did not rush, although the nerve tingling is not so obvious, but she still feels uncomfortable. But she persisted this time. Chapter 35, Perfect Integration, The Power of Hoxiu. Qianrongxiu's soul power and Yunhao's soul power began to linger bit by bit, this time it was much better than the first time. Although this fusion rate is slow, it is much easier than the first time. Qianrongxiu would also feel the body heat, and the energy explosion caused by the intersection between the two soul powers. This time it was mild and the pain was not so obvious. Qianrongxiu bit her mouth with her teeth, mentally trying to support her consciousness and not be affected by the energy shock. Cha-la cha-la hu hu hu. The spirit power blended and combined with each other, which in turn affected the operation efficiency of Qianrongxiu's spirit power, which obviously had a tendency to speed up. The situation is ideal, and it is intuitively proven that it has worked. Yunhao said, advance with the flow, that's it. When the soul power is combined, you will draw your body along your right arm, and then we will continue with the next steps. Qianrongxiu said, now the sense of unsuitability is dissipating bit by bit. Now I only feel that my soul is relaxed and comfortable, and my soul power is working efficiently. This is Qianrongxiu's intuitive feeling. But this high efficiency is compared with practicing alone. If you only focus on martial arts dual cultivation, there is still a lot of room for improvement. It was the first time to try martial soul dual cultivation, and the hidden mysteries were being revealed little by little. Yunhao felt the spirit power change in Qianrongxiu's body, and he felt like pushing away Xiao to see the sun and the moon. Yes, come, channel this power into my body, and then we try to use this power to practice. I understand. After a long period of psychological battle, Qianrongxiu's spirit power and Yunhao's spirit power were finally combined, forming a new force. This power is stronger than its own soul power, and it is very beneficial to feel it slightly. Moreover, as soon as this power was born, there was a certain connection between the hearts of the two, and even the mutual feelings became clearer. In fact, the so-called dual cultivation of martial souls, according to the laws of heaven, earth, and universe, must complement each other. In addition to the perfect combination of martial souls, the two people who perform dual cultivation of martial souls must achieve a certain state of harmony. The reason why Huo Yuhao was able to perform martial arts dual cultivation with Tang Wutong was because he had reached that state. After all, the only way to practice together. Therefore, the second demanding requirement of Wuhan Chuangziu is the state of harmony between yin and yang. The first is the perfect match between the martial souls mentioned before, which meets the requirements of martial soul dual cultivation. Qianrongxiu controlled that new force, slowly converging to her right shoulder, and then spurred it with her own soul power, pulling it out of her body along her right arm and returning to Yunhao. Not bad. Well. Feel it. This new strength made Yunhao feel refreshed and refreshed. With this power driving the soul power to operate and practice, the efficiency will increase many times. In an instant, I felt that my whole body was full of strength, just like endless strength. You are ready, I am about to start again. Yunhao said. I'm ready, let's continue. Now that the concentration is still empty, the energy is calm and free. The strength circulated in Yunhao's body for a week, and then channeled to Qianrongxiu from the right arm again. I feel it. This time, Qianrongxiu didn't feel uncomfortable anymore, only felt that this strange power had moistened her body and mind, and the efficiency of her soul power had been greatly improved. He didn't rush to immerse himself in the enjoyment, but quickly circulated in his body for a week and returned it to Yunhao. The two went back and forth like this, and you chased me for several toss. It can be regarded as having a deeper understanding of this martial arts dual cultivation, of which Qianrongxiu has the most profound feelings. Yunhao knew this cultivation method himself, so he only felt very comfortable. With this experience, Qianrongxiu looked at Yunhao even more. This guy is amazing. Actually knowing so much, I didn't see the wrong person. How about it, do you feel that your spirit power is increasing now? Yunhao asked. The two stopped and did not continue to practice. This method still consumes mental energy, so they still need to rest. You're right, I really feel there are signs of stronger soul power. This dual cultivation of martial arts is really a good way to cultivate. But, what is the power generated by the combination of our two spirit powers? Qianrongxiu asked. What? Yunhao didn't understand. Just, make a name. It's your soul power and mine. There is always a name, right? So what did you mean? I think about it. Qianrongxiu meant that the power of the spirit power of the two parties could be combined with a nice name. In that case, it wouldn't be so troublesome to call it. Yunhao carefully recalled the plots of Huo Yuhao and Tang Wutong at the time, to see if he had any good ideas. To be honest, he has never been very good at naming. When playing games, the names are relatively simple and straightforward, and fresh and refined, easy to understand. For example, if I am a little Neo, your uncle or your uncle, it will be very tasty and easy to understand. But this kind of name doesn't come up very well, it's a bit brain-burning for a while. You said you want a name for so long, is it so difficult? Qianrongxiu said eagerly. I'm not thinking of what kind of name has the charm, it sounds comfortable. Yunhao looked at Qianrongxiu's imaginative face, and muttered, Your name is Qianrongxiu. My name is Yunhao, I know, it's called the power of Hoxiu. Yunhao smiled, his eyes gleaming. This name is very stylish when you hear it. It seems that I am still very talented in this area. How, the power of snow? Qianrongxiu pondered. How about it, isn't it nice and charming? Yunhao became proud, and felt proud that he came up with such a nice name. Qianrongxiu seemed to be lost in thought. The power of Hoxiu. Although it sounds very artistic, I really can't think of anything better than this. It's just a name anyway, so be it. Well, if that's the case, let's call it the power of Hoxiu. Qianrongxiu affirmed. Just a name, there is no need to be so entangled. That's good, then come on, let's continue. Yunhao said happily, feeling that he could do it again. The consumption of mental power is not like soul power, and it can be quickly recovered through meditation. The mental power must rest for enough time before it can recover on its own, so the soul master will feel weak in his body and lack of spirit after practicing for a long time. And only the rest time is long enough to ensure the full recovery of energy. And after only resting for a while, Yunhao was fine. Isn't he afraid of excessive consumption of mental energy, which will hurt his mind and himself? Hurry up, don't dawdle. Yunhao was extremely anxious. After finally having such a strong interest, you should study hard and make progress every day. It is necessary to persist for a long time the first time, and to understand the process thoroughly before grasping the essentials and key points. I really served you, so I can't wait any longer. I'm not as good as you. Qianrongxiu complained. Although I think I am a genius in cultivation, I still feel that I am very inadequate when performing martial arts dual cultivation. Spiritual power is considered to stand out among the soul masters of the same level, but after all, the strength is only the soul veteran, and it is still not very solid. Chapter 36, Golden Balls? However, Yunhao said that to cherish the feeling of the first time, even if it is carried out every other week in the future, it will not be as effective as the first time. First of all, what you understand is not one level, and the greater the understanding, the more significant the room for progress, and the efficiency will be self-evident. Qianrongxiu and Yunhao's ability to combine their spirit power to generate Hoxiu's power indicates that their martial arts have reached a perfect fit. Moreover, on a certain level, it was already obvious that the two soul powers did not have accord when they were combined, and they were indeed entangled and blended together, and then merged together. Qianrongxiu didn't resist Yunhao's request, and she still accepted it reluctantly. The two sat cross-legged again, and the soft bed made Yunhao feel comfortable. In this way, you will be more moody when you practice, and it's better than the tough ground. We try to do our best this time, and see how long we can last. Yunhao said. Listen to you, I also want to see where my limits are. It has always been the most energy spent on soul power, and it is also because Yunhao has allocated part of the time for physical exercise. Now this dual cultivation of martial arts seems to be able to stimulate and cultivate spiritual power, which is also a good thing. After sitting down, he took the palms of Yunhao with his hands, closed his eyes tightly, and began to feel the flow and operation of the spirit power in his body. Yunhao and her are synchronized, because the two can perform synchronized actions under the spiritual bridge. This is the heart and soul. Chuckling. This time, it was not Yunhao who released his soul power anymore, and Qianrongxiu went with him. Two spirit powers wandered from Qianrongxiu's body and Yunhao's body to each other's body, with a steady rhythm and a stable breath. The soul power entered the bodies of both parties and began to slowly combine with their respective soul powers. The efficiency is faster this time. After the combination is completed, they begin to operate regularly, using their bodies as a link, forming a closed loop, and circulating at high speed. Look, it's fine if you get used to it. Now you relax your mind, calmly, and feel this power with your heart. I'm in sync with you. Okay. With the rapid burst and rotation of Hoxiu's power, Yunhao and Qianrongxiu gradually entered a strange state. They didn't engage in any more spiritual and conscious communication, but were like heart-to-heart, subconsciously synchronized. The power of Hoxiu's operation efficiency is getting faster and faster, and Qianrongxiu and Yunhao are completely immersed in that artistic conception. Driven by Hoxiu's power, the spirit power of both parties was influenced by the subtle influence, and there were obvious changes and reactions. In this strange mood, the resonance of Shuangziu appears naturally. They can feel the power of Hoxiu running fast in their bodies, like a child who is alive and kicking, bringing vitality to the body that has never been seen before. With the existence of this Hao Shui power, the cultivation efficiency of soul power is nearly 3 times faster than before. This is truly an unprecedented cultivation method. That is also natural. It was originally developed by Huo Yuhao and Tang Wutong after 10,000 years. However, with the passage of time, the two have almost completely lost mental communication. They fell into that wonderful mood, at this moment. Boom! Seraphim Martial Soul and Guangming Divine Emperor Martial Soul suddenly appeared without warning. And they didn't see the spirit ring appearing on them, it was so magical. The light and shadow of the Seraphim Martial Soul appeared behind Qian Rongxiu, and the light and shadow of the God Emperor's martial spirit also appeared behind Yun Hao. The two martial spirits were sitting cross-legged like them. This lasted for half an hour. Driven by the Seraphim and the Emperor Guangming, the bodies of the two directly floated, and then slowly approached. From the bodies of the martial arts of the two sides, a dense stream of gold was continuously separated, like thin threads, that began to wrap around them. As a result, Qian Rongxiu and Yun Hao's bodies moved closer. They have no idea what is happening now, it is a state to fall asleep in peace. The whole body is relaxed, but the hands are not separated. They folded their hands together and dropped naturally to the sides, and then the front bodies were so tightly fitted together. Those golden silk threads were continuously entwined, like golden silkworms spinning silk, continuously spraying out from the body, surrounding the two bodies, wrapping them together. At this time, warmth, touch, hearing, smell, and sensation were all shielded, and only two people were left with the subconscious senses of the strange mood. Hey! The golden silk thread spurted crazily, and the Seraphim and the Emperor Guangming finally burst into dazzling starlight, which turned into countless fine gold threads, wrapped around Qian Rongxiu and Yun Hao. This process lasted for 30 minutes, and in the end there was only one egg left on the bed. Golden balls? This golden egg is very peculiar. It is more than 3 feet high and 2 feet wide. It feels larger than the legendary dinosaur egg. There are dense and complex golden lines on the surface, and on both sides of the egg, there are 2 patterns. Take a closer look, those 2 patterns are Qian Rongxiu's martial spirit Seraphim and Yun Hao's martial spirit Bright God Emperor. The whole egg is shining golden and radiant. Without guessing, Qian Rongxiu and Yun Hao were wrapped in this golden dome. And everything went on in such an orderly manner. From time to time, there will be a muffled noise in the golden egg, then a flash of light will appear, and then it will subside. The two of them didn't know their situation, so they stayed in the egg all day. The next day, near noon, there was an abnormal movement in the golden egg. What? A loud scream came from the egg. Yun Hao, I'm never ending with you, you are a pervert. That? No. No, it's not what you think. I don't know what's going on. What does it mean that you don't know? I know you are not at ease. Why martial and soul dual cultivation? If I believe in you Qian Rongxiu, I am not Qian Rongxiu. Shuexiu, listen to me, but things are not what you think. You fart, get out of my way. Qian Rongxiu's roar continued from inside the golden egg, like thunder. Yun Hao kept explaining, but still in exchange for Qian Rongxiu's contempt and disgust. You quickly find a way to stab this thing away, hurry up, you still touch it, believe it or not, I will kill you. Ahem, Qian Rongxiu was already in anger, just want to get rid of Yun Hao's metamorphosis quickly. Unexpectedly, the young master of the Hall of Spiritual Martial Arts would be fooled by a stinky younger brother who was younger than him. He was really embarrassed. You move again, I'm never finished with you. No, I don't think too much of you again. Don't think of me as that kind of person. Hey, I believe you are a ghost. Yun Hao really had a mouthful and couldn't tell. He was still cultivating well, but now he has become like this. Hey! Man, it's hard to do. Ever since, Yun Hao didn't dare to move, and handed over the leadership to Qian Rongxiu, she could do whatever she wanted. Pop! Qian Rongxiu constantly slapped the inner shell of the golden egg, which was not too hard. And Yun Hao kept his heart as still as possible, enduring the itching feeling in his heart. Chapter 37, Our Crystallization. I rely on. I'm thinking about something, now I should keep my heart as calm as water. What if you say good things don't move your mind, and what say good things don't worry about it? Buddha bless, Buddha bless. Yunhao had to close his eyes and calm himself down as much as possible. But before long, Qian Rongxiu still opened a hole in the eggshell, condensed the soul power on the hand, and slapped the eggshell hard. A crack appeared on the surface of the eggshell, and Qian Rongxiu broke it apart. Hay finally opened. Although the thing looks hard, it is still a bit hard to do. Slightly relieved, Qian Rongxiu's gaze suddenly fell between Yunhao and her. There was a blush on her face. Very speechless. Also special. Snapped. A slap slapped Yunhao's face, slapped him around. He hurriedly pulled his body out of the egg, and then threw Yunhao and the egg shell into the bed. Ouch! Yunhao called out innocently. His head was blank for a while. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing just now? Instantly staged 3 combos of soul self-torture, and then looked at Qian Rongxiu with innocent eyes. Shuexiu, didn't you keep me still? I listened to you very much, why are you still beating me? I know in my heart that if you dare to tease me like this in the future, I will let you know what cruelty is. Seeing Qian Rongxiu flexing her fists, her muscles and bones rattled, Yunhao instantly shut himself up. I am drunk too. You told me not to move and I didn't move, let you exercise freely, but still blame me now? I'm easy, let me say, even if I really think about you, if you don't agree, even if you take off your clothes and lie in front of me, I won't be distracted by you, okay? Even if you force me, I will never compromise, and I will never be ashamed, understand? That. Shuexiu, haven't you noticed any changes in your body? Yunhao was anxious to be wise, and immediately changed the subject, hoping to gain a certain right to speak. Variety. Upon hearing Yunhao's words, Qian Rongxiu really felt her body, which was really different from before. The spirit power has grown a lot, and the spirit power has also accumulated to a certain extent. The key is that the mental strength has actually recovered, and there is no sign of fatigue at all. What's going on? Qian Rongxiu was puzzled. This is the benefit brought by the dual cultivation of martial arts. Actually, I really don't know that this will happen. Don't be angry. At that time, I didn't think so much. I only remembered that when Huo Yuhao and Tang Wutong were performing dual cultivation, that high-efficiency cultivation speed, but forgot that there would be a special situation, that is, the cohabitation of spirits. As long as the two reached the mood of selflessness, there would be symbiosis between the spirits, just like the golden egg appeared. Qian Rongxiu got out of bed, walked to Yunhao's side, picked up a broken eggshell, and looked carefully. Does this thing appear because of the dual cultivation of martial arts? Qian Rongxiu asked. She must still be stubborn about what happened just now, and she couldn't completely forgive Yunhao for a while. Of course it is. This is the crystallization between us. This thing has high nutritional value, he. He scratched the back of his head, revealing a harmless and honest smile. Is that right? Qian Rongxiu put the letter to her mouth suspiciously, took a bite, and licked it with her tongue. How come there is a milky smell? Yunhao is embarrassed. There is something wrong with your sense of taste, where the milk scent comes from. If you really smell it, you can smell it. Damn it, really? Yunhao also licked it lightly, and his heart was instantly as frightened, showing an incredible expression. The most important thing is that after tasting a little bit, you feel your heart surging, and the soul power can absorb that little energy to become highly active. I feel that this thing contains a lot of energy. As long as we absorb this energy, not only the spirit power will be nourished, but the physical fitness will also be promoted. Shuexiu, go find something. We mashed this eggshell, and then ate it. Yunhao was so excited, he couldn't imagine that the benefits of this dual cultivation of martial arts were more than that. This is the energy crystallization produced by the combination of their two martial souls. It is definitely a good thing worth $1,000. After taking a big tonic, it may be able to enhance the body's immunity or something. Qian Rongxiu originally thought Yunhao was nervous, but she did feel the change. Immediately, a vessel similar to a mortar was found, and the two mashed all the eggshells. And that scent of milk is even more scented, especially when it is smelled in the girl's boudoir. It makes people a little intoxicated and do not know where to return. I will try 2 bites first and try the poison for you. Yunhao immediately picked up the spoon, scooped 2 spoons into his mouth, and the fragrance of milk in his mouth suddenly filled his mind. Wow! It smells so good. Okay, come, you try too. Yunhao handed the things to Qian Rongxiu and asked her to taste it. Qian Rongxiu did not refuse. Seeing Yunhao was okay, she decided to try it. All of a sudden, she couldn't help herself, and she took a few big mouthfuls. Really so endless aftertaste. Even the milky white crumbs remained on the lips. If I didn't look carefully, I thought it was some milk sticking to the mouth. Now we adjust our breath and refining the energy inhaled into the body, so that those energy can fully become part of the soul power. After finishing the things, Yunhao was about to climb onto Qian Rongxiu's bed again. What are you doing? Qian Rongxiu asked glaringly. Cultivation. Yunhao said pitifully, but he didn't know what he was thinking about. You are really thinking about fart? Come down to me, in the future, without my permission, dare to mess with my bed, I promise you will regret it. Hey well, I didn't expect that in your heart, you still think of me as such a stubborn person. I really can't explain it anymore. Without Qian Rongxiu's consent, Yunhao had to get out of bed in despair, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to practice meditation. Qian Rongxiu sat cross-legged on the bed, facing Yunhao's direction. She glanced at Yunhao subconsciously, but there was a ripple in her heart for some reason. But soon she also entered a state of meditation, feeling the surging soul power in her body, with an unprecedented sense of vigor. The spirit power flows along the meridians of the whole body, and the operation efficiency is even higher. The energy that was taken into the body began to be refined and transformed into soul power under the lead of soul power, and merged with its own soul power. For the first time, Yunhao felt that he also had such a high talent in cultivation. It seems that it is not only good luck, but also strength is the last word. If you follow this speed, in addition to physical exercise, there is also time spent on Bibidong. There is enough time to perform martial arts dual cultivation. In the entire martial spirit hall, I am afraid that only Qian Rongxiu can perform martial arts dual cultivation with me. If I come with her at regular intervals, my spirit power will not drop. Thinking of this, Yunhao was happy for a while, and he did not expect that he could still have a martial spirit with Qian Rongxiu 100%. Chapter 38, You and My Glory. We must know that there are almost few people who can achieve a 100% martial soul fit. It is a miracle to be able to appear such a thing for thousands of years. Himself and Qian Rongxiu are precisely the birth of miracles. Apart from luck, that is, a miracle destined to be. By running the spirit power, you can feel the stronger spirit power running in the body. The energy absorbed by them felt the pull of the soul power, and gradually transformed into their own soul power, which merged into the martial soul. Through martial and soul dual cultivation to carry out soul power cultivation, step by step, although the soul power level cannot be upgraded temporarily, the soul power will continue to accumulate, and when the soul ring is attached, the accumulated soul power will directly explode. At that time, the soul power cultivation base will definitely increase significantly. While thinking, while adjusting the interest rate, Qian Rongxiu's and Yunhao's feelings go hand in hand. Every trace of energy is transformed into soul power, making her feel as if she has a sense of sublimation. Even if things are not so easy to understand, she will continue to do it. The entire refining process lasted half an hour. The two woke up from the meditation, felt their physical condition, and instantly felt overwhelmed. Yunhao, this martial arts dual cultivation is really great. If I have this training efficiency, I will do more physical exercises. After I attach the third spirit ring, my cultivation level will definitely improve. Qian Rongxiu was delighted. Crazy, has never been so happy because of the progress of cultivation. She knew that Yunhao brought this to her, and no matter how bad he was, his heart was kind. Maybe, he really didn't lie. He really didn't know that Wuhan double cultivation would happen to such a hurtful thing, so, do you have to practice with him like that in the future? Yunhao said, we are all in the developmental stage of our bodies, and we need to do more physical exercises. From now on, martial arts double cultivation will be done once every 3 days, and it can reach 10 times a month, but the efficiency is very high, and we are not afraid of losing our cultivation. Qian Rongxiu's beautiful eyes flickered, and said, in this case, then, in order to quickly cultivate and become stronger, I can only do this, but if you dare to have evil thoughts, I promise not to kill you. Listen. Understand? Yunhao's brain hurts. Are you ironic? But in order to cater to Qian Rongxiu's intention, Yunhao had to reluctantly agree. You are not allowed to go, think about it, don't commit a crime. Well, that's all for today, you can go now. Ah, Shuexiu, you are going to drive me away so soon, so cruel, woohoo. Yunhao pretended to be pitiful and wanted to stay in Qian Rongxiu's room for a while. Look at her more. Hee. Don't behave in front of me. If you don't go to the papal palace, Bibi Dong is not as gentle as I am. Ah. I'm going, I actually forgot such an important thing, it's broken. Without a word, Yunhao got up quickly and ran away. If it hadn't been for Qian Rongxiu's reminder, he would really have forgotten, and he would have to teach at the Pope's palace. Tisk tut. Seeing Yunhao's silly and cute look, Qian Rongxiu couldn't help but smile. What a smelly brother! Yunhao ran so hard that all the energy of breastfeeding came out. I rushed to the papal palace in one breath. Call. Take a breath, hey! Heart beats wildly, dry mouth. In this hot day, he rushed all the way here, no matter how good his physique, he would still pant. After a while, he calmed down his impatience and entered the papal palace. What are you talking about? The remaining parties of the 3 sects of the Earth sect are unwilling to accept the kindness of my Wuhan temple. They really don't cry without seeing the coffin. As soon as Yunhao walked into the Pope's palace, he heard a deafening roar. It was Pope Bibi Dong who was angry at this time because of something. Below stood 2 elders, Zhu Douluo-Yuegwen and Gui Douluo-Gaimei. Your Majesty, those people would rather die than surrender. We still have to give them a bit of color, otherwise they will turn the sky upside down. The enchanting voice of Yuegwen lingered. Bibi Dong frowned. Well, if they still don't surrender to my spirit hall, do you know what to do? Bibi Dong's eyes were sharp and majestic. Your Majesty, don't worry, we will get things done properly. Well, go. After Yuegwen and Gaimei finished speaking, they turned and walked out, and happened to run into Yunhao. The ladyboy at Yuegwen looked at Yunhao and showed a soft smile that he thought was soft. Vomit. Yunhao vomited in his heart. I'm going to your uncle, I'm not interested in men, don't seduce me. Not daring to look at that guy, he walked quickly towards Bibi Dong. Old ghost, why did I suddenly become interested in this Yunhao, Yuegwen covered her mouth and smiled. Hee, forget it, if one day you are interested in women, I'm afraid the sun will come out from the west. Ghostly joked. You bastard, can't you say something nice? It's hard to say. Yunhao's body shuddered suddenly, always feeling that the chrysanthemum gate was gloomy and uncomfortable. Just now I heard they were talking about the 3 sects, could it be the 9 Hearts Begonia sect, the 7 Killing sects, and the 9 Heavens Naihuang sect? I remember that these 3 sects were completely cleared from this world because they refused to submit to the martial soul palace. Bibi Dong really does everything, but I like it. Outsiders only saw her cruel and serpent-hearted side, but they didn't know her pitiful and painful past. How do people who have not experienced the darkest know the pain of the dark? Your Majesty, can you still do it today? Yun Hao strode to the front of the Pope's hall, and asked respectfully. Well, you come with me, Nana has already come. Bibi Dong said briefly and went on. Yes. Yun Hao quickly followed, but in front of Bibi Dong, he was not so uneasy, but calm. What kind of person Bibi Dong is like, Yun Hao knows best. Only if he is calm enough and understands her mind well can he get her respect and special attention. With the papal shelter in the Wuhan temple, it is at least 90% sure that you can successfully implement your plan, and that less than 10% is the worship hall. The variable lies with Jian Daoliu. At this time, Bibi Dong's strength can't compete with it. The regime of Jian Daoliu has absolute power to abolish her. Only if you are firmly seated as the Pope, you can sit back and relax. Anyway, Jian Daoliu will die sooner or later, as long as he doesn't confront him head-on. You should have heard what you said just now. If it were you, what would you do? At this time, Bibi Dong suddenly asked such a sentence, but she also wanted to see what choice Yun Hao would make. But Yun Hao wasn't flustered at all, his mind was calm and calm. I remember I told the Pope that my purpose is to stabilize the position of the Spirit Hall in this world. Only a wise and powerful ruler can bring a better future to the world and become the leader of the world. My view on this point is the same as yours. Yun Hao said. Resistance is strict. If they don't know how to be flexible and blindly arrogant, they can only go to ruin in the end. Your answer makes me very satisfied. During these days with you, I suddenly discovered that you really seem to be able to change the scattered pattern of this world. I really look forward to the glory that belongs to the Spirit Hall, the glory that belongs to you and mine. Bibi Dong said. Yun Hao is at a loss. You my glory? Why does this sound so awkward? Chapter 39, Come to Swexu, Let End Number 039, S Take 1. Literally speaking, it is the glory that we work together, but it is logical. But when she said this to herself from her mouth, it turned out to be a bit of a rush. Forget it, just care about him so much, just be happy. His Majesty, is it possible to let the Palace of the Elders be in charge of you? Knowing that his last protective wall in Bibi Dong's heart had collapsed, Yun Hao boldly expressed his thoughts. The Palace of the Elders? You may think too much. Even I dare not openly provoke the majesty of the Palace of the Elders. They are even less likely to become my fans. Don't have these thoughts of digging your own grave when you are young. I can protect you. But you can't interfere with the power of the Elder Palace. Bibi Dong said. In fact, I can see that in your heart you are very unwilling to let the Elder Palace become your shackles. Others don't know, can't I see it? Yun Hao said with a little profound meaning. A generation of the Pope of the Wuhan Temple had to be manipulated by others, and no one would be upset. Bibi Dong's ambition was enough, but her courage was not enough. She did not dare to touch Jian Daoliu's bottom line because she was now afraid of Jian Daoliu's strength. Each of the 7 worships of the Elder Palace has the strength of a super Douluo, and Jian Daoliu has even reached the strength of a 99-level peerless Douluo. Bibi Dong has just stepped into super Douluo now, how can those people be loyal to her Bibi Dong? The way to win people's hearts is naturally undesirable, but as long as the strength is reached, they will be no matter how much. That said, do you have a way to quickly break through the level limit and achieve a stronger cultivation base? Bibi Dong asked with interest. Not for now. Puff. Bibi Dong is speechless, without you saying a fart. I thought you had said so many noble things and there were ways to deal with Jian Daoliu, but now it seems that it is just a mystery. But Yun Hao paused again. When I study and study, I can definitely think of a way. Don't panic, let's take your time. Cut, make mystery. Hey! Bibi Dong didn't bother to talk nonsense with him, so it was better to seek truth from facts, it would be better to take it step by step. There is no shortcut in the world. When I arrived at Bibi Dong's room, I saw that Hulina was already waiting there. 3 people, there must be my teacher Yan. Yunhao has completely become the science teacher of the two. The Pope is learning science and enjoying it. Without dulling, the 3 quickly entered a state of intense learning. Yunhao's explanation was like the water of the Yellow River. He explained the main points of knowledge in detail, and Bibi Dong and Hulina listened attentively. Every time they talk about a novel place, they will feel that their eyes are bright, and they always feel that people in the future have ideas. Time passed quickly, until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Yunhao felt that he was still immersed in the kind of book business atmosphere, and the mood of beating Fang Qiu. But he also quickly emerged from that emotion, because there are more important things waiting for him to do. After dealing with the affairs of the Pope's palace, it's time for physical exercise. Yunhao hurriedly left the papal palace, Hulina also followed him closely. When they returned to Yunhao's room, they saw Qian Rongxue working with fitness equipment there. Yunhao smiled at her unexpectedly. "Young master, are you here so early today?" Hulina greeted a little bit arrogantly. "Why can't I come? This is my Wuhan Hall, I have the right to go anywhere, why, you don't welcome me?" Qian Rongxue's sharp words made Hulina a little speechless. Of course not. She had no choice but to force a smile, thinking in her heart that there is no need to be knowledgeable with her. "Well, now that we are here, let's start doing business. Today, we started doing chest and back exercises, first doing muscle stretching, come here." Yunhao took Qian Rongxue and Hulina to the front of a fixed device. There was a golden steel bar on it, and heavy objects could be hung on both ends. This was a barbell. For fitness beginners, fixed equipment is the best. Because it is impossible to master the strength and control, it is a stupid way to use free equipment hastily. "Nana, try it first," Yunhao said. "Okay." Hulina walked to the barbell machine and stood still. Yunhao installed 10 kilograms of barbell plates on both ends, and then asked Hulina to hold them in a fixed position with both hands and put the clamp on her back shoulders. "Okay, now stand firm, you just sit down directly, remember when your thighs are parallel to the ground." Hulina sat a few times in the manner explained by Yunhao and found that her back muscles were fully squeezed. Just did this for 10 groups, 10 in each group, for a total of 100 shots. "Come and sit on the stool, and do this again, slowly raising your hands up to fully stretch your back muscles." Qian Rongxue has been watching by the side and learning how to use this barbell. But seeing Yunhao and Hulina have been in such close contact, I felt very uncomfortable. So, after Hulina finished a cycle, she said decisively that she wanted to try. Yunhao couldn't refuse, so he let her go. "You point me to the side so that I can learn faster," Qian Rongxue said hurriedly. "Don't worry, I will take good care of you. It's impossible for you to practice alone." With that said, Yunhao began to point Qian Rongxue, Hulina stayed alone, feeling left alone again. She had to try to practice dumbbell exercises first, and wait for Qian Rongxue to finish, she will do it again. "Okay, now start the previous exercise." Yunhao moved the bench under the barbell and let Qian Rongxue lie down. "Raise your legs and make a curled up position, but keep your upper body still." "Yes, that's it, then grab the barbell." Yunhao spread his legs apart and sat on the bench, almost close to Qian Rongxue's body. "I always feel that this posture is weird." Cough. "Now start to lift, 10 sets, 10 sets, no matter what, don't use soul power, don't worry, when you are about to fail, I will give you more strength." "Yet." Qian Rongxue nodded. At this moment, she was already sweating, and her hot body was really tempting. Qian Rongxue began to lift, and Yunhao leaned forward slightly, placing both hands flat under the clamp with his palms. "Just did it." And for 2 hours, Jian Rongxiu and Hu Lina did a few back and forth with Yun Hao's help, and had a rest in the middle. Really exhausted and sweating. And until Hu Lina had left, Jian Rongxiu had no intention of leaving. She wanted to do it for a while, so she continued to let Yun Hao lead her. After doing 10 groups desperately, I decided to stop and rest. Well, is it cool to have me teach you? I feel that I have sublimated, and the physical exercises I did before are the same as I didn't. Yun Hao said triumphantly. It's okay, your method really works. Jian Rongxiu said. Then. Swexu, since you recognize me so much, come, let's take one. Yun Hao said boldly. I slap your face, I know I want to fart. Jian Rongxiu directly gave Yun Hao a look of contempt and disgust. Amount. Hey, it was rejected. I think I had a lot of sultry shots, but now I still lost to Jian Rongxiu. Man, it's hard. Chapter 40, Possibility of Martial Arts Fusion Skills. Feeling Jian Rongxiu's deep disgust, Yun Hao had to remain silent in frustration. My wish is not fulfilled. Jian Rongxiu picked up the towel and wiped off his sweat. Come here. Jian Rongxiu hooked her finger towards Yun Hao. I. Anyone besides you? Yun Hao was dumbfounded. Is this going to be done? Are you really coming? My God, I can really be so happy. Yun Hao is ecstatic. The old man talks about being crazy about his youth. I will lead Huang on the left and Qing Kang on the right. Ba, what am I talking about? Swexu is going to be with me, I want to be calm. To be calm. With the eager hope in his heart, Yun Hao gradually approached Jian Rongxiu. However, when Yun Hao was considering whether to be more active or passive, Jian Rongxiu's face was forcibly held over by Jian Rongxiu. Boom! Yun Hao felt that his forehead was suddenly touched by something moist and elastic, and his heart surged and his nervous system exploded. Brother Smelly, because you have helped me so much, sister, I will give you one. If you dare to think about it, be careful that I beat your mother without knowing you. After Jian Rongxiu finished speaking, she left with a haughty expression. Looking at her ecstatic figure, Yun Hao wanted to howl again. Why should fate treat me this way? The happiness index is soaring. Hee. But again, is this Swexu confessing to me? Confession, why not the mouth, but the forehead? Yun Hao thought about it, then prepared hot water and took a comfortable hot bath before going to bed. Time is always passing by inadvertently, and comfortable time is always so short. When the soft sunlight hit the house early in the morning, Yun Hao blinked his hazy eyes and woke up lazily from his dream. What? Stretched, he got up from his hard bed. Since Jian Rongxiu had dual cultivation of martial arts, today is the 10th time this month. Yun Hao also figured out some ways from this martial arts dual cultivation. Simply put, he has learned a lot of new tricks. From the first time to the 10th time now, the spirit power has accumulated much faster than at the beginning. According to this progress, before the second spirit ring attachment, a lot of spirit power will definitely be accumulated. It's time to explode at that time, but time is not waiting for anyone, so we have to accumulate everything. Jian Rongxiu's talent is still stronger than expected. Her body is filled with the blood of the two popes Chihiroji and Bibi Dong, but she is better than Blue. The strongest genius in Wuhan Palace is well deserved. However, Yun Hao is now a member of Wuhan Hall, and he is no less talented than Jian Rongxiu. After all, he understands the Douluo continent. No better than anyone. Well, I'm going to try new ideas today. I have done it 9 times, and I always feel that there is such a possibility. After tidying up his image and eating some casually, he went to Jian Rongxiu's residence. Because he was already familiar with each other, Yun Hao pushed in directly. Go out! An angry shout hit Yun Hao's face directly. You! Yunhao was still at a loss as he was about to ask. What about you and me? Didn't your mother teach you to knock on the door when entering a girl's room? Qian Rongxu wrapped herself tightly in the quilt, for fear of revealing a little bit. Get out now, what are you doing there? Oh, okay, okay. Yunhao had to stare at Qian Rongxu with scorching eyes, then exited the room and gently closed the door. A few minutes later, Qian Rongxu opened the door puffingly, staring at Yunhao with her beautiful eyes. Haha! Swexu, I have a new idea today, let's try it out. Yunhao wanted to divert the topic, so he started to win. Humph! Dare to make similar mistakes again, and be careful I dig out your eyes. Ah, is it so cruel? Yunhao was surprised. My heart is also unbalanced. Isn't it? I missed you so much, didn't I watch you all? What are you doing here? Come in. Oh. Qian Rongxu turned around and entered the house, and Yunhao followed in cheerfully. Let's talk, what's your unique idea? Qian Rongxu asked quickly and asked directly. You know the martial arts fusion skills, right? Well, what's the matter? We are 100% perfect match of the martial arts, and we can definitely produce martial arts fusion. We have both practiced 9 times. I feel that point in my mind, and I want to try it again with you. Yunhao explained. Because he wasn't sure if he could be the same as in the dual cultivation of martial arts, he quickly realized it, so he wanted to try first. Although the probability of martial soul fusion skills appearing is very low, it is aimed at other soul masters. Qian Rongxu was joking with him, 100% perfect fit, there will definitely be martial arts fusion skills. Qian Rongxu said, even if it is 100% compatible, if you want to realize how difficult the martial arts fusion skills are, our martial arts hall now has only 2 martial arts fusion skills, both of which are more than titled Douluo. Repair base. Yunhao said, if you try, you won't suffer a loss, and you won't lose a layer of skin. If you know that it fits 100%, I'm afraid the entire Douluo continent until now is the 2 of us. How slim is this probability? As long as you and I have a clear heart, and a little cooperation, won't the martial arts fusion skills come? Yunhao knows what the 2 martial arts fusion skills Qian Rongxu said are, one is the 2-pole static domain merged by Yueguan and ghosts, and the other is the Panlong Yin dedicated to Qinjun and Jiangmo. Hu Lina and Xiaoyu also have a martial arts fusion skill, but that only appeared later. The martial soul fusion technique is powerful, and it will increase as the soul power of both parties increases. How about, Swexu, are you talking? You thought it was as simple as you want to eat a fart, I really convinced you. Qian Rongxu really couldn't help Yunhao, but after Yunhao's repeated emphasis, she decided to try. Let's go, let's find a quiet grove. Yunhao said with a grin. So, under the leadership of Qian Rongxu, the 2 found a hidden woods, surrounded by lush bushes, they would not be seen if they did it here. Come on! Yunhao couldn't wait any longer. He sat up cross-legged, Qian Rongxu also sat cross-legged opposite him, the 2 were less than 1 meter apart. Stretch out your hands and clap your hands. The spirit power was quickly operated, and Hoxu's power was quickly condensed. Having done it 9 times, they are all very familiar with these steps, and they have understood the things in them subtly. Feel the power of Hoxu running at high speed in the body, keeping the cycle regularly. And just when they entered that kind of wonderful mood, the 2 spirits of the Seraphim and the Emperor Guangming appeared behind them. The 2 spirits faced each other, and this time Guangming was a little bigger than the previous 9 times. The sacred and bright aura wandered between the 2 spirits, and the power of Hoxu pulled each other's spirit energy. But the 2 spirits began to approach each other at this moment, and those golden threads split from the spirits again and began to entangle. It lasted for 30 minutes, but the golden threads did not gather. And this time Qian Rongxu and Yunhao actually let go of their hands and hugged each other tightly. Chapter 41, Holy Annihilation Shen Yao. With the support of the magical energy of the martial arts of both parties, Qian Rongxiu and Yun Hao hugged so tightly, without the slightest feeling that they had made such an intimate movement. But the Seraphim and the Emperor Guangming stopped when they were equidistant, and did not approach any more. Boom! A holy golden light exploded, and circles of golden ripples appeared in the air. Where the golden ripples passed, even the sturdy trees swayed violently, and the flowers and plants were bent down by the golden ripples as if they had met the king. The gold is crisscrossed and crisscrossed, like a stream of golden liquid swaying around their bodies. Qian Rongxiu and Yun Hao just stayed quietly in the center. Under the strange energy, both of them were half floating in the air, and the whole scene was beautiful and natural. Boom boom! Two energies sprayed out from the Seraphim and the Emperor Guangming at the same time. The golden light of the martial soul flowed, and the energy burst into the sky full of stars and scattered down. And the two of them were bathed in bright starlight, and golden streamers began to appear on their bodies. They hugged tighter and tighter, just like passionate and eager lovers. They crossed all difficulties and dangers, and finally met, lingered together, and never separated. The power of Hoxiu is moving faster and faster at this moment, like a snake, shuttled back and forth in the two bodies. Wuhan felt the power of Hoxiu's power, and began to each other's energy. At the same time, Qian Rongxiu and Yun Hao began to slowly turn. Seraphim and Guangming Divine Emperor also turned around like two inseparable lovers, centering on them. In such a realm, the long silent power in their bodies seemed to have opened the door, broke out of the seal, and began to emerge frantically. The two great martial arts began to melt bit by bit as they turned, and the gold on Qian Rongxiu and Yun Hao's body gradually superimposed. A golden line appeared under the skin, like a vein linking their meridians, driving the soul power in the body and moving. But Wuhan melted into drops of golden liquid and dripped on them, flowing and sliding on the smooth skin. At this moment, in the artistic conception of Yun Hao and Qian Rongxiu, a beautiful picture appeared at the same time. Yun Hao's eyes straightened when he saw this scene. What kind of video is this? I rely on, how does it come to my mind? Wait, that's not right. He was surprised. Isn't the man me, and the woman? Qian Rongxiu. I actually Yiyan killed her? Oh my god! I am grass? No way, this time I tried the martial soul fusion technique and came up with these things. Fortunately, this is just my consciousness. Qian Rongxiu can't see it, otherwise it will really be over. I'm not that kind of person, how come? With mixed thoughts, his gaze still looked at the scene that made his blood boil, and his heart was blooming. However, under Qian Rongxiu's consciousness, she was still shocked by this scene. She wanted to go out very much, but she didn't know why, so her consciousness stayed here, allowing her to see all this. But isn't this her own consciousness? My own consciousness. Unexpectedly Yiyan has Yun Hao, what should I do? Could it be that Yun Hao is really my destined flaw? If this is the case, how do you really face him? The golden liquid dropped from the sky, dripping onto the smooth bodies of Qian Rongxiu and Yun Hao, bringing a strange feeling of heat and warmth. This feeling makes them excited and passionate, just like a beam of warm sunshine shining on them, making people unwilling to give up this kind of comfortable and warm feeling. When those golden liquids kept dripping on them, golden veins began to appear under their skin, and the skin began to turn golden. It didn't last long, and soon their whole bodies became shining golden, as if they were plated with a layer of gold foil on their skin, the golden brilliance, Wanyao brilliance. Qian Rongxiu couldn't bear to look straight, but Yun Hao saw it with gusto. He himself didn't know what philosophy he had learned from it, and such a magical mood would appear. Although the picture is really amazing, it is estimated that a man will be conquered by this aesthetic scene. Therefore, Yun Hao carefully considered it, and the most direct factor for this situation was, their martial arts dual cultivation had entered a new realm and gained a new self-understanding. According to this standard, if you really want to achieve the most perfect martial arts dual cultivation, you must achieve the realm of combining yin and yang. It's just that. Seeing this picture, Yunhao had a hard time imagining that if Jian Rongxiu knew, would he unload him and then throw him into the wilderness to feed the wolves. But as long as he didn't say it, Jian Rongxiu would definitely not know. However, he thought so, why not Jian Rongxiu? How dare to tell such a shameful thing, then how can her young master of Wuhan Hall gain a foothold in Wuhan Hall? How to face her ancestors? Boom! Just when the two were anxious because of the sudden change of artistic conception, the changes in the outside world had already progressed to the final appearance. The bodies of Jian Rongxiu and Yunhao merged together, turning into a strange figure. The figure was slender and slender. He was wearing a golden armor and a pale golden mask. There were golden red eyes under the mask, which made people feel terrified. The long golden hair moves like colored glaze, holding a golden giant sword in his right hand, shining brightly. The Seraphim and the God Emperor of Light had completely melted and merged into their bodies, and their current appearance was exactly what they were after fusion. His body exudes a holy breath of light, even if he looks from a distance, he can feel the sense of oppression. At this time, the two finally woke up from the mood. Their bodies become one, their consciousness coexists, and they can communicate through consciousness. What's going on? Jian Rongxiu looked at this strange body, puzzled. This is our martial soul fusion skill, I think it should be like this, I feel the surging power surging in my body. The figure raised his hand and touched his chest, Yunhao was speechless. Why is Jian Rongxiu's body modeled after the fit? My dignified man, unexpectedly, will grow. Woo! But thinking about being able to combine with Shuexiu, I reluctantly accepted it. Our martial soul fusion skill is actually us fusing together. As Jian Rongxiu spoke, the scene just now appeared in her mind. By the way, did you have any special feelings or saw something strange during the integration process? Jian Rongxiu asked tentatively. Oh, I didn't see it, it's like that when I woke up. Yunhao replied earnestly, without any hesitation. Well, let's try this martial soul fusion technique first to see what effect it has. Okay. Raise the lightsaber and swing it abruptly, and you will be able to emit a golden sword aura, which will cut off several large trees in the distance. And can feel the power in the body like the water of the Yellow River surging, the momentum is pressing. It's not bad, then what are we going to name? Jian Rongxiu said excitedly. Let me see. It's called the Holy Annihilation Shen Yao. How? Holy Annihilation Shen Yao. Jian Rongxiu muttered. Listen to you, just go ahead. Chapter 42, This is the legendary Jimena. 5 years later. Wuhan City. Outside the Wuhan Temple, somewhere in a small forest. Boom. Yunhao and Jian Rongxiu had just performed the martial arts fusion skill, and the power of Shenyao had been fully penetrated by them. The power of Hoxiu is paired with the might of Shenyao, and they are used by them. Finally, I have fully understood this martial arts fusion technique, how, now our Shenyao can be regarded as a great achievement, as long as the cultivation base is improved, the power of the Shenyao will continue to grow stronger. Jian Rongxiu said. Yeah, after so long of practice and comprehension, it's finally done, Yunhao said with emotion. In the past 5 years, all of them have worked hard to study and temper. Physical exercise has developed the body's functions to the current extreme, and with the dual cultivation of martial and soul, the soul power cultivation of the two has not fallen at all. On the contrary, there are even worse. In addition to physical training and soul power training, Yunhao will also carefully study and research various things about martial souls. Some scientific factors will be added appropriately, various materials will be collected and sorted out, and new concepts will be continuously developed. Of course, the strong support and cooperation of Pope Bibidong is indispensable, and after more than 5 years of getting along, the relationship between Yunhao and Bibi Dong has developed to an irreversible level. Yunhao admired Bibi Dong's resolute and decisive character. He was determined to everything without any hesitation. Bibi Dong was also very optimistic about Yunhao. In addition to these, because Yunhao's demonstrated abilities and talents have also been recognized by many people in Wuhan Hall, of course the relationship is naturally not deeper than Bibi Dong. Moreover, Yunhao had been looking forward to being able to get closer to Qian Rongxiu, and this matter also had a further development. Qian Rongxiu is now not as impatient with Yunhao as he was at the beginning, but sometimes depends on him. It was precisely because of Yunhao's appearance that she felt warm, something she had never felt before, and she also received various help from Yunhao in her cultivation. Even the young master of Wuhan Palace, who has always been arrogant and noble, would constrain his temper again and again in front of Yunhao and behave submissively. There is a sky outside the sky, there are people outside the world. Qian Rongxiu's heart also admits that Yunhao's talent is above her. And the relationship between the two has also developed from the beginning to the present closeness. Even sometimes, Qian Rongxiu finds that staying with Yunhao is more intimate and harmonious than staying with grandpa. A golden light flashed. Shinyao separation. The light turned back to Qian Rongxiu and Yunhao, both of whom are now tall and tall. From that innocent young man, Yunhao has grown to be as tall as he is now, with a slender and well-proportioned body, handsome appearance, handsome and charming. He wore a special black uniform from the Spirit Hall, with short black inches, and looked so bad and handsome. Needless to say, Qian Rongxiu's figure is as hot and attractive as ever, and fuller than before, a pale gold palace dress, plus her face like a lotus flower in the water, make her beautiful. This is the real stunner. Now Yunhao is half taller than Qian Rongxiu, which shows that the hormone secretion is strong, which makes him grow well. Let's go back to the Martial Soul Hall first. I want to go to the Pope Hall first, then go back to your Elder Hall to prepare, we will leave later. Yunhao said. What, you're going to drive me away so soon, and you still want to see her? Qian Rongxiu said a little coquettishly. I'm not seeing the Pope in person, I'll explain the matter to her, let's go. Well then, I'll wait for you. Yunhao took Qian Rongxiu's hand, and the two left talking and laughing. Wuhan Hall. In the Pope's Hall, Bibi Dong Zheng was reading a thick book over and over again. Look carefully at the cover of the book, it says, "How is the pill made?" That's right, it's how the pills are made. This was compiled by Yunhao after various collections, analyses, and sorting, which also included a lot of chemical knowledge. After studying for so long, Bibi Dong already knew everything about chemistry, so there was no problem studying the refining of that magical pill. This was also advocated by Yunhao. Refining pills suitable for various situations was also very helpful for cultivation. Hey, why is it so difficult here? Bibi Dong sighed, apparently seeing something difficult. Boom boom boom. At this time, several knocks came from outside the main hall door. Come in. Bibi Dong collected how the pills are made, and then cast his eyes to the door. The door of the palace was pushed open, and an energetic and handsome young man walked in. How, you can be regarded as coming back. When Bibi Dong saw the boy, he immediately got up and ran over. What? Yunhao looked dumbfounded. I haven't understood what's going on. Why does Bibi Dong react so much? While he was thinking about it, Bibi Dong had already come to him and hugged him. Amount. Choking. Yunhao. I couldn't breathe for an instant. Since the relationship became irresistible, Bibi Dong became enthusiastic towards Yunhao. Yunhao struggled desperately, wanting to break free, but Bibi Dong's girl was more energetic. Yunhao's forehead is about to explode. Is this the legendary Jimena? I'm going, it's so awesome. Teach, the Pope. Your Majesty, you let me go first, I'm almost out of breath. Yunhao forced himself to say these things in the dark scene. Oh haha, Sorry, I was so excited to see you. You said you have to concentrate on cultivating these days and don't come to me. I'm going to be depressed to death. I stay here alone in the papal palace of Nyodai, studying how to make a better medicine, but there is always one. The difficulties cannot be penetrated. Bibi Dong told Yunhao about his thoughts these days, and she has always hoped that Yunhao can help her answer. That's it, then all right, let me see. Bibi Dong immediately handed Yunhao how the pills are made and told him the problem. It's simple, you are like this. Yunhao took a look, and then began to explain. Yunhao himself also found inspiration from those cultivating pills, and it was a new attempt. After all, he compiled it himself, so he knew the information very well. In fact, as long as you understand chemistry, these are not so profound. With Yunhao's explanation, Bibi Dong is just a bit familiar. How, I plan to make you the saint son of my spirit hall, what do you think? After dealing with alchemy matters, Bibi Dong became serious again and said to Yunhao. His Majesty the Pope doesn't need to be so sloppy. I still don't have enough ability to do the job. Moreover, the Palace of the Elders has been suppressing the Palace of the Pope. It is not safe to have the son on this knot. Yunhao said thoughtfully. The so-called son is the only heir to the Pope. The ability and talent that Yunhao has shown over the past 5 years has made Bibi Dong dumbfounded and sincerely gratified. So she already had a plan in her heart. His Majesty the Pope, no matter how turbulent the situation, no matter how the world changes, Yunhao and you will always stand on the same front. The world can learn from the world, and the sun and the moon are proof, so we have to plan slowly for this kind of thing. Continue to say. If Hulina was a saint, Yunhao had nothing to say, and the Palace of the Elders would not give too much pressure. But Yunhao himself is different. If you want to stay in this position, you can't rush it. Chapter 43, 100 Ways to be a Woman. After all, no matter how Yunhao hides himself, he still has a lot of sharpness now. At this time, he needs to be calmer than anyone else to be able to see the fire and let things follow his own pace. The Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition in 5 years' time is my best opportunity. I will compete in the name of Wuhan Academy. After winning the championship, I naturally deserve to be in the position of the Son of God. Yunhao's words in front of Bibi Dong were no longer as concealed as he did at the beginning, because he knew Bibi Dong would understand his meaning. Your mind is meticulous. This is a good way. It's up to you. Okay. Bibi Dong said no more, since Yunhao has his own ideas, just follow his instructions. By the way, where is Nana? The young master and I are going to hunt for the spirit ring, and help her find a suitable spirit ring. By the way, Yunhao said. She's in it. I really didn't expect that you and Zioxu actually have a perfect match. This is the most precious gift in the history of my Wuhan Palace. Daughter and Yunhao are getting closer, and she can also learn more about her situation through this relationship. I didn't say anything, but still cared about Jian Rongxiu very much in my heart, but she didn't understand her mother's difficulties, so she was so disgusted with herself. Yunhao and Bibi Dong walked to the back of the temple. Yunhao said, the relationship between the great envoy and the Pope is in dire straits, and the young master and I can show some achievements at this time, and it is bound to be recognized by the Palace of the Elders. Bibi Dong nodded and said, you are right, it's just that the time is immature. Proper tolerance is the most heart-wrenching tingling to the opponent. I can sit in this position, and the word forbearance is indispensable. If most people understand why Bibi Dong has become so terrible as it is now, maybe there will not be so many people who hate her deeply. Having experienced the darkest and filthy years, this is the cornerstone that inspired her to become strong inside. Do you need me to send someone to protect you? Bibi Dong asked. Don't use it for now, just find a few spirit rings, we will be careful. But, the Stardo Great Forest is too dangerous. Nana will go with you, I am still not at ease. Bibi Dong said. Amount. I am dizzy. You are afraid that I will abduct your baby apprentice and then kill her? Don't know you care about me? His Majesty said this is to look down on me. I have other plans to hunt for the spirit ring this time. You will understand when we come back. That's what you said. Then what spirit ring fusion? I still don't really understand. Only I can perform the integration, you will understand then, leave a little suspense. Yunhao said mysteriously. Bibi Dong gave him a white glance and didn't ask any more. This is how Yunhao is so fascinating, he always talks only halfway, and he can't help it. When I walked to Bibi Dong's room, I saw Hulina reading a book. Attentively, she hasn't sensed anyone coming in yet, which shows how fascinated she is. From time to time, there was a ripple on his face, and he smiled secretly without knowing what he was laughing at. Nana, Hao is back, haven't you already reached the bottleneck of the soul? Let's go with him to get the soul ring. Bibi Dong approached and said. Teacher. Hao. When did you come back? Hulina came back to her senses, feeling a little dizzy, and her words were a bit confusing. I just came back. Yunhao noticed the book in Hulina's hand as he spoke. 100 Ways to be a Woman. Yunhao was surprised. Quietly Bibi Dong said, Pope, why do you show her that book? She is only 11 years old. Bibi Dong glanced back at Yunhao with disdain, and said, Aren't you 11 years old? I think your thoughts are also jumping. Yunhao. Kids, do you have a lot of question marks? What this said made Yunhao completely lost. I just want her to realize earlier that she must not be deceived by a man's colorful intestines. Okay. Yunhao shrugged helplessly. How, I said you can attach a second spirit ring, you still have to wait until now. Hulina put down the book, walked to Yunhao, and said with some twist. Hulina now looks coquettish, and her body curve is undulating, no longer like that ordinary little girl. She looked at Yunhao, her charming eyes constantly emitting special light waves, and Yunhao was almost fascinated by the gaze. Ahem. Well, I have my intention. What I think is to let my physique reach the limit of the current level before attaching the second spirit ring, so that the life of the spirit ring will be higher. Yunhao explained. Do you think you are doing physical exercises under my leadership? The second ring is even more than 1,000 years old. Well, you have said so, I can't refute it. Hulina and Yunhao stood very close, a head shorter than him, and made a gesture of looking up soothingly, with a whisper in her voice. How could even see a strange gully? Spicy. Spicy eyes. Okay, Nana, as long as you listen to me, you are right. The Pope teaches you to practice. I can provide you with richer knowledge and understanding. Let's go. Pope, let's go first. Yunhao took Hulina's hand and left directly, leaving Bibi Dong standing alone. It's nice to be young, she said with emotion. Chihiro-ji, Yu Xiao Gang, do you think I can't live without you guys? I can still live well, and it will only get better. When a shy, attractive, beautiful, and generous little woman suddenly becomes a big woman with a strong heart, glamorous and noble, any man who cannot be recognized by her is a dirty idiot, not worth mentioning. And only when I saw Yunhao, I don't know why, I always wanted to return to the time when he was young. The years of youth always passed by in a hurry. But the youth of others is full of beauty, but her youth disgusts herself. Hey! He sighed deeply and stopped thinking about it. Back on the main hall, she ordered Ju Douluo-Yuegwen to find the Pope Palace. His Majesty, what is your command? Yuegwen said respectfully. Hao and the others go to the Star Do Forest. I am not at ease. Xiao Xiao followed them carefully, to ensure their safety at any time. Bibi Dong solemnly ordered. Fate, Your Majesty the Pope. She still didn't want Yunhao and the others to take risks, so she still planned to send someone to protect them. Yunhao and Hulina left the Pope's palace and walked directly outside of Wuhan City. At the same time, Yunhao opened the system panel in his mind and clicked on the attribute panel of the repair base. Host, Yunhao. Cultivation World, Douluo Continent. Soul Power Rating, Innate 20th Soul Power. Cultivation, Soul Warrior. Lucky Value, 100,000. The lucky value is too far from what he wants. It takes 1 million to upgrade the lucky wheel. Fortunately, before attaching the second spirit ring, there is sufficient preparation. This time the spirit power cultivation base will definitely skyrocket. Coupled with the in-depth research on Wuhan over the years, Yunhao felt that this was absolutely fine. He can endure 10,000 years in the first spirit ring, so after so long of preparation, the second spirit ring can never be less than 10,000 years. Chapter 44, Go to Stardo Great Forest. System, what is the endurance limit of my body now? Yunhao asked in his mind. At present, you can bear up to 20,000 years of spirit ring, and the number of years of the first spirit ring will also increase according to your cultivation level, because it is a sacrificed spirit ring from the 100,000 year flash rabbit. The system replied. I understand. Yunhao felt quite relieved in his heart that the accumulation of so long was not worth the effort. He had figured out the system's spirit ring fusion a long time ago. As long as he searched for spirit beasts of a few first-class years, the difference could not exceed 100 years, hunted their spirit rings, and then the fusion could be carried out. The most important thing is that the spirit rings that need to be merged must be in the majority. For example, it is necessary to fuse a 10,000-year-old spirit ring. If 10,000-year spirit rings are hunted, as long as the power type 1000-year spirit rings are more than the sum of other types of 1000-year spirit rings, it can be merged. This also reduced some troubles. For example, if all of them were spirit beasts of a certain type, it would be very troublesome to find them. The two quickly came to the outside of Wuhan City and saw a familiar figure. It was Qian Rongxiu, the young master of the martial Soul Palace, who put on a light and strong outfit, which was close to the body and comfortable, but she wrapped her full and charming hot body just right. 1 more point is not much, 1 point less is a lot, anyway, it is just right. Swexiu, here we are, let's go. Yunhao smiled at Qian Rongxiu. Why are you two so slow? Qian Rongxiu frowned as she watched Yunhao hurriedly holding Hulina's hand. Yunhao found that something was wrong, and hurriedly released his hand. I also brought Nana out of the Pope. Originally, the Pope was worried about her, so I was in a hurry. Hurry up and try to get to the Stardo Great Forest before dark. Qian Rongxiu took the initiative to take Yunhao's hand, and the two of them walked forward shoulder to shoulder. Hulina could only follow behind by herself, and her mood suddenly became a little lost. Qian Rongxiu also took the opportunity to turn her face sideways, and looked at Hulina's disgusting face with her corners, but she turned back without showing anything. The three of them walked on the spacious avenue. The daylight was warm, not as hot as the original. Qian Rongxiu gently rested her head on Yunhao's shoulder, showing a deep sense of dependence. Hulina saw this scene very uncomfortable, her hands suddenly clenched her fists. But the teacher's words suddenly appeared in my mind, Nana, love can never be forced, but in the face of fruitless love, women will never make a loss-making business, and will never give men a chance to get in. What you want to control is the man's heart, not the man's control. Twisted melons are not sweet, it is yours that belongs to you after all, not yours, and will not belong to you for the rest of your life. You must understand this truth. You will always meet your Prince Charming in the future, but women must learn love yourself, but also protect yourself. These words repeatedly appeared in her mind, and Hulina chose to relax her mind. Whenever you feel upset, just think about what the teacher said to make you feel better. Even if he really has him in his heart, what about his heart? Is there a place for me? A few hours later, they were not far from the Stardo forest. Sunset, heartbroken people in the horizon. Such a scene is perfect for a messy, sad mood. Hu Lina has been walking behind Yunhao and Qian Rongxiu, looking up at their backs along the way. Yes, it is mentioned in 100 Ways to Become a Woman that when you meet a man you like, you must be a strong woman. You must not be indecisive. You must fight for yourself as much as possible. That's right. Hu Lina secretly affirmed in her heart, and then the gaze at Qian Rongxiu and Yunhao became much gentler. I am sure that I still have a chance. She quickly stepped forward, gently took Yunhao's arm, and asked with a smile, How, you said my third spirit ring, what kind of one is the most suitable? Hey? Shocked by Hu Lina's actions, Yunhao felt a little at a loss at this time. Because he could feel that he was looking at him with murderous eyes. This, that. Yunhao pretended to scratch his head to free Hu Lina, his face was embarrassed. I think about it. Well, think about it quickly, I'm fine. Hu Lina took Yunhao's arm again, acting very close. Just find a spirit ring, why do you spend so much talk? Qian Rongxiu said fiercely. I'm not asking for Hao's opinion, young master, would you not let me say this? Hu Lina always smiled, not caring about Qian Rongxiu's cannibal eyes. Really? Asking for help is better than asking yourself. Don't you know what kind of spirit ring you need? You need others to tell you that the Pope's apprentice is so casual. Of course you have to have your own opinions, but it is also advisable to appropriately adopt the opinions of others. For a while, the two began to talk endlessly, Yunhao caught between them, really anxious. But at this moment, a golden-orange light flashed through the sky. A blooming chrysanthemum just moves in the air like wings. The chrysanthemum is full and fragrant, and the petals are like leaf blades, shining with orange halo. And above the chrysanthemum, stood an enchanting man wearing an orange shirt. It is the elder of Wuhan Hall, Zhu Douluo-Yuegwen. And what is stepping under his feet is the king of his martial arts flower, Qirong Tong Tianzhu. This is an extremely rare top martial arts soul, possessing extremely strong perception ability. And even though it is a chrysanthemum, its power is not to be underestimated. He was embracing his hands at this time, and Yunhao, Qian Rongxiu and Hu Lina were in sight. Hey, why is love so tormenting? As a person who has no desire for love, I have no interest in these things. He exclaimed. I think that kid Yunhao is quite interesting, but I want to see how you performed the spirit ring fusion, how did you bring me different surprises? It was not until the last ray of the sun disappeared and night fell that they finally arrived outside the Star Do Great Forest. Along the way, Yunhao has been a listener very well. He didn't talk too much, but also because he really couldn't mix the way of communication between the two women. Fortunately, they ended up in a truce in the end, and they didn't continue yelling. Yunhao was able to clean up all at once. It's finally here, let's find a place to rest before going in. Yunhao suggested. Also, running around, it's time to rest and rest. Qian Rongxiu took Yunhao's hand and moved forward. Hu Lina, __. The reaction was swift, and he immediately followed the two of them, still forcibly holding Yunhao's arm, and didn't care what Qian Rongxiu thought of him. Yunhao is also drunk. I had agreed with Hu Lina and called Ziyu and Yan. The main reason was that they didn't want to let them all know about their spirit ring fusion, so they did not agree to Hu Lina's request. But thinking about it now, the two of them are there, at least to ensure that the situation will not be so embarrassing. Chapter 45, Fantasy Monster Fox. Qian Rongxiu was the young master of the Martial Soul Palace, and Hu Lina was an orphan picked up by Bibi Dong. Although she was also loved by Bibi Dong, Qian Rongxiu was still above Hu Lina in terms of status. Therefore, Hu Lina didn't want to have too much conflict with Qian Rongxiu, and Qian Rongxiu also looked at Bibi Dong and disdained to care about her. Since the two are not getting along very well, only Yunhao can secure the bridge of communication between them. After all, one is the young master of Wuhan Hall, some are not easy to serve, and the other is a lover of the Pope, which is also troublesome. Therefore, as a man, at this time you have to show a calm temperament and a calm mind. The three of them entered the Star-Do Great Forest, looking for a suitable place to rest along the way. Although it is night, the moon tonight is exceptionally round, the moon is like water, and silver ashes sprinkled on this primitive jungle. The night sky is also dazzling with stars, like night pearls hanging on the horizon, twinkling and shining. Just here, take a break, and then go find a suitable spirit ring. The three of them came under a huge, towering tree, which happened to be an empty place where they could take a rest. There are many powerful soul beasts in the Star-Do Great Forest. We had better not go too deep. Qianrongxiu said. Don't worry, Shuexiu, I am here, and I promise to help you find the most suitable spirit ring. Don't worry so much. As long as you act cautiously, it will be fine. Yunhao said with a smile. Anyway, if you encounter a powerful soul beast that cannot be defeated, use you as a bait and let us find a chance to evacuate. Ah, Shuexiu, how could you treat me this way? You hurt me. If you don't let me kiss you, it will be difficult to soothe my injured heart. Yunhao touched his chest with his hand, feeling sad. Unexpectedly, in Shuexiu's eyes, I can only be a cannon fodder. Ooh! So sad. Indecent. Qianrongxiu said fiercely. Tisk tut. Hulina laughed aside, Yunhao was really hurt. I had no choice but to find some firewood in frustration and set up a fire. The three people sat around the fire, and no one spoke. High in the sky, Yuegwen sat on the chrysanthemum, and she was so bored that she wanted to explode. As a titled Douluo powerhouse, he actually did such boring things. Why don't you ask that dead ghost to come? It really hurts me. Well, is that? At this moment, Yuegwen's gaze suddenly caught something, and a strange figure was secretly watching Yunhao and the others. Yuegwen hides its own breath, but the detection of mental power is always released. As long as the mental power is below him, he cannot be aware of his existence. At this moment, Yunhao and the others were starting to discuss something. They also noticed something unusual, and immediately became vigilant. There was a small noise not far away, and the three quickly stood up. Looking for the voice and looking over, there was a figure sitting on a large branch 10 meters away from them. Although the moonlight was radiant and bright, the shadows of those big trees covered the appearance of the figure, making it impossible to see clearly. Let's take a look, what is it? Yunhao turned around and asked Qianrongxiu and Hulina for their opinions. It's okay, this place is outside the Star-Do Great Forest, even if there are soul beasts, the cultivation base will not be too high. Okay. Qianrongxiu and Hulina nodded at the same time. Yunhao, a talented man, boldly walked over, while Qianrongxiu and Hulina followed. When they were less than 5 meters away from the big tree, the figure moved. Seems to be surprised by Yunhao and the others' bad behavior, so he was prepared in advance. It finally stood up, and the beautiful figure walked slowly on the trunk, and a pair of pink eyes locked Yunhao firmly. Yunhao and the others could see its appearance clearly through a slightly closer distance. It is a fox with a body length of more than 3 feet, with pointed pink-white ears, and the whole body hair is light pink, soft and shiny, and there are several light blue markings on the body. The overall look is extremely smart and cute. Ah! It looked very upset, grinning at Yunhao and the others, showing their pointed teeth. Upon seeing this, the three immediately stopped. Watching the appearance of the fox carefully, its eyes felt a strange magic power, which made people feel a little dizzy. Hulina said with some excitement, "How, it is a fantasy monster fox, and looking at this size, the age is about 5,000 years, I want its spirit ring." Qianrongxiu said, "It's so sloppy, even if the age is high, it might not be suitable for you." Hulina said with firm eyes, "It must suit me, and it is definitely the most suitable spirit ring for me." Well, that's it, that's it. Yunhao said softly. However, before they could make a move, the fantasy demon fox jumped into the bushes with one bounce. Chase! Whoosh whoosh! The three of them did not hesitate, mobilizing their spirit power, and quickly chased them in the direction where the fantasy monster was fleeing. Of course Yunhao's speed was faster. He stepped on Lingbo's micro-steps, like a phantom, running fast among the trees. Ahead, there is a pink figure running away, which is the target of Yunhao and others, the fantasy demon fox. Yunhao kept his gaze fixed on that figure, driven by Lingbo's micro-steps. He could barely keep up with its speed. It's a pity that now he only has the first part of his body skills, and his speed still needs to be improved. Soul beasts such as the fantasy monster and fox not only possess special abilities, but they also have the speed to beat the bar fast. After a lot of chasing, I still failed to catch up. Good fellow, I don't believe it. Yunhao was a little unconvinced. Immediately turn on the martial spirit, the 10,000th year spirit ring shines, and both feet are as if stepping on a hot wheel, moving forward against the gust of wind. Coupled with the effect of Lingbo's micro-steps, the speed suddenly increased a lot, and he soon caught up with the magical monster fox. Look at where you go! Yunhao chased behind it, reaching out to grab it. However, his hand slipped and let it run away again. Hey, I can't cure you anymore. The divine sword of light was condensed in his hand, and he waved it directly, and a wave of swords broke through the air and dashed towards the magical monster fox. Call out! Realizing the danger, Huan Mengyeahu moved his body flexibly and cleverly avoided Yunhao's blow. It was still very naughty. He jumped onto a big tree and turned around to make a strange expression at Yunhao. It's like saying, come after me, little chick. Seeing that sly and extremely ironic expression, Yunhao was completely angry. Smelly fox, don't let Lao Tzu catch you, or you will lose all your hair. The body didn't stop, and quickly caught up. Huan Mengyeahu is also very smart, knowing that Yunhao is a difficult thing, turned around and ran. On the other side, Qian Rongxiu and Hu Lina had been thrown nearly 100 meters away. No way, Yunhao's speed is too fast. Lingbo Weibu plus a 10,000 years spirit ability that increases the speed, there will be ghosts unhappy. Qian Rongxiu and Hu Lina were also struggling to catch up, but they were still unable to keep up. You said you don't want any soul beasts, you have to find a fantasy monster fox, it's really torturing. Qian Rongxiu began to complain, of course she was simply unhappy with Hu Lina. Young master, it's not right for you to say that. The additional spirit ring must be the best match. My spirit is suitable for this type of spirit ring, so I chose this right. Hu Lina argued with a smile on his face. Chapter 46, White Eyes vs Fantasy Demon Fox. Even if she can't do anything with Qian Rongxiu, Hu Lina is still not afraid of her. Although she is the biological daughter of the Pope, she was brought up by the Pope, and she is also half of her daughter. She still has the capital of theory with Qian Rongxiu. But they didn't keep arguing, the most important thing now was the spirit ring. Since Yunhao agreed to help Hu Lina, Qian Rongxiu would naturally not object, and Hu Lina especially hoped to get this spirit ring. We should catch up with Hao quickly so that we can help him. Qian Rongxiu said. Agree. Hu Lina responded naturally. The two of them didn't go into the theory anymore, chasing after Yunhao's breath. Yuegwen had been chasing Yunhao's pace in the air, he wanted to see how Yunhao hunted the spirit ring with his own ability. Still quite interested in his ability. Although he knew that he had a very special card, he could only use it himself, and he rarely used it in front of others, so naturally fewer people knew it. At this moment, Yunhao was standing in front of a bush, his eyes swept around, looking for a target. And not long after, Qian Rongxiu and Hu Lina finally arrived. How about Hao, did you catch it? Qian Rongxiu asked for the first time. No. Yunhao shook his head, I'm lost here, but you can still detect its breath. This place is close to the middle of the Stardo Great Forest. A 5,000-year-old phantom fox, never dare to set foot easily, so it dare not continue to run inside, it is definitely hidden. While analyzing the situation, Qian Rongxiu's beautiful eyes were also looking around. The Stardo Great Forest is a very large soul beast forest, and it is also the primitive jungle that has existed for the longest time on the Douluo continent. Continuing to the present, there are countless powerful soul beasts, and the Stardo Forest is also a place where the division of soul beasts is more obvious. In the outer areas, there are soul beasts with a cultivation age of less than 10,000 years. After arriving in the central area, it is generally between 10,000 and 50,000 years, and in deeper places, that is where the powerful soul beasts come and go. Yunhao also knew very well that in the deepest part of the Stardo Great Forest, there were many more powerful soul beasts that lived for hundreds of thousands of years. Therefore, illusory demon fox's cultivation base of 5,000 years never dared to run into it anymore. When it encountered a 10,000-year soul beast, it still could not escape. Then what shall we do now? Hulina asked. Don't worry, since it wants to play hide and seek, then we will accompany it. Yunhao smiled slightly. Then he summoned the Lady Luck card, and then threw it in the air. The Lady Luck card emitted a blue light, attracting Qian Rongxiu and Hulina, including Yuegwen's eyes in the distance. The goddess of luck is smiling, muttered the formula silently in his heart. The Lady Luck card starts to spin. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the black gold card of the Lady Luck card, rewarding with a lucky value of 1000, and obtaining the right to use the bloodline boundary pupil technique and the white eye. The time limit is 5 minutes. A system prompt sounded in his mind, and the goddess of luck turned into a light and flew into Yunhao's eyes, and his pupils turned white. Qian Rongxiu and Hulina were taken aback and looked at each other. I don't know the inside story, I really thought Yunhao had cataracts. As soon as he opened his eyes, Yunhao's vision suddenly turned pale. All the surrounding scenery can be seen through by him, even very clearly. Bian is the pupil technique inherited by the Daetong Miao clan in Naruto, possessing the abilities of telescope, perspective, and insight. How, your eyes? Hulina said conclusively. This is my special ability, this. Yunhao looked at Qian Rongxiu and Hulina, and suddenly felt a visually striking image in his mind. I rely on. I remember that the white eyes are not so perspective, is it used on me, it has changed? Ahem, Let's do business first and talk about it later. Yunhao quickly shifted his gaze away, swept around, and caught a pair of pink eyes. It's less than 50 meters away from them, so I can play with you well this time. The dream monster fox is very smart, knowing that as long as it moves, it will be noticed, and it will simply hide in a hidden bush. But it is a pity that it met Yunhao, a Yunhao with white eyes in perspective. In that direction, less than 50 meters, you two outflanked from both sides, and I just lurked over there, not giving it a chance this time. Okay. Immediately after the discussion, the three of them moved separately and quietly lurked towards the hiding place of the fantasy monster fox. Humph, it's really interesting, I didn't expect that the ability of the card is more than that. Seeing this scene, Yuegwen became more interested in Yunhao. But when Yunhao, Qian Rongxiu, and Hulina were less than 10 meters away from the fantasy demon fox, that guy's sensitive ears instantly perceive them. Call. A figure directly wants to jump away. I really want to run, I won't give you a chance this time. Hulina first started. The Wuhan demon fox turned on, and his figure quickly blocked the direction that the dream demon fox was about to escape. Ah, this is... However, just after she stared at the fantasy monster fox, her nerves suddenly stopped, and then hallucinations appeared before her eyes. What's the situation, Shuexiu? Don't look at his eyes. Understood. Qian Rongxiu followed from the flank, the angel's sword was already in my hand, and it slashed down. The Huanmengyao fox reacted very quickly, and it jumped away after a bounce. "Leave it to me, you look good on Nana." Yunhao quickly moved his soul power, and at the same time, Ling Bo moved away with a slight step, and the divine sword of light condensed out, volleying the monster fox head-on. The enchanting eyes of Huanmengyao and Yunhao's white eyes looked at each other, thinking that they could confuse him directly, but the result was the opposite. "Yunhao is safe and sound. I'm sorry, I won't eat your set with my eyes," Yunhao said disdainfully. The divine sword of light took advantage of the momentum and slashed at the illusory demon fox, hit it directly, and slapped it into the air. "Let's go with the wind, let you understand what is cruel." Yunhao's figure quickly followed, muttering something happily in his mouth. Raising the sword and swept away, a sword energy went straight through the magic dream monster fox, bombarding it again. 5 years of tempering and cultivation have greatly improved Yunhao's body in all aspects, and his soul power has been accumulated very thickly. It's not a problem to single out a 5,000-year dream monster fox with no explosive power. It's just that the fantasy demon fox can be regarded as underestimating the enemy. It thinks that with its agility and response, even if it can't head-to-head with Yunhao and the others, it's okay to play around. However, what it thought in its heart was completely opposite to reality. It did not expect that its own ability would not be able to confuse Yunhao. Boom! Huanmengyao's body hit the tree trunk heavily, vomiting blood, and suffered a lot of injuries. But it quickly turned over and gave Yunhao angrily. Then it wanted to try to escape with the injury. Yunhao took advantage of the victory and pursued it. "I'm already at the end of the road, still want to run?" Yunhao mocked. How could the duck that got it make it impossible to run? Continue to use Lingbo's micro-steps, and at the same time once again used the first soul ability of the Emperor Guangming, the Phantom of Floating Light. The body is like an arrow, and it shoots straight away at the fantasy monster fox. At this moment, Yunhao is like a cheetah locked in a handy prey, not giving it any chance to slip away from his hands, because it has no way to escape. Chapter 47, The Enchanting Skull of Spiritual Cohesion. When one party fully controls the dominance, the other party can only resist desperately. It's just that illusory demon fox knew that he was seriously injured. Yunhao chased it, and it could only stand up and resist. The two sides pursued about 100 meters away, and the magic dream monster suddenly turned around and rushed towards Yunhao. It opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth, and its pink eyes were truly charming and psychedelic. It's a pity that white eyes are a very special kind of eyes that will not be affected by such seductive psychedelics. "Good fellow, I have to struggle to death to make you a spirit ring, that is worthy of you. Even so stubborn, let me teach you a lesson." Yunhao blocked the sword with a horizontal sword, and the magic dream demon fox bit on the sword. Woo! The magical monster fox seemed to feel the teeth responding, and immediately sent it away, and the sharp claws grabbed Yunhao's face. "I wipe!" Yunhao reacted quickly and leaned back. However, due to the extremely fast movements of the magical monster fox, his face was still slightly scratched with a small skin wound. Yunhao wiped his face with his hand and saw a trace of blood. Immediately angry. "You can scratch me anywhere, but you can't scratch my face." He took the light divine sword and chased the magical demon fox, slashing wildly, feeling very upset. Woo! Since Huanmengyao was seriously injured, he was not Yunhao's opponent at all. With a miserable scream, Yunhao's body was beaten flying again. Lingbo's micro-steps and the Phantom of Floating Light are extremely fast, and the speed of the fantasy demon fox itself has declined, making it even less powerful than Yunhao. After repeated ravages, Yunhao finally smashed the fantasy demon fox to the ground. "Let you not know the heights of the sky, and dare to resist." Looking at the dying fantasy monster fox, Yunhao showed no mercy at all. Withdrawing the martial soul, he dragged the dreamy monster fox in danger and walked back. Hulina had already recovered from the illusion. She and Qian Rongxiu had been waiting for Yunhao to triumph. The fantasy demon fox was already injured, and he must not be able to escape Yunhao's pursuit. After a while, Yunhao dragged the magic dream monster to appear. Hulina said excitedly, "How, I know you can do it. Great, with this spirit ring, the superiority of my spirit will be greatly stimulated. Okay, what are you still scratching? I quickly absorbed the spirit ring. We will find a place to rest earlier," Qianrongxiu said impatiently. Hulina didn't speak, and walked over. "It's about to end it and absorb its spirit ring." Yunhao threw the dreaming demon fox at Hulina's feet. "Okay." Hulina also made a decisive move, directly ending the surviving life of the magical monster fox. At this time, a purple gloomy light flew from the body of the magic dream monster fox, floating above the body. It is the spirit ring transformed by the magical demon fox energy. A spirit ring of 5,000 years. Without thinking about it, she immediately sat down and began to absorb the spirit ring. Long-term physical training has completely surpassed her body's ability to withstand a spirit master of the same level. A spirit ring of 5,000 years old, Hulina could bear it. The spirit power in the body was circulated, and the spirit demon fox turned on. Hulina became the form of a demon fox possessed, and the spirit was dragging the purple spirit ring and slowly blending into the body. 2 spirit rings, one yellow and one purple, appeared on his body, and pink streamers began to bloom on his body. "Okay, now that she has her spirit ring, she will find you first, what do you think?" Qianrongxiu paced in front of Yunhao and asked him warmly. "I have already thought about it. The limit that my body can bear now is 20,000 years. But it is not realistic to hunt 10,000-year level spirit beasts directly, just find 4 suitable 5,000-year spirit beasts, and then perform spirit ring fusion. Since you have considered this, of course I support you. I also want to see what your so-called spirit ring fusion looks like." Qianrongxiu approached Yunhao, her beautiful eyes staring at him tightly, and a certain part of her body touched Yunhao's body. You will know then, haha." Yunhao's eyes widened, swallowed, and said stupidly. "I rely on. So comfortable. Ahem, I want to be calm. After half an hour, Hulina successfully absorbed the spirit ring, without any negative reactions in the middle, and it was fairly smooth. The spirit ring on his body has changed from 2 to 3, and the third is still at the level of 5,000 years, which is already very abnormal. Suddenly, what was the reaction of the dream monster fox that was already dead? "What's the situation?" Yunhao looked over. "I thought the soul beast would cheat the corpse." A bright pink ball of light floated from the head of the magical monster fox and fell on the ground, turning into a peculiar bone. "Soul bone." Yunhao, Qianrongxiu, and Hulina almost spoke in unison. I was shocked by the scene before me. It's really a soul bone, and it's still a spiritual skull. Good luck. Yunhao picked up the skull and looked at it several times to confirm his judgment. This is the enchanting skull of spirit condensed by the spirit of the magical monster fox. My luck is so good, how, you are really my lucky star. Hulina was very excited and took a sip on Yunhao's face. Yunhao was shocked, his hand stroked his cheek subconsciously, still leaving a fragrance. Qianrongxiu's eyes suddenly glared at Hulina, and she wanted to tear her up. Why don't you know how shameful you are always using Yunhao? I'm going to absorb it, this soul bone is so useful to me. Taking the soul bone from Yunhao, Hulina immediately began to absorb it. With the addition of the third spirit ring, Hulina's spirit ring reached the 32nd level peak. Because a lot of spirit power was originally accumulated, this time the spirit ring addition exploded at once. As long as the spirit bone is absorbed, it may be able to break through. You must know that soul bones are treasures that soul masters dream of, and they are unforgettable in the entire soul master world. It can be said that the value of spirit bones is second only to 100,000-year spirit rings. The chance of a soul bone falling from a 5,000-year-old soul beast was too slim, but they encountered it. It's still a charm skull with a concentrated spirit. The skull is in all spirit bones, second only to the torso bone, and the torso bone, skull, and external spirit bone are the three rarest and most precious soul bones. Any piece of it is priceless, especially the external soul bone is almost invaluable. Yunhao looked at Hulina and found that she was getting more and more beautiful, and also more and more mature. What are you looking at? Does it matter if someone absorbs the soul bone? Qian Rongxiu grabbed Yunhao's ear and pulled it to her side. It hurts. Shuexiu, can't you be gentle with me? Yunhao complained. Hey! I think you are eating from a bowl, and thinking about what is in the pot. If you dare to move your mind, I don't mind letting you taste the taste of cutting off offspring. Qian Rongxiu's eyes were gleaming, but there was a friendly smile on her face. However, in Yunhao's eyes, this smile was a small knife hidden in the smile, which might kill him. Shuexiu, don't you say it so badly, it's better to be happy. Am I talking to you for fun? All right. Hey! A sorrowful and tactful cry came from deep in his heart, and Yunhao could only silently express helplessness. Chapter 48, Phantom Pupil. Yunhao understood that, in fact, Qian Rongxiu really cares about him, so that's why she said such angry words. He hugged her in his arms, and said sweetly, "You said you are jealous with me here. I simply appreciate the beauty of others. And Nana is not as bad as you think, she is a pure-minded girl, so don't keep talking to her. They are all members of the Wuhan Temple, and everyone live in harmony and enjoy themselves. Isn't it a good thing? My dignified young master of Wuhan Hall, do I need to cater to an orphan who was picked up in order to live in harmony? An orphan is an orphan, and it is your glory to be a member of the Wuhan Temple, but you are not qualified to a man from Qian Rongxiu. Shuexiu, don't always put yourself up high, for my face, you don't care about her, okay?" Yunhao held Qian Rongxiu ambiguously for a while, and the two spoke softly with a very small voice, but Hulina, who was completely immersed in the fusion soul bone, naturally didn't know. Yunhao knew that Qian Rongxiu's temper would never stop if he was tough, so she had to use a man's unique method. Holding Qian Rongxiu tightly in his arms, a pair of lovers in love, lingering together, Yunhao talked with Qian Rongxiu in a little coquettish tone. His hands kept holding Qian Rongxiu tuan, no matter how she struggled, she couldn't escape her embrace. Only let her do her own cross, bah! Only by making her the gentle woman in her arms can she be obedient. Okay, well, anyway, as long as she doesn't overdo it, of course I don't care about her. There is no way to take Yunhao, Qian Rongxiu can only compromise, being held in her arms by the man she likes makes her feel safe and comfortable. The unpleasantness and anger in my heart dissipated all at once, so I didn't care about him. It's great, as long as you live in harmony, I will be happy. Yunhao was happy, and gave Qian Rongxiu a white jade skin a fierce kiss before letting her go. You are so disgusting. Qian Rongxiu held her ruddy cheeks, turned around with a shame on her face, and ran to the side. But she laughed, smiling happily. Seeing Qian Yingxiu running away, Yunhao felt a sense of conquest. There is also a sense of accomplishment in successfully conquering a woman. High in the sky, Yuegwen couldn't stand it anymore. Just so much, I wanted to go down and beat Yunhao severely. Good boy, the skill of rhetoric is great, even the young master can be played with by you. Ben Douluo hates this kind of vulgar practice. I dare to think about the Pope's biological daughter. I really eat the courage of the bear heart and leopard. Hey! I just hope that you don't be known by that person. The Pope can protect you, but doesn't it mean that you can deal with that person? As a member of the Spirit Hall, even if they are protected by the Spirit Hall to some extent, the internal form of the Spirit Hall is still grim. As the confidant of the Pope, Yuegwen is very clear. It's just that this kind of pattern really needs a person to break it, and the position of Wuhan Palace in the mainland needs a capable person to consolidate it. Whether it is Yunhao or not, remains to be seen. The Pope trusts him in every possible way and also gives high hopes, and also hopes that this kid will still look like a fool when it is critical. The fusion of soul bones is much easier than that of soul rings, so Hulina only took more than 10 minutes to complete it. After carefully feeling the spirit power situation in the body, as soon as the charm skull was integrated into the body, the spirit power was improved again under that excitation. Indeed, as she wished, she successfully broke through the bottleneck and reached the 33rd level of spirit power. How, I succeeded! My spirit power is now 33rd level. It's really great! Hulina was elated, with unconcealable joy on her face. Congratulations, I got the most suitable spirit ring, and luckily got a skull. That's because you are here, you are my lucky star. Hulina said with a smile looking at Yunhao. Tell me, what special abilities or skills does this skull give you? Yunhao felt embarrassed too, so she simply changed the subject, lest Jianrongxue heard it and became unhappy again. This is a fascinating skull with a concentrated spirit, so on the one hand it has boosted a lot of my mental power, and it also comes with an eye-strengthening skill called the Phantom Pupil. Hulina explained. It was because of Yunhao's presence that she was so lucky to have such an adventure. Therefore, Hulina is very grateful to Yunhao, feeling that he is really his lucky star, and even more so. Yunhao listened to Hulina's skull skills and asked, what are the main abilities of this dream pupil? I can force my opponent to be charmed, and at the same time let his mental power stagnate for a certain period of time, now it is 5 seconds. Quickly, let me see if it's really like the fantasy monster fox. Okay. Hulina immediately urged the spirit power, released the spirit power, and used the spirit power to impact the charm skull. The eyes that had been soothing and touching became more attractive, the eyes turned into a deep pink, and there was a hazy halo on the eyes, which was very strange. Yunhao and Hulina looked at each other, and they felt dizzy and hallucinations in the surrounding scenery. How, there will still be mental energy stagnation next. When Hulina spoke, her eyes were forced, and 2 streams of pink light shot from her eyes and hit Yunhao's eyes. In an instant, Yunhao felt that his nervous system had stopped working. He felt a strange force pressing against his nerves, making him unable to think. Coupled with the surrounding hallucinations, his whole person is in a state of dissociation and trance. After 5 seconds, this feeling dissipated. Well, do you think this dream pupil is very powerful? Hulina asked Yunhao triumphantly. Not bad, this one really suits you best. With your martial spirit monster fox, this dream pupil will play a vital role in battle. Yunhao replied. It's all because of you, thank you. It's okay, what are we still saying thank you, haha. Yunhao smiled. He didn't think that this skull could have such a peculiar skill. It feels like the 9-tailed demon fox Ari in the League of Legends, as long as he is hit by her attack, he will be forcibly charmed. Unless you bring a summoner skill purification or purchase a mercury belt, you can only let it be slaughtered. And there is no pupil state like the white eye, Yunhao himself is not immune to being seen by the magic dream pupil. With this phantom pupil, I can properly increase my mental power to practice. The teacher said that when the titled Douluo cultivation base is reached, most of the time, it is necessary to rely on the suppression of mental power to defeat the opponent, and my spirit is the most suitable for this. Of course, I believe you can do it. Everything was done, and Yunhao, Jianrongxue, and Hulina quickly left. This place shouldn't stay for a long time. It is better to go to the outermost periphery of the Star-Do Great Forest first, find a place to rest, and then act early the next morning. The night is as cold as water, and the moonlight begins to brighten and darken under the hazy clouds. The sight is easily disturbed at night, so for the sake of safety, Yunhao and the others are not going to continue searching for soul beasts. Back along the original road, all the way back to the beginning. I'll set up the tent first, then let's take a rest. Yunhao said with a smile on his face. Chapter 49, Two Women and One Man at Night. As soon as his voice fell, Qian Rongxiu and Hu Lina looked at him at the same time. Qian Rongxiu said, "We, together?" with a questioning tone. Yun Hao said, "Well, of course, as the only male compatriot, I need to protect the two female compatriots at all times." Even so, Yun Hao did only bring one tent, and there was no way he could do it. Only 3 could sleep together. It's really getting more and more interesting for you, and you speak such a high-sounding story. Qian Rongxiu looked unhappy because of what Yun Hao said just now. Hu Lina didn't have any dislikes, anyway, the relationship with Yun Hao was so strong, and it was fine to sleep together. "Shuexiu, I really want to separate too, but I only brought a tent. Besides, if everyone doesn't rest well, it will affect the hunting of the soul beast the next day." "You deliberately?" "No, I really didn't notice it at the time." "Then you will watch the night, or I will watch the night, or she will watch the night and figure it out by herself." Qian Rongxiu made a concession. Since there is only one tent, she needs someone to watch the night anyway to prevent being attacked by the soul beast. "I brought the beast expelling powder, the soul beast will not attack us, besides, this is the outermost soul beast with no danger," Yun Hao explained. "As one of the top 10 young people in the new century, I will never do anything vulgar or deviant." Yes, this is what Yun Hao said at this time. It's all so good anyway, and it's not bad to sleep together. "Young master, I don't think Hao has any bad intentions. Everyone should be regarded as iron buddies. It's okay to sleep all night," Hu Lina said delicately. Qian Rongxiu gave her a look. She was in a very bad mood at first, and she had to make herself unhappy because of this kind of thing. If it was changed, Yun Hao would dare to say that, and he would definitely not let him have good fruit. "It's just that it's different now, if it weren't for Hu Lina, it wouldn't make me so angry." Yun Hao didn't care about it. He sprinkled the beast repellent powder in a circle along a larger area, and then set up a tent behind a relatively hidden bush. "The tent is not too small, it should be enough for 3 people. "Okay, Shuexiu, don't get sulking, isn't it just that everyone slept together all night, and there is no other meaning? I just thought that I would have a good night's rest so that I would have the energy to hunt the soul beasts tomorrow." How, I'm so sleepy, or let's go to sleep first." The young master is just in a bad mood, and after sitting for a while, he relaxed. Hu Lina forcibly pulled Yun Hao into the tent, with a smile on his face. Yun Hao just wanted to say something, but Hu Lina pulled in. "Humph." Qian Rongxiu turned her head and glanced, the more angry her heart became. "Good you Hu Lina, you have become more capable. I don't believe that I can't cure you, so I dare to steal a man from me." Slightly soothed his emotions, and stepped on the fire with a few feet. Quickly walked to the outside of the tent, pulled the tent away, and saw Yun Hao and Hu Lina lying flat inside, still separated by a certain distance. Hu Lina slept on Yun Hao's left hand, Qian Rongxiu walked to Yun Hao's right hand unhappy, and lay down slowly after several psychological struggles. "I knew you were playing a little temper, isn't that right?" Yun Hao turned to Qian Rongxiu, hugged her with his left hand, and stared at her affectionately. "You, what are you doing? Stay away from me!" Qian Rongxiu whispered angrily. "Sure, as long as you don't get angry, it's fine, he. Yun Hao didn't say much, and then lay back. In the middle of the night, when Yun Hao fell asleep completely, Qian Rongxiu and Hu Lina hadn't fallen asleep yet. Thinking of a man lying next to her, the girl still has some psychological feelings and instinctive reaction. Although they knew that Yun Hao would definitely not mess around, so they reluctantly accepted it. Hu Lina herself mainly wanted to have more opportunities to get close to Yun Hao, so that he would have more opportunities to like him. She squinted her eyes slightly, she didn't even dare to open them, she didn't dare to face him. But why does he call Qian Rongxiu in his mouth? Qian Rongxiu is so annoying, because she is the young master, she must occupy Hao alone. In this case, we will compete fairly, and Hulina will never lose to you. It was mentioned in 100 Ways to Become a Woman that in the face of love, two women who are competing, regardless of status, or background, stand on the same level and compete fairly, and they deserve a man's sincere treatment. If you blindly play with scheming and tricks, you may end up with love, but it is all false, not true. So Hulina decided in her heart to compete fairly with Jianrongxiu. Swexu, don't be angry, Nana is actually not as bad as you think, she is kind, simple and cute. Yunhao began to talk in dreams again, and his breath fell on Hulina's face, making her more nervous. At this time, Jianrongxiu witnessed all this with his own eyes and heard Yunhao's dream talk. Hulina didn't go to bed at all, and she didn't know how to resist, so she would really add to herself. So even if Yunhao chanted her name, she still couldn't be happy at all. Hulina just wanted to sleep quietly in Yunhao's arms at this time, don't think about other things. Jianrongxiu turned around, not wanting to see the scene that disgusted her at all. Hulina, I'm never finished with you. Since you want to fight with me, then I will fight with you to the end. Anyway, Yunhao will only be mine in the end, and only I can be worthy of him. Without thinking any more, I still want to calm myself down as soon as possible. Don't think about those unhappy things, the most important thing in this trip to the Star Do Great Forest is the Spirit Ring, and other things will be solved slowly after returning to the Spirit Hall. So now I can only endure it first. After my heart calms down, Jianrongxiu gradually falls asleep. Outside the tent, a figure appeared in the place where the fire was originally built. He walked enchantingly to a big tree and sat down cross-legged. The kid Yunhao has a lot of careful thoughts. The Pope takes him so seriously, so he naturally has his own considerations, but it is inappropriate for his behavior to appear so frivolous. Yu Care's thought. If it is only for the Wuhan Hall to truly unify the mainland in the future, Yunhao can indeed take on such a great task. Of course, the Pope is the leader in his heart, and the Pope's decision is equivalent to the decision of the Wuhan Temple. You are young and frivolous, and you will get better with more experience. Yuegwen concealed all her breath, just thinking that she would also come down and rest. Following Yunhao and the others, it was still a bit boring, so my heart became a little tired. Looking at the small actions Yunhao did to the young master and Hulina, he did feel that he was a bit silly, but the Pope didn't say much, and Yu Guan himself wouldn't intervene more. After all, if Yunhao had a good position and achievements in the Wuhan Hall, Qian Daolio would not have targeted him too much. Release the mental power detection, and then enter the meditation state. A soul master can use a certain amount of meditation instead of sleeping, which is also a very special way of rest. In the middle of the night, even if some soul beasts that haunt at night never pass by, they dare not approach here easily. With the beast expelling powder that Yunhao sprinkled, there was also a titled Douluo. Even if the 10,000-year soul beast passed by, it would not know the sky and the earth would approach. One night passed quickly, and the sky was faintly bright. Chapter 50, Basalt. What's the matter, what's the matter? Yunhao opened his dim eyes, his expression still in a trance. Why was she woken up again when she was clearly dreaming just now? How? Let go. A coquettish voice sounded in his ears. Yunhao was just as frightened, and immediately sat up in a precarious manner. Nana, I. Yunhao suddenly became a little incoherent. I see you two hugged very tightly last night, why, don't you think I disturbed your elegance and quietness? Swexu, how can you say that? I fell asleep at the time and didn't know what happened. It might be out of instinct to protect the girls, so. Secretly glanced at Jianrongxiu, Yunhao knew that she must be very angry now. I am too lazy to talk nonsense with you, this trip is mainly for spirit rings, and I will tell you other things when I go back. Okay, I'll go out and have a look first, Haha, that, you guys talk first. Quickly got up, walked out of the tent, and felt the breeze of the situation blowing. Yunhao thought about going around and investigating the situation. Inside the tent, Qian Rongxiu stood upright, her eyes full of anger staring at Hulina closely. Tell you, if you really like Hao, play fair with me and don't play those tricks. I really can't tell, I'm not very old, and I'm so scheming. The young master praised, I didn't force Hao to do anything, everything was his wishful thinking. Hulina said. Wishful thinking? You really can say it, and you're innocent and cute. Tisk tisk, I didn't see it at all. The young master meant that he was willing to compete fairly with me, of course I would stay with me to the end. Hulina stood up, her hot body was no worse than Qian Rongxiu. With Yunhao's help to her, Hulina is now also a magnificent, beautiful country and city, and her beauty is not inferior to Qian Rongxiu. The two stood together, like two stunning queens proudly facing each other, full of aura. They faced each other and saw awe-inspiring aura in each other's eyes. A sparkling battle, a contest between women, has sounded the horn from this moment. Swexu, Nana, we can go. Yunhao opened the tent and saw that the two men were facing each other, the situation was fierce, and his forehead suddenly got stuck. You, what are you doing? Yunhao hesitated. They're not going to fight for what happened last night, right? Don't make it, don't make it. I also blame myself for slept too deep, and actually made that indecent act. What should I do? How, let's go, let's hunt for the spirit ring you need. Hulina suddenly turned to Yunhao, with a smile on her face, holding Yunhao's arm. How, talk about your choice of spirit beast, so that it is easy to find. Then, Qian Rongxiu stepped forward and took Yunhao's other arm with a smile on his face. What? What's the situation? As he was thinking about it, the two girls were left and right, just like the prisoner, holding him firmly in his hands. He didn't bother to accept the tent, and there was no communication between the two, basically discussing with Yunhao about hunting the soul beast. Of course Yunhao also joined the discussion. He planned to use the second ring as a defensive spirit ring. Anyway, don't worry about speed, and if it is a power-type spirit ring, just put it on the third ring. How do you plan to kill? Hulina asked curiously. Just kill 4 soul beasts that are about 5,000 years old, at least 3 defensive soul beasts. Yunhao replied. That's simple. If it's just a matter of defense or power, the Stardo Great Forest will go too much, because these 2 types of soul beasts, like the plant soul beasts, are scattered in many places in the forest. Qian Rongxiu said. That's okay, as long as the number of years meets, the type can be no problem. It is definitely not realistic to go deep into the forest, you can only look for it close to the central area. The 3 walked slowly and moved forward in no hurry. When it was dawn, the pace was quickened. However, as they were walking, they saw a green figure. It was a guy with a green body, 3 meters in length, and a turtle-like body. It has a defense similar to a tortoise shell, but it looks several times harder than a tortoise shell, with scales on it and spikes on it. It is looking for food and looks like enjoying it. It's a Suanwu beast. This type of soul beast has amazing defenses, and it is difficult for a general strong attack type soul master to break its defense. Yunhao said. Looking at this body length, does the cultivation base match? Hulina asked quietly. Almost, it's the first soul beast. There is nowhere to be found after breaking through the iron shoes, and it is all effortless. It was really good luck to encounter a defensive spirit beast with such a good quality. With the blessing of the goddess of luck, this is simply not too simple. The blood of the beast Suanwu is flowing in the body of the Suanwu beast, and it has inherited Suanwu's indestructible defense talent. The 5,000-year basalt beast can't easily break through even the ordinary 10,000-year soul beast. However, basalt beasts have a fatal weakness, that is, they are relatively heavy and slow. Once they encounter a more powerful opponent, they have no ability to escape. They can only resist desperately by relying on their own defense, and defense is their greatest capital. This basalt beast has been cultivated for 5,000 years. I am afraid that ordinary attacks will not work on it. After a while, you may need to use the martial arts fusion technique. Yunhao said. To deal with a 5,000-year-old basalt beast, no matter how strong its defense is, can the three of us still not be able to take it? Qianrongxiu hesitated. The defense of a basalt beast is not that simple. Besides, Nana belongs to the spiritual control soul master, and you and I only have the martial arts fusion skill to break the defense of that basalt beast. Wait a minute to try its defense, you will understand naturally. My card cannot be used now, so it has to be broken directly. The cooling time of the Lady Luck card has not yet arrived, and it can only be used in the evening. Because I used it once to deal with illusory demon fox last night, I opened my eyes, and now I can no longer use it. Wait, I'll try its defense first. Yunhao turned on his martial spirit, condensed the divine sword of light, stepped on Lingbo's microstep, and walked away. The hand quickly picked up the light divine sword and slashed it fiercely on the scales of the Suanwu beast. Clang! For a while, sparks splashed all over, clanging. So hard! Roar! The Suanwu beast was looking for food with a contented look, but halfway through Chen biting gold, it was very angry. The body suddenly turned around, and his strong limbs ran quickly, hitting Yunhao with his head. However, Yunhao reacted quickly. Before the basalt beast could move, he had the intention to retreat. The figure returned to its original position in a gust of wind, and his eyes were always locked on the basalt beast. You can see it, just relying on the ordinary attacks of the spirit of martial arts is useless, even with a certain increase effect, it is not a solution. I am responsible for containing it, and you use martial soul fusion technique to deal with it. Hu Lina said immediately. In front of Shen Yao, no matter how strong its defense is, it doesn't need you to act. Qianrongxiu said immediately. I am also to help Hao. As long as I control it, you won't be more relaxed. That doesn't require you to act. Qianrongxiu immediately retorted. Chapter 51, Shen Yao first showed his power. With the martial soul fusion technique, even in the face of 10,000 years soul beasts, they can still catch them. This is also the first time she and Yunhao have practiced martial arts fusion skills against an opponent. Just so, you can also see how powerful Shen Yao can reach. Hu Lina wanted to have a good theory with Qianrongxiu, but now the most important thing is to hunt down the basalt beasts, so he still suppressed her arrogance. Nana, wait a moment for you to find a chance to use mental power to control the Suanwu beast, and we will find another chance to give it a fatal blow. Yunhao touched Hu Lina's head and said with a smile. For girls, the legendary touch to kill is the most useful. Yeah, I will work hard. Hu Lina smiled brightly, and the anger just disappeared all at once. Qianrongxiu gave her a bored look, then turned her gaze to the Suanwu beast. The black basalt beast stared at Yunhao and the three with big round eyes, and his heart was full of anger. It seems to be complaining, Lao Tzu is enjoying the delicious food, even if there is a sneak attack, can you choose another time? Wasting Lao Tzu's precious time, don't you know that wasting time is killing money? Swexu, come on, let us linger together. Yunhao turned to Qianrongxiu, opened his arms, and pounced on Qianrongxiu like embracing a loved one. Oh, can you be more serious? Hit a soul beast and make it so ambiguous. Qianrongxiu deliberately stretched her voice, also to let Hu Lina hear it. Unfortunately, Hu Lina didn't feel uncomfortable. Instead, she smiled and thought Yunhao was particularly funny. Qianrongxiu did not refuse Yunhao's hug, she also stretched out her hands and hugged Yunhao. The two of them used spirit power, and the spirit power quickly combined to form the power of Hoxu. The spirits opened together, and golden brilliance bloomed out. Qianrongxiu's 2 spirit rings, plus Yunhao's 1, 3 spirit rings separated from the body and surrounded them. Martial Soul Fusion Technique. Holy Annihilation Shen Yao. Under the golden brilliance, the 2 people merged together, and the golden light was released. In the next moment, the gods wearing golden armor come. Wow, how, you are so handsome. Hulina admired like a nympho. You find the opportunity to use the phantom pupil, charm it, so it will be a little faster to solve it. Shenyao's voice looked very strange, 2 voices overlapped. Only by listening carefully and discerning carefully can you find that it is actually the overlap of the 2 voices of Qianrongxiu and Yunhao. Hulina nodded and said, "Don't worry, it's wrapped in me." Roar! The basalt beast shouted angrily. At the same time, it ran again and slammed into it with great momentum. "If you die in such a hurry, then I'll give you a good time." As soon as Shen Yao's voice fell, his body galloped out. The golden long sword in his hand was shooting with golden light, and he held the golden sword in his hand and slashed it fiercely. Boom! The indestructible head of the Suanwu beast directly collided with the golden sword, but it was not at a disadvantage. Boom! A wave of energy spread, Hulina turned over gracefully and flexibly avoided. Those energy bombarded the surrounding big trees, leaving deep marks, and the big trees were all crumbling. No matter how hard the shell is, there are fatal weaknesses, allowing you to taste the true power of Shenyao. Facing the basalt beast, Shen Yao held the golden sword in both hands, raised his head high, and suddenly golden light shone, and a huge golden sword shadow condensed from the golden sword. Sword fall! Jianying slashed with a swish, and the heavy body of the basalt beast had no time to dodge. Roar! It let out a roar, and a strange green halo appeared on the surface of its body. The sword shadow fell on it, and the green halo formed a protective layer, trying to resist most of the damage. But how could the power of the martial soul fusion technique be so easy to resist? The sword shadow was so powerful that it directly overturned the body of the basalt beast. Bang! His body flew out 5 meters in the air and smashed heavily to the ground. How, I will help you control it. Hulina's reaction was also very quick. The moment Shen Yao exerted her strength, she activated her spirit demon fox. Wuhan possessed his body, and the figure quickly approached the basalt beast. Meng pupil. As soon as his mental power was displayed, his eyes bloomed with a hazy and illusory pink halo, which became deeper and more charming. As soon as the Suanwu beast stood firmly, his eyes subconsciously exchanged a glance with Hulina, his nerves were suddenly stopped, and hallucinations appeared in his vision. Well done! Shen Yao said loudly. This is also the soul bone skill Hulina just acquired, the dream pupil. It is also very useful when used on soul beasts, but it is also because this basalt beast has only 5,000 years of cultivation, and the 5,000 years of fantasy monster fox soul bone skills have a certain effect on it. Shen Yao didn't have any waiting. He lifted the golden sword, and moved his figure to the Suanwu beast. While it was controlled by Hulina's dream pupil, he slashed violently. Clang! It is a basalt beast, and its defense is really amazing. Shenyao condensed most of the power of Hoxiu, causing some cracks in that scale armor. But this is enough. As long as the scales of the basalt beast are destroyed, its defensive ability will be reduced by a large part. The last blow. Hold the golden sword firmly, gather a sword spirit. Circles of golden airflow wrapped around the sword and spread, and golden light flashed instantly. Drink! The hand slammed fiercely, the golden sword slammed into the Suanwu beast horizontally, and the sword aura blasted the Suanwu beast with fierce destructive power. Roar! The Suanwu beast uttered a scream, and its scales were directly shattered by the sword aura. It can be said that the basalt beast is also extremely strong in defense, and its attack power and speed are not very good. In this battle, Shenyao was also the first to show his power, directly breaking through the defense layer of the basalt beast, and successfully occupying the dominant position. But the power of Shen Yao must be more than that. When Yun Hao attaches the spirit ring, Shen Yao's power will rise a big step. How, the defense of the basalt beast is broken, and basically has no ability to resist. Hu Lina said. Well, then go ahead and end it directly. The figure flashed and appeared in front of the Suanmu beast again, and the golden sword had swept out. This time, without the protection of defensive scales, the basalt beast can only be regarded as the fish on the chopping board, and it will be slaughtered. Hey! Hey! Wherever the golden sword passed, flesh and blood flew across, and the Suanmu beast was directly terminated by Shen Yao mercilessly. The light flashed, Shen Yao separated. The effect of the martial soul fusion technique was lifted and changed back to Jianrongxiu and Yun Hao. Jianrongxiu said, the defense is nothing more than that. If you and I both have a single burst of soul abilities, I think I can destroy it without using Shen Yao. It is only a matter of time. Hu Lina said, as long as you can kill it, you don't have to care about the method, right, How? Seeing Hu Lina's cute smile, Yun Hao really wanted to give her a kiss. Well, now that you have successfully hunted down the Suanmu beast, there is no problem. It is useless to say more. I will absorb its spirit ring first, and then we will continue to search for other spirit beasts. Yun Hao looked attentively and walked to the corpse of the Suanmu beast, just to see a group of green light floating out of the Suanmu beast's body. System, store the soul ring of the basalt beast in the storage space. Said to the system in my mind. Host, please wait. The system immediately replied. Chapter 52, Soul Ring Fusion. As soon as the system finished speaking, the green light floated quickly and flew into Yun Hao's body. Ding! The spirit ring of a basalt beast from 5,000 years of cultivation has been stored in the storage space. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully hunting 5,000 years of basalt beasts and obtaining a spirit ring. The reward is 500 lucky. The system prompts. Okay. Yun Hao also stared at the corpse of the Suanmu beast for a long time, hoping to drop another soul bone or something, but unfortunately not. Maybe the goddess of luck wants to sleep beauty too. Disposing of the corpse of the Suanmu beast, Yun Hao left with Jianrongxiu and Hu Lina. After obtaining the first 5,000-year spirit ring, 3 more 5,000-year spirit rings are needed next. Among them, at least 2 defensive spirit rings are required, and the other is just to hunt one at random. According to the train of thought, the 3 of them have been searching for places close to the central area. There are many spirit beasts in this place, and it is relatively easy to find them. With the joint efforts of the 3, Yun Hao finally hunted the remaining 3 spirit rings. One is a spirit ring from a 5,000-year-old scaly elephant, which belongs to the defensive type. A plate-armored rhino from 5,000 years is also a defensive type. The last rock baboon from 5,000 years is a strength type and was hunted casually by Yun Hao. There are already 3 defense-type spirit rings, and the last one is fine as long as the number of years meets. Let's find a safe place first, so I can merge the spirit ring. I just saw a cave study over there, why don't you go there? Hu Lina said hurriedly. Also, be safer in cave studies. Yun Hao thought for a while, and it was so decided. Followed Hu Lina and found the small cave, but it seemed that the cave was not deep, and there was no trace of soul beasts inhabiting it. Just here, you two help me protect the law, it may take some time for me to fuse the spirit ring. How, don't worry, I will not let any enemy approach you. Hu Lina rushed to Yun Hao to show a lovely and sweet smile, and her charming eyes were a bit more mature and charming than a girl should have. Jianrongxiu glared at her beautifully, and then turned away. Seeing Hu Lina's appearance made her angry, she was simply not optimistic. Yun Hao sat cross-legged in the cave and began to gather his energy. The spirit power in the body felt his call and moved regularly along the veins of the whole body. Take out the spirit ring and perform system scan recognition. Ding! Please wait for the host. As the sweet and moving voice of the system sounded, 4 purple light clusters flew out of Yunhao's body and revolved around him. Hu Lina and Qian Rongxiu also noticed this scene at this time, focusing on Yunhao. Those 4 purple light clusters were the 45,000-year-old spirit rings that were hunted down, and they were as if they had come alive now. This is spirit ring fusion. It's amazing, how is amazing. Hu Lina cheered excitedly. Qian Rongxiu glanced at her, then continued to stare at Yunhao intently. The 4 5,000-year spirit rings were photographed into a line and walked quickly on Yunhao, like a long purple worm, so casual and comfortable. Ding! The system scan is completed, and the 4 5,000 years spirit rings are all within the allowable difference range and can be merged. The voice of the system rang in my mind. Okay, perform spirit ring fusion. Yunhao did not hesitate, immediately instructed. Ding! The system is undergoing spirit ring fusion, please wait patiently for the result. After the system answered, the 4 5,000-year spirit rings swam to the top of Yunhao's head. From a distance, it looks like something is about to bloom above my head. The 4 spirit rings kept turning, and under this circumstance, they began to pull and promote each other. At this moment, his body suddenly condensed a golden light, which exploded directly. In the next second, the Emperor of Light stood behind him in awe-inspiring manner. The only black spirit ring appeared from the top of the head, and it fell to the bottom of the body before stopping. At this moment, the golden streamer flew out from the Emperor Guangming, lingering around Yunhao. The golden halo filled the place, as if Yunhao's skin was full of golden brilliance, and the whole person was like a golden statue, sitting there quietly, with an air of pride. Hu Lina's eyes flashed, and she said politely, 4 to 5,000 years, the total is 20,000 years, how is really amazing, I love it. She put her hands together on her chest, looking at Yunhao expectantly, her eyes full of admiration. Everyone can know that the second spirit ring reaches 20,000 years. It can be said that this is an epic-level surprise. Perhaps it hasn't been seen in person, and no one will believe it. But they saw it and couldn't tolerate any doubt. This is the truth. That is Hao's own talent, do you still need to praise him? Qian Rongxiu said disdainfully. This is my pure admiration. Hao is so powerful and the world is so high. Of course it deserves admiration and praise. Hu Lina said softly. I am too lazy to talk nonsense with you, our task is to help him protect the law, I think your eyes are about to fall off him. Qian Rongxiu felt tired and was unable to complain, so she turned around and went to Dong Xiuqiao, wanting to breathe some fresh air and relax her mood. Cut. It's sad that you have to go all out to grab things that don't belong to you. In Dongxiu, Hu Lina has been fascinated by Yunhao, with a smile on her face. He squatted down, holding his cheeks in his hands, his mind was full of scenes from last night, don't know why, looking at Yunhao, thinking of the feeling he was hugging himself, he felt very warm. At this moment, the 4 5,000-year spirit rings on Yunhao's head were intertwined and surrounded each other. Under the fusion of the system, they continue to attract each other and sense each other's energy, just like 4 mischievous children, finally found their common hobby and came together. Golden light wrapped the 4 purple balls, just like making dumplings, the purple light was completely covered by the gold. In the golden interior, the 4 groups of purple are also completely integrated. Ding! The initial integration of the spirit ring is completed, now the spirit ring energy fusion. The system suddenly prompted. The 4 spirit rings were combined with each other, but the energy had not yet been fully integrated. Please mobilize the spirit energy of the host, and pull the fused spirit ring. When the energy is completed, the spirit ring can be attached. Okay, I get it. Yunhao received the system's prompt and started to run his spirit power, mobilizing the martial spirit energy to come out appropriately. At this time, the Emperor Guangming turned into a cloud of golden fluid, floating around his body, feeling that he was moving according to a certain law. That fusion became a spirit ring, and the color was gradually deepening from purple. The ultimate destination of Wuhan energy is also in the fusion spirit ring. 20,000 years, 20,000 years, with this second spirit ring, the spirit power I accumulated before will be directly highlighted, and I even felt a different surprise. Yunhao was extremely excited, really looking forward to the result. After more than 5 years of hard work, the results can finally be seen. This time the spirit ring attachment is completed, Yunhao believes that he can definitely improve a lot. The time lasted for half of the incense. When the color of the spirit ring on Yunhao's head turned black, it indicated that the spirit ring fusion was successful, and Yunhao could already vaguely feel the trend of his spirit power skyrocketing. Chapter 53, 20,000 Year Spirit Ring, 30th Level Bottleneck. Ding! The spirit ring fusion is completed, and the life of the spirit ring is 20,000 years. Please add the spirit ring by the host. The system said. Great, with the second spirit ring of 20,000 years, the burst of martial spirit power will rise to a higher level, and the next spirit ring can choose the power type. Stop thinking about it, turn on the spirit ring energy with your heart, and attach the spirit ring. Above the head, the black halo was shining with a mysterious black halo, which seemed to be darker than the first spirit ring on Yunhao's body. After successfully fusing the spirit ring, you only need to attach the spirit ring to the spirit. The heart is full of infinite expectation and vitality, urging the martial soul energy, and the Emperor Guangming starts again. This time the light was even stronger than before, because the second spirit ring of 20,000 years was sensed, and a certain kind of traction was generated with it, and the energy of the martial spirit was fully excited. As soon as the light unfolded, the black halo began to slowly expand, gradually falling from his head along Yunhao's body. The golden light of Wuhan was released, and the light of Jinying was dizzying. Following the body, the fused 20,000 year spirit ring finally landed on the position of the second spirit ring, separated by a thumb's distance from the first spirit ring. How succeeded, great! Hulina jumped with excitement and shaking hands. That's right, the addition of the second spirit ring was completed, and Yunhao also possessed the second spirit ring, which was still 20,000 years old. It's hard to believe that the first spirit ring and the second spirit ring are all 10,000 years, and even the title Douluo, who is now under the title, can do it except the Pope of Twin Spirits? Of course, if they knew that Yunhao's first spirit ring was actually 100,000 years old, they would be even more surprised. What? Suddenly, Yunhao roared wildly, and a wave of violent energy gushed out from his body. I succeeded, this power, this feeling. Yunhao's heart was very excited. He felt that the power in his body that had been in the dust for a long time finally broke out at this moment. The 5 years of accumulation of soul power was directly highlighted at this moment. The spirit power that originally stayed at the 20th level, after attaching the second spirit ring, directly hit the 30th level, which was another bottleneck. In other words, you can continue to attach a third spirit ring. Beautiful. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully attaching the second spirit ring of the Emperor Guangming, rewarding a lucky value of 1000. Ding! Congratulations to the host's spirit power level reaching the Soul Sovereign bottleneck. The first spirit ring has been upgraded to 20,000 years, and the reward is 1000 lucky. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The Lady Luck card unlocks the second spirit ring ability, the Platinum card, and the reward is 10,000 lucky. A series of system prompts caught Yunhao by surprise. Just attaching a spirit ring, it directly brings so many benefits, it's amazing. When Yunhao was on his head, he clicked on the attribute panel of Repair Base. Host, Yunhao. Cultivation World, Douluo Continent. Soul Power Level, 30 Bottleneck. Cultivation, Soul Lord. Lucky Value, 113,500. Looking at the lucky value, Yunhao thought to himself, one step closer to 1 million. But looking at the situation, if the spirit ring ability behind the Lady Luck card is unlocked, the reward will be more lucky, so that you can reach 1 million faster. Putting away the agitated heart, calmed down, and opened his eyes. How, I thought you had an accident, and you haven't woke up yet. Ah, Nana, what are you doing? Hulina was looking at him with those charming eyes at this time, and the distance between the two was close at hand. Yunhao was so scared that he leaned back quickly and almost fell down. How, it's great for you to wake up, how about it, after absorbing this 20,000-year-old spirit ring, do you feel that you have become stronger again? Hulina asked. Yunhao also nodded with satisfaction, and said, the effect of the 20,000-year spirit ring is indeed very good, and the most important thing is that my spirit power has reached the 30th level bottleneck, and I can continue to attach a third spirit ring. What? Level 30? Qianrongxiu and Hulina exclaimed at the same time. Qianrongxiu quickly came to Yunhao, a pair of charming eyes staring at him. Not only Qianrongxiu, Hulina also looked at him like a monster. Yunhao felt that the atmosphere was weird, and said, I said what happened to the two of you, isn't it just because your spirit power has skyrocketed? Are you so surprised? And when I was doing physical exercises, I told you that as long as you exercise well with me, as long as you practice hard, the accumulated soul power will definitely be very solid. After the spirit ring is attached, the accumulated spirit power will be revealed all at once. Then you are too outrageous, right from the 20th level to the 30th level. Hulina said in surprise. Yes, how could it be so many? Yunhao smiled and said, that's because I am special, so don't be obsessed with brother, brother is just a legend. Stop labeling yourself. Tell me what's going on. Qianrongxiu said. Don't forget, I didn't even attach a second spirit ring at the time. After more than 5 years, it's impossible for my spirit power to accumulate just that little, right? Yunhao explained. Without the spirit ring attached, it is impossible to increase the spirit power level, but you can continue to practice, and the spirit power will continue to accumulate. When the spirit ring is added, the accumulated spirit power will naturally be revealed. Qianrongxiu hurriedly said, then since you have risen so much, do you mean I can rise a lot? Of course, didn't you also reach level 30 without a spirit ring attached? Qianrongxiu said, I didn't attach a spirit ring at the time. I just wanted to attach a higher age. As for the highlight of the spirit power, I didn't think so much. It wasn't until you showed up that you taught me a lot of physical training methods, as well as special soul power training. I was full of expectations for this, but I didn't expect that such a huge effect could be achieved. That's natural, there is a brother, no surprise. Yunhao said completely, his face triumphant. In that case, let me add the third spirit ring to you first. I want to see to what extent your spirit power can explode. Qianrongxiu said. Yunhao smiled and said, that's okay, then wait until I consolidate the soul power in my body, we will leave later. Okay. Yunhao didn't say much, he sat cross-legged again, and began to move his soul power. The spirit power has just been improved, and it takes time to consolidate and improve, so the third spirit ring is not in a hurry to acquire it. Anyway, it has already broken through the 30th level bottleneck, and the third spirit ring will be attached sooner or later, and it is not in a hurry. Now the first spirit ring and the second spirit ring have reached 20,000 years, and the spirit power has reached the soul sovereign, and the strength will be greatly improved. Feel the surging of every trace of soul power in the body with heart, as if those are the kind of affection and love of their own children, walking through the meridians of the whole body under his mobilization, and finally gather the danshan, and then burst out. The second spirit ring was attached to the martial spirit, and the energy burst was even more pronounced. Yunhao could feel it. And in the process of consolidating and perfecting the soul power, a warm air current radiated from his body, which was the body heat radiated by the efficient operation of the soul power. Those air currents seem to still carry a little light golden color, and they continue to rise and then dissipate. Chapter 54, Gai Shi Long Snake, Long Gong Snake Po. The spirit power level has been improved, and the one-time increase in spirit power is too much, and it takes appropriate time to digest and consolidate it, so that the next spirit ring can be better attached. This is the key point that a spirit master needs to keep in mind during the process of acquiring the spirit ring and enhancing the spirit power. The efficiency of the soul master's cultivation is certainly important, but finding a correct cultivation method is the most important thing. After coming to Douluo continent for such a long time, Yunhao's cognition of martial arts can be said to have been thoroughly studied. In the final analysis, it was because of the luck that the system brought him. Coupled with his special understanding of Douluo continent, he was able to exist as a ghost to outsiders. Not only is talent aloof, but thinking and ability are also very admirable. When Qian Rongxiu saw Yunhao for the first time, she would only think that he was a rascal. Who would have thought that he would be such a stunning man? Hu Lina had the same view. She had already believed that Yunhao came from the future, and only she and the Pope knew about this matter. Even Qian Rongxiu didn't know the mystery of Yunhao's identity, but was very curious about his fitness equipment and alchemy materials. I get along for a long time, but I don't care where he comes from, but I am very happy to practice with him. A stream of heat flowed slowly in Yunhao's body, circling along various meridians, and finally gathered at the danshan, and then ran like this for several weeks. I felt it was almost done, then opened my eyes satisfied, felt the changes in my body a little, and stood up. It's okay, faster than I thought. It seems that my choice is correct, because I have a high efficiency in the operation of soul power, coupled with the accumulation of soul power for many years. This time the explosion of soul power is also very timely, but I think not enough. Maybe when I attach a third spirit ring, my spirit power will explode. Moreover, I originally attached a spirit ring, and it was still 20,000 years old, and my spirit power would also be improved. The improvement of the soul power of a soul master is not only based on meditation practice, such as fusion of soul bones, additional soul rings, etc. There are also some special cultivation methods, such as the dual cultivation of Qian Rongxiu and Yunhao, both of which can increase soul power. It's just that the amount of improvement varies. Qian Rongxiu understood what Yunhao meant, and she said softly, "It seems that the preparation before attaching the spirit ring is still very useful. Fortunately, I didn't attach the third spirit ring so early. In that case, I actually restrained me from becoming bigger. Room for improvement. It is true, so I'd rather let the opportunity become bigger than blindly attach a spirit ring." Yunhao nodded and said with a smile, "Time is almost up, keep going." Yunhao immediately cheered up and walked out. The sun is warm outside and the breeze is blowing, and there is a lot of life everywhere. The three of them walked together and set off once again to find the soul beast. Yunhao said, "I plan to attach a power-type spirit ring to the third spirit ring, so I look for at least 3 pure power-type spirit beasts, and just find one at random. This is easy to handle. There are many power spirit beasts and it is easy to find. Then let's go quickly, finish the spirit ring attachment early, and go back early." Yuegwen had always kept a distance from Yunhao and the others, but as a titled Douluo, his eyesight was not a problem, and he could always notice their surroundings. This distance is basically no problem. Once there is something close that they can't handle, he will take action in time. The Star Doe forest is vast and huge. If you want to survive in this virgin forest, you must always follow the laws of natural selection. This is the rule of heaven. Yunhao understands that no matter where he is, such a heaven always exists. It's not just that mankind has gone through the years of history and finally eliminated its competitors and gained a firm foothold. This is still the case in the world of soul beasts. A powerful soul beast occupies a territory, and a weak soul beast can only drift away. The competition between the strong and the survival of the fittest is like this. According to Yunhao's own choice, until the sunset glowed half the sky and the sun submerged into the cloud, they successfully hunted down 3 pure power spirit beasts, which all met the requirements. The 5,000-year-old King Kong Great Ape possesses a soul beast with a bloodline similar to that of the Titan Great Ape, and is very powerful. A 5,000-year-old Scaly Elephant, a pure power soul beast, with extremely strong power impact. The 5,000-year-old Tiger is a pure power type, and its power is also very impressive. With these 3 pure power spirit beasts, the 4th spirit beast doesn't need to care about the type at all. As long as the age is consistent, the spirit ring can be merged. The 3 of them walked carefully through the Stardew forest, always choosing to open paths and use the dense plants as a cover. It seems that today I can only temporarily attach your spirit ring, mine has to wait another day. Qianrongxue whispered. It's okay. Your spirit ring is also hunted. When I have the 3rd ring, I can challenge the ordinary 10,000-year spirit beast. Your current physique can completely attach the ordinary 10,000-year spirit ring. Are you sure? Qianrongxue was a little surprised. No matter how hard your physical fitness is, and your body is strengthened more obviously, it will be close to 10,000 years at best. It is really surprising if you really jump to 10,000 years. Yunhao smiled slightly, as if everything was in his grasp, and said, Don't worry, I can say yes. As long as you listen to me, there is no problem. Yet. Qianrongxue responded casually, You said so, I believe you. And many more. What happened? Hush. As they were walking, Yunhao suddenly stopped Qianrongxue and Hulina and motioned them not to make a sound. It turns out to be the 2 seniors of Long Gong and Snake Po. I've been admired for a long time. A vigorous, but respectful voice came from a distance. This human-faced demon spider was what we saw first, and severely wounded it, and let her run away without paying attention. This was looking for my granddaughter, and I would like to ask everyone to give Lao Yu a face. Then there was another old but powerful voice. Yunhao and the others quietly looked over, and saw a large group of people split into 2 forces, talking about something. In front of them was a dying human-faced demon spider that had its spider legs cut off. It's actually Duke Long and Snake Po. Qianrongxue muttered. Seeing one of them, there are 2 old men holding canes, a man and a woman, and a beautiful girl beside him. Duke Long and Snake Po, I have heard from the teacher. They are the best couple of dragons and snakes in the world of soul masters. They have martial arts fusion skills comparable to title Douluo. The strength of Duke Long Mengshu has reached the cultivation base of the soul Douluo, and the snake Po Kaoshengxiang has also reached the level of the soul emperor. Can you actually see them here? Hulina also felt very surprised. Looking at this situation, they should have had a dispute with the other party because of the spirit ring of their granddaughter. You must know that the strength of the dragon snake is very powerful, although their strength will be greatly reduced if they are separated, but once they are together, then the power can be directly displayed. Yunhao looked at the human-faced demon spider on the ground, thinking that it was just a soul beast, so he might as well this human-faced demon spider over. When they compete with Snipe and Clam, they will benefit from it. Seeing the dragon snake, the other party should be Shrek and his party who came to the Stardew Great Forest to hunt for the spirit ring, right? Judging from the plot of the original story, the time is consistent. In other words, the person who talked to the dragon and snake should be Fudo Ming Wang Zhaowuji. Chapter 55, -2 Dogs Fight, Play Off. Zhao Waoqi is a teacher and deputy dean of Shrek Academy. He has a rough appearance, a stubborn face, a slightly monotonous dress, showing strong muscles, and a strange tattoo on his chest, which is somewhat social. However, Yunhao knows very well that although Zhao Waoqi Zhongxiang is crude and vicious, he is very kind in heart and protects his shortcomings. Seeing that the children successfully hunted down the soul beasts, how could they just give it to each other? Even if it is a dragon and a snake, it must be contended, never bow your head. With a smile on his face, Zhao Waoqi said, Senior, this human face demon spider was caught by the children with a lot of effort just now, so you are planning to fight with us to the end? Chao Tianxiang frowned, looking very upset. Zhao Waoqi. Even if this is the case, there must be a first come first served one. We beat it to a serious injury first. You happen to meet it. So logically, this human face spider should belong to us. If you don't believe it, you can check it. Wound. This. Zhao Waoqi was a little bit out of reason and didn't know how to answer. Senior, if you say that, it's arguing. At this time, a clear and sweet voice sounded, and a slender young man came out from the crowd. He has a handsome face, a sea blue hair that is shiny and fine, and his eyes are extremely deep and energetic. He likes to wear blue clothes. He is surrounded by a cute girl in a pink short skirt with scorpion braids. Seeing these two figures, Yunhao said silently in his heart, is he Tang San? And the one next to him is Xiao Wu. It seems that this is indeed the case. The original plot also mentioned that Tang Sanhui still had a battle with Meng, the granddaughter of Dragon Snake, for the ultimate ownership of the human face demon spider. Tang San stared at the gaze dragon and snake couple with scorching eyes, and said, we hunted this human-faced demon spider, and we don't know that our seniors have done anything with it. If we know in advance, we will definitely not do it. There are many soul beasts, and we will not clash with seniors over a soul beast. It's just, this human-faced demon spider was indeed caught by us, and we ask senior to give it to junior. Seeing that Tang San was extremely frank and polite, and the couple suddenly did not know how to reply. But after finally finding a suitable soul beast, how could he let it go? For the granddaughter, it's okay to lose face. The other party is also a soul saint. Zhao Waoqi, what can I do? Meng Shu smiled kindly and said, for example, you and my granddaughter will fight a battle. If you win, we won't be entangled anymore. If my granddaughter wins, you will let go, how about? Tang San thought for a while, and said, since senior wants to choose the final ownership of the human face demon spider in this way, I should accept it. This is also the fairest way. Brother, are you really going to fight her? Xiao Wu on the side seemed a little worried. I'm fine, don't worry, she is not my opponent. Tang San smiled and looked at Xiao Wu, a gentle flash in his eyes. It's going to start. Yunhao said with a smile. What's wrong, do you still want to get involved? Of course not. My goal is the human face demon spider. Since it has been delivered to my mouth, how can I pass it? Yunhao said. Tang San, the protagonist of Douluo continent, met here is considered fate, why should he leave some impression on him? Snatching Tang San's resources, thinking about it is beautiful. Hu Lina hesitated and asked, how, there is still a soul saint among them, how could we be their opponents? The human face demon spider hasn't died yet, as long as I kill it, they won't be able to attach a spirit ring, hee. Yunhao showed a harmless, sinister smile, and Hu Lina immediately understood his intention. That is to find a chance to get close to the human face demon spider, and then kill it completely, and the spirit ring will belong to them. This is a profitable business, how can you not just watch it slip away? Besides, I will meet Shrek sooner or later, and I will take this opportunity to explore the reality and see their true strength. The novel is only about how powerful they are, but Yunhao feels that he still needs to experience it first to know the depth. And Shrek is destined to become the toughest opponent in the Spirit Hall, so this is an excellent opportunity to test. Do you think, between the two of them, who will win? Qianrongxiu asked suddenly. Yunhao did not hesitate, and directly replied, the one named Tang San, I am optimistic about him, how about you? My instinct is the same as you. It's not easy to be able to face the dragons and snakes so courageously when facing danger. Hu Lina thought for a while, and said, I think that Tang San is a little bit bolder, but the dragon and snake doesn't care about a child, so I definitely won't make a move. This is natural, this is fair competition. Yunhao smiled. Compared with them, I can be regarded as fair competition with them. Of course, I am standing in a third party, watching the fire and waiting for the opportunity to act. Wait, later you are responsible for helping me attract their attention, I will look for opportunities to do it. You have to be careful of that Zhao Wao Qi, he is a soul saint, and the other people are fine for the two of us. Don't worry, absolutely no problem. At this point in time, the Shrek 7 devils, except for Dai Mubai who reached the Soul Sovereign, everyone else was still a great soul master, and this time it should be to help Tang San attach a third spirit ring. Looking around, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zuqing, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun were all there, and there was also a man in black, who should be Tang San's teacher Yu Xiaogang. And soon, the battle between Tang San and Meng still began, and it was still exactly the same as the plot in the original book. Tang San took advantage of Tang Sek's unparalleled learning to take advantage in battle. The purple magic pupil has insight into all the subtle changes, and Meng still knows everything about his movements. His hands are like cold jade, the mysterious jade hands can prevent Meng still from sneaking on him with poison, his footsteps are brisk, and his figure is illusory. That is one of the 6 masters of Tang sect. One's ghost. Yunhao couldn't be more clear when he saw the unique knowledge from the Tang sect of Yuja. Especially the ghost Shadow Mizun, and his Lingbo Weibu have the same effect. It's just that Lingbo Weibu pays attention to cultivating soul power with moving power, but Ghost Lost Trail is motivated by soul power. In contrast, Lingbo Weibu is more difficult to master than Ghost Shadow, so Lingbo Weibu is stronger than Ghost Shadow on this level. The 3 of them watched the changes quietly. When the battle entered the final juncture, Yunhao's eyes flashed and immediately said, Action! Qian Rongxiu and Hu Lina circled behind Shrek's group from the left, while Yunhao sneaked past from the right. Tang San and 2 generations were human, so the combat experience was naturally still much better than Meng, and it ended with Tang San's victory. Both sides had their own consumption. Although Meng was still very reluctant to end it, but if he lost, he would lose, and he could only admit. Still, it's okay, it's just a soul beast, Grandma will find you another one. Chao Tianxiang comforted her granddaughter, hoping that she would not be sad because of a soul beast. Senior, let's accept it. Tang San bowed his hands in courtesy, with the correct attitude. Meng Shu nodded and said, You are very good. I hope you will consider my conditions again. Our door is always open for you. Geshalongshi said nothing more, and left with his granddaughter. Chapter 56, Snatch Tang San and Number 039, S Resources. Tang San relaxed, the matter was finally over. Hey! Fortunately, the gaze dragon and snake couples are not too strong, otherwise we can only give them the spirit beast today. Zhao Wuji sighed. Gai Shilong Snake naturally doesn't care about this with juniors, so seeing that Xiao San has such a talent, I am willing to give up a soul beast and win him, and will not compete. Yu Xiaogang said seriously. Then I will absorb the spirit ring first, and you will check for me. Tang San said. Go ahead. It was for the 3rd spirit ring to come to the Star Do Great Forest today, and Tang San also wanted to reach the Soul Sovereign early, so that his strength would be greatly improved. However, when Tang San turned around and was about to walk towards the human face demon spider, something suddenly happened behind Shrek. Who? Zhao Waoqi first came to the rear of the team, his eyes swept sharply, looking for the target. Tang San didn't rush to attach the spirit ring either, and followed, his expression becoming extremely serious and cautious. The purple magic pupil opened, the kind of insight into everything, so that the surrounding things could not escape his capture. It was also at this moment that Yun Hao's long-awaited opportunity finally came. He sprang out of a dense bush, and Ling Bo moved his body towards the human-faced demon spider at an extremely fast speed. With the golden light flowing in his hand, the divine sword of light condensed in his hand, and it directly smashed the body of the human-faced demon spider, splitting it in half. When it was over, he showed a satisfied smile. Done. This sudden change caused Shrek and his party to still not react. Tang San looked at the terminated human-faced demon spider and looked at Yun Hao angrily. Who are you? Originally, the conflict with the dragon and snake had been resolved, and Tang San was also very happy with the feeling that he could break through to the Soul Venerable immediately. However, who could have expected that another guy was killed halfway, and it directly ended the life of the human-faced demon spider, which made it impossible for him to attach a spirit ring. Only when you kill the spirit beast yourself can you attach its spirit ring. Unlike spirit bones, any soul bone that falls from a spirit beast can be fused. Yun Hao looked at Tang San with an angry face, while the others in Shrek were also glaring at him. He smiled and said, I kill this human-faced demon spider now, so the spirit ring can only be given to me? Sorry. What? Although it is indeed a bit unkind, Yun Hao still feels that whoever kills the soul beast, the soul ring belongs to that simple. Store the spirit ring of the human-faced demon spider in the storage space, then turn around and prepare to leave. Unexpectedly. How could Shrek and his party let him go so easily? The evil eye white tiger Dai Mubai, the ghost cat Zhu Zuking and the evil fire phoenix Ma Hongjun directly blocked his way. I've come here, is there any reason to leave? Dai Mubai said fiercely, and those born strange pupils shone strangely. Tang San calmed his mind and said softly, since you have robbed my spirit ring, then you will be beaten by us, otherwise, wouldn't we be wrong? The third article of the Tang Sect's general outline, confirm that the opponent is the enemy, as long as he has a way to kill him, don't be merciful, otherwise it will only increase your troubles. Such a pretentious person, robbing others of the spoils, naturally cannot be merciful. Hee hee. Yun Hao smiled honestly, actually, I think hunting soul beasts is something like that. There is no such thing as first come first, then whoever gets it. You put this kind of shameless behavior fresh and refined, so we don't need a reason to beat you. I think you are also some people who are arrogant. It's a bit wrong to bully the less by more. Yun Hao retorted, trying to fight for opportunities for himself. The other party has a soul saint, obviously he is not so easy to get away. Whizzing! At this moment, Hulina and Qian Rongxiu came out from the side and fought against Dai Mubai to force them back. Are you all right? Hulina asked. Nothing. The three stood together, Qian Rongxiu and Hulina stood on both sides, while Yun Hao's eyes kept paying attention to Zhao Waoqi's every move. It's better than the number of people, haven't you figured out the situation yet? A fat man with short fiery red hair said arrogantly that it was Ma Hongjun of the Shrek 7 Devils. However, none of the 7 Shrek Devils noticed. Yu Xiaogang, the invincible master of the Soul Master Realm theory, looked at the three Yun Hao not far away in horror, but his gaze stayed at Qian Rongxiu body. Are you from the Spirit Hall? Yu Xiaogang asked suddenly. Yun Hao was surprised and said, how did you know? She is Qian Rongxiu, I have seen, since it is the Wuhan Palace, then please give us a reason to let you go, otherwise this matter can't be forgotten. Yu Xiaogang said sharply. Seeing Qian Rongxiu's first glance, Yu Xiaogang's mind immediately showed a familiar face, the face that once made him sore. Teacher, you said they are Wuhan Hall? Then Tang San looked at Zhao Wuji who was aside while speaking. Everyone knows that Zhao Waoqi had offended the Hall of Spirits, was chased by the Hall of Spirits, and then fled to Shrek Academy as the vice president. How much Zhao Waoqi hated the Wuhan Temple, and how strong his anger was now. Seeing his whole body spirit power suddenly released, he roared, well, if you have a chance to meet today, no matter how you have to entertain you, this kind of bullying is really still the Spirit Hall. In just a few seconds, Zhao Waoqi's anger was on the verge of exploding. How many people can be beaten by the people who can meet Martial Soul Palace? This is Zhao Waoqi's psychology at this moment. Since you know that we are the Martial Soul Palace, do you plan to fight us like this? Qian Rongxiu said with a flash of beautiful eyes, disdainfully said. What about the Spirit Hall? I think your Spirit Hall does not have the right to others' things at will. Do you really take yourself seriously? Zhao Wu said extremely loudly. Hearing this, Yun Hao felt uncomfortable, and immediately replied, as the pioneer of the mainland, the Soul Master Training Center for the mainland should be respected. Your remarks are openly provoking my soul temple. Majestic, not to mention the relationship between the Spirit Hall and the two empires, it is enough to chase you to the ends of the world if you provoke my Spirit Hall like this. Ha ha ha. As soon as he heard Yun Hao's words, Zhao Waoqi laughed. It's not a matter of a day or two for the Spirit Hall to chase me down, and what we are going to talk about now, nor is the Spirit Hall. Yun Hao nodded and smiled. Soul Ring has always been supported by those who can do it, so you just leave this human face demon spider cool here. If I kill it, it will be mine. Did I do something wrong? Qian Rongxiu was also amazed when she heard this. Unexpectedly, Yun Hao could be shameless to this point. This kind of thing had already hurt the face of the Wuhan temple, but he forced around the field. And even said so well. Bah! Shameless! Ma Hongjun said. Yun Hao thought to himself, until now, I can only refuse to admit it. Anyway, the spirit ring has been obtained, no matter who you are, I just refuse to admit it. Moreover, robbing Tang San's resources was really pleasing. Now, as long as you stabilize the situation and find a way to get out of trouble, things will come to nothing. The Hall of Martial Spirit is aggressive and unreasonable, then we are also good at being good people and teaching you the principles of life. Zhao Waoqi's anger has already risen. Whoever thought that the other party was so brazen and forced to die as alive? How could it not make people angry? Chapter 57, titled Douluo Who Loves Flowers, Qirong Tong Dianju. It was your fault, but Zhao Waoqi couldn't bear to say that. With a smile, the Wuhan powerful King Kong bear is turned on, and the 7 best spirit ring combinations of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, and black appear on the stage. With heavy anger, he directly attacked. Fists with both hands, fell from the sky, and smashed down hard. Qian Rongxiu, Yun Hao, and Hu Lina reacted quickly, and the 3 of them dispersed at the same time, avoiding the blow. Boom! The fall was empty and blasted to the ground, instantly stirring up a cloud of dust. Now they are completely finished. Teacher Zhao hates the Martial Soul Palace the most, making them cheap. That's it, it's too hateful to steal the spirit ring of Xiao San. The Shrek 7 devils have already started to talk about it. Now that Zhao Waoqi has taken the shot, they can watch the show. Zhao Waoqi didn't use his soul abilities. In his heart, it was more than enough to deal with 3 little kids as long as the spirit possessed him. Moreover, the Soul Saint is not something that their current strength can resist. After several times, the 3 of Yun Hao retreated steadily. Yun Hao knew that even if they used martial soul, they couldn't be Zhao Waoqi's opponent. Don't keep hiding, didn't you just speak loudly? Seeing that the other party dared not fight back, Zhao Waoqi began to sarcast. King Fudoming, how dare we take it lightly? Yun Hao said. You still know my name, so you dare to things from my students. Snatching is for snatching, and I will it for the rest of my life. Yun Hao said in a funny way without shy away. Facing the Soul Saint, he still maintained a calm and composed state, not panicking at all. However, Qian Rongxiu and Hu Lina were a little worried. They were not opponents at all when they met Fudoming Wang Zhao Waoqi. Zhao Waoqi coldly snorted, anyway, I will beat you today, otherwise would I give you a spirit ring for nothing. Facing the most abhorrent martial soul palace, Zhao Waoqi didn't mean to show mercy at all. Since it was said that they had beaten them severely, we must make them unable to fight back. The spirit of the martial arts vigorously displayed the breath of the King Kong bear, and the majestic spirit power was swept away. Seeing his fifth black spirit ring lit up, the air seemed to suddenly become heavy. Fifth spirit ability, gravity squeeze dash. Humph! Feeling Zhao Waoqi's anger, everyone in Shrek retreated, for fear of being affected. Oops! Yunhao's brows were frowning, and this was troublesome. Once he was forcibly pulled by Zhao Waoqi's gravity squeezing effect, his body could no longer move freely. The body is like a magnet, firmly attached to the surface, which instantly increases the gravitational magnetic field within a radius. See how you hide? Zhao Wuji said coldly. However, at this moment, orange streamers fell from the sky, and they broke through Zhao Waoqi's gravitational squeeze. Zhao Waoqi, you are so bold! A fascinating and enchanting voice came from heaven and earth, lingering in the air. Who? Not only Zhao Waoqi, but everyone else in Shrek suddenly became nervous. But when he heard this voice, the corner of Yunhao's mouth rose slightly, revealing a weird smile. It seems that the Pope is still worried about us, but since he is here, this matter is much simpler. At present, the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire did not dare to contend with the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall was located between the two empires. Balancing the two empires was to prevent some unnecessary things from happening. The royal families of the two empires did not dare to directly provoke the majesty of the Wuhan Temple. This Zhao Waoqi really took the courage of the bear. Thinking that he was in the Heaven Do Empire and that he was a soul saint, no one could move him. Unfortunately, the person who moved you today has already come. Dare to provoke the majesty of my Wuhan Temple, I really eat the courage of the bear heart and leopard. The enchanting voice sounded again, and a thin stream of light flashed across the air. An enchanting man wearing an orange shirt appeared, and a small chrysanthemum in full bloom bloomed beside him, with 9 dazzling spirit rings on the chrysanthemum. It is the king of flowers, the strange velvet Tongjian chrysanthemum that reigns over the fragrant flowers, and the enchanting man is the chrysanthemum Douluo-Yuegwen who has an extreme love for flowers. The three of them had been following Yunhao, and seeing that they were in danger, their hands were itchy. They wanted to fight, and they did not think much about it. Seeing this scene, Yunhao also noticed Xiaowu's movements, and she suddenly hid at the back of the team in fear, for fear that she would be discovered. She was originally a 100,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit, and Tidal Douluo could feel the aura in her. Fang! Tidal Douluo! Zhao Waoqi could hardly conceal the panic on his face, and his whole body began to tremble. Who knows that you can actually encounter the legendary Tidal Douluo here, even if you were hunted down at the beginning, there has never been a Tidal Douluo. How can I, Zhao Waoqi, and how can I bother Tidal Douluo to make a move? Yuegwen's beautiful eyes swept across Shrek and said softly, Hey? Zhao Waoqi, I heard that you are going to beat my soul hall, is that right? Although it was just a simple question, it brought extremely terrifying pressure. Zhao Waoqi didn't dare to excuse him, and hurriedly replied, My Angzia, just because I was dealing with some things, so. But before he could finish speaking, Yu Xiaogang suddenly said, Here is Yu Xiaogang, the honorary elder of Wuhan Hall. He took out an exquisitely crafted brand and continued, What happened just now is really that they did not do it right. I hope Douluo can give an explanation. Yu Xiaogang had seen Yuegwen, so he knew that he was a person next to the Pope, and that he was an honorary elder personally bestowed by the Pope, so he did not dare to do anything to himself. Oh! Yuegwen paused when she saw the sign, Since I am the honorary elder of my spirit hall, then I should always consider my spirit hall. How can we insult the spirit hall so much with outsiders? This. Yuegwen's voice seemed very tough, with an aura that was absolutely forbidden. Shrek and others stopped talking, they knew what Tidal Douluo meant. Yu Xiaogang did not back down and retorted, The 3 people in the Wuhan Hall just robbed our students of resources. Such robbery behaviors, shouldn't I be in charge of the honorary elder of the Wuhan Hall? You robbed it. You didn't take care of it. No wonder others. There is something in the Yueguan dialogue, which is obviously to protect Yunhao and the others. Even if there is a mistake, it is the Wuhandian that handles it by itself, so naturally, I can't bear to let outsiders make irresponsible remarks here. Moreover, the honorary elders are just a decoration. If it weren't for the Pope's order not to shoot you, how could you live to the present? Hearing these words, Tang San, who had been forbearing, was unhappy, and walked out and said, "Is the Wuhan temple so disregarding its image and acting arbitrarily to other people's resources?" "What did you say?" Yueguan was angry when he heard the words. The strange velvet chrysanthemum turned into several sharp blades, and they surrounded Shrek and his group. The powerful aura suppressed them from making any moves. "I never need someone else to judge my Wuhan Hall to do things, understand?" Just such a simple sentence directly suppressed the majesty of the Spirit Hall, and everyone in Shrek did not dare to say anything. Sweat dripped down Tang San's face. He was very nervous at this moment, but he felt the pressure, but he dared not make any changes. Hulina stepped forward and said, "It seems that you are making trouble unreasonably, right?" The soothing gaze turned to Shrek and the others, making people nervous. Chapter 58, On behalf of the moon to destroy Tang San. In fact, if you want to get justice for yourself, you can use a fair duel, and we naturally accept it. Yunhao came to Yueguan and said coldly. The power of the Spirit Hall is indisputable in Douluo continent. In this world, the strong are respected, and they can do as much as they have the ability. Even if you can't protect your own things or the people you care about, what are you talking about walking for the sky? If you want to be the first bird, then you have to have that ability. Hey, isn't it a bit too much for you to say that? At this time, a young girl in a light green dress showed a fierce look and pointed at Yunhao angrily. The girl is beautiful and cute, with thin eyebrows, piercing eyes, and long black hair. There is no gorgeous dress, only a simple hairpin on her head. Seeing that Yunhao didn't reply, the girl continued, "I am the daughter of the sect master of the 7 treasure glazed glass sect. If your Spirit Hall deceives people so much, Heaven Do Empire will certainly not sit idly by." 7 treasure glazed tile school? Yunhao naturally knew that there were 3 of the 7 major sects, and the second-ranked Kaibao Liulai sect. This girl naturally dared to move out of her identity, and she wanted to be Ning Rongrong, the daughter of Ning Fengzi, the lord of the 7 treasure glazed glass sect. Yunhao smiled and said, "The Soul Master world, the strong is respected, what is the relationship with the empire?" "You." Ning Rongrong was desperate. Yunhao continued, "The resources are obtained on their own. If you don't have the ability to protect your own things, what kind of soul master should you be?" What this said is as if one cannot become a soul master without cultivation resources. Of course, Yunhao just wanted to give the other party a good start. Anyway, Zhu Douluo was present, afraid of what Zhao Waoqi would do. It can be said as white and black and white, this is the style of Wuhan Palace. Rang San said ironically. Yunhao didn't care either, and said, "Then, tell me, how do you want to solve it? If it is a fight, it seems that they are not afraid of Shrek." Except for Zhao Waoqi, in the whole team, Tang San also had some brains, and there was nothing else I cared about. "Since you said a fair duel, I wonder if you dare to fight with me?" Tang San said fiercely. The purple demon eye was always on, paying attention to the others' subtle movements all the time. Although he knew that there was a title, nothing they could do would help. But of course it is reasonable to fight for the justice of one's own interests. Yunhao did not decline either, and immediately responded, "No problem, I will fight. These people are so defiant, just deal with them directly, I'm still waiting for my life to come back." Yueguan's eyes flickered with a weird light, and she only wanted to maintain the reputation of the Wuhan temple, without considering the consequences. "The elder Zhu, don't be impatient, the other party's background is there, and it wouldn't be nice if you arrogantly over other people's territory. Isn't it just a battle? This can even promote the strength of my Wuhan temple. Yun Hao also hurriedly stopped him, fearing that he would miss it and cause catastrophe. Although Wuhan temple is still a balance between the power of the two empires, the upper three of the 7 sects are still untouchable. Besides, the Pope also said that Yu Xiaogang could not be touched for the time being, and there was Hao Shenzong behind Tang San. Yuegwen also had to tease, well then, hello, which one of you will fight? Withdrawing Qirong Tongdianju's offensive, Yuegwen swept across Shrek again. Xiao Wu was still hiding at the end of the team, and Yun Hao showed an evil smile. Tang San walked out slowly. Shrek Academy, Tang San is here, please enlighten me. He bowed his hand to salute, also out of respect for his opponents. Although they were wrong, Tang San would only appear extremely serious when it comes to fighting. Although the other members of the Shrek 7 Devils were worried, they all believed in Tang San. Tang San is still very confident in his abilities. He is a man from 2 lives and has rich combat experience. He believes that even if he can't defeat his opponent, he will never be defeated. Tang San is right, I hope you don't let me down. Yun Hao walked out, but he stretched out his hand. A strange card was floating on his palm, blooming with a faint halo. Everyone in Shrek naturally didn't know what that meant. From what we saw earlier, it shouldn't be Wuhan. However, Yun Hao made preparations in advance because his opponent was Tang San, so he had to use the ability of the Lady Luck card, otherwise it would be hard to say. It is his life-threatening Tang sect hidden weapon that is very tricky, not to mention that he has Tang sect's top-notch knowledge. You have outside help, and so does Lao Tzu. The goddess of luck is smiling, muttered the formula silently in his heart. The Lady Luck card turned and immediately turned into 2 rays of light and flew into Yun Hao's body. Yun Hao also wanted to see what awesome skills can be summoned by the second ring of the Lady Luck card, so he directly released the 2 skills of the Lady Luck card. The cooling time has come, and the time is just right. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the black gold card of the Lady Luck card, and obtaining the right to use Luo Tianzheng, the god of reincarnation eyes, once. The reward is 1000 lucky points and the time limit is 10 minutes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the Lady Luck card Platinum card and getting the right to use the Heart of the Heart Fire of the different Fire Green Lotus once. The reward is 10,000 lucky points and the time limit is 10 minutes. After the Lady Luck card was integrated into the body, the system prompt sounded in his mind. This means that he succeeded, using the Lady Luck card to summon 2 particularly useful skills. Needless to say, the eyes of reincarnation can see through the opponent's movements, and will not be confused by illusions, and the key will not be impacted by the spirit. This is not afraid of Tang San's purple magic pupil. And the Shenluo Tianzheng of the reincarnation eye is Naruto's master of Naruto, which can force the opponent to bounce off some attacks. This is especially effective when using hidden weapons against Tang San. In addition to the fire in King Lian's heart, Yun Hao didn't expect even this thing to be summoned. One word, cattle fork. The fire in the heart of Qinglian Earth is the 19th different fire among the fighting and breaking sky. Existing in the lava in the Earth's core, growing in the depths of the Earth, experiencing countless times of tempering, fusion, compression, and modulation of the fire of the Earth. Its color is slightly green, and there is a cluster of green fire in the heart of the lotus, named Qinglian Earth Heart Fire. Qinglian Earth's heart fire is powerful, able to control a few eyes, and has the power to melt and burn everything. The so-called different fires, all fires surrender. This is the truth. And seeing Yun Hao's eyes turn strange, Tang San suddenly felt an inexplicable worry. Why do his eyes suddenly look like that? Could it be that card? I saw that his martial soul was a sword before. Could it be that he is also a twin martial soul? But I didn't see that the card had a spirit ring. Tang San became vigilant in his heart, and at the same time he began to figure out how to take action. Article 4 of the Tang Sect General Program: never try to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger, otherwise you will easily become a pig. It must be very difficult to look at the opponent's posture. Since it was from the Hall of Martial Souls, there were some means to think about it. Tang San, Martial Spirit Lan Yinko, 30th Level Control System Battle Spirit Venerable, please enlighten me. Tang San released his martial soul blue silver grass while thinking. The vines scattered from the palm of his right hand, and accompanied by the vibrant blue and silver aura, 2 yellow spirit rings appeared on his body. Yunhao smiled slightly, wondering what kind of experience it is to violently beat the protagonist of the original book. This is coming, Tang San, I want to eliminate you on behalf of the moon. Chapter 59, Yunhao vs Tang San, Part 1. With the help of Reincarnation Eyes and Qinglian Earth Heart Fire, dealing with Tang San would be a piece of cake. Yunhao, God Emperor Wuhan Guangming, 30th Level Battle Soul Venerable. Yunhao didn't panic and opened his martial soul. The light of the Emperor Guangming burst out, and a golden phantom appeared behind him, glittering with golden light, and the divine sword of light was condensed in his hand. And on him, 2 black spirit rings appeared, exuding a strange black glow. What? 2 10,000-year spirit rings. Seeing this scene, Yu Xiaogang was completely shocked. Not just him, everyone else in Shrek was dumbfounded and couldn't believe what they saw. How is it possible that the first spirit ring and the second spirit ring are 10,000 years? Zhao Wuji's expression of horror could not be concealed. Yu Xiaogang's pupils were trembling, and he thought to himself, Bibi Dong, what have you done? Not only did you overcome the repulsion of the twin spirits, you actually cultivated such a talented person. Although Tang San was also shocked in his heart, he still kept his face calm and calmed himself down. This also proved his previous guess, this guy is really a twin spirit. The battle was about to begin, except for Tang San and Yunhao, everyone else retreated to the distance, leaving them with enough space to use their fists. I will fight, you are free. Yunhao smiled slightly. Then you be careful. Tang San didn't talk much, his eyes were always paying attention to Yunhao, and his body quickly rushed out. Stepping on ghosts and shadows, this is the Tang Sect's superb body method, pay attention to avoiding the truth and avoiding the virtual, unexpected. Seeing this posture, Yunhao smiled, and immediately urged Ling Bo to step slightly. Tang San made a quick move, and he was able to break the wind with a trick, and his body skills were even faster to the extreme. Perceiving Tang San's offensive, Yunhao drew sideways, holding the bright divine sword in his right hand, and swept over. At the same time, he condensed the energy of the fire in the heart of Qinglian, plus the energy of the Emperor of Light itself. The golden and cyan colors on the light divine sword blended, and the surface of the sword seemed to be covered with flames, so it cut through the air. Swanyu hand. Tang San didn't hesitate, but he should be extremely quick. His hands quickly turned into a pair of jade-like hands, his left hand lifted up, resisting the divine sword of light, and hit Yunhao with his right hand. At this moment, the two are close at hand, and whoever moves slowly is giving each other a chance. But Yunhao, who has reincarnation eyes, was able to see through the prelude of Tang San's actions, and reacted the moment Tang San punched him. His head just leaned back, avoiding Tang San's punch. Quickly holding the divine sword of light with both hands, a strong fiery flame was ignited, and the heart of Qinglian's heart merged with the divine energy of Divine Emperor of Light, and suddenly rushed towards Tang San. At this moment, Tang San could only retreat to avoid being injured by the attack. The ghost trail quickly retreated with his body, and at the same time the purple magic pupil opened. Unexpectedly, you can still see through the movements, I underestimate you. Tang San said. Don't, you must not underestimate me, the battle to smash the door has just begun. Yunhao teased, with a playful smile on his face. The first spirit ability, Entanglement. Tang San caught the gap between Yun Hao's speech, and the blue-silver grass ambushed in advance suddenly rushed out of the ground, trying to control Yun Hao. First of all, it entangled his legs, and Lan Yunko's toughness was extremely strong, and its vitality spread extremely fast, and it was just a blink of an eye that directly entangled Yun Hao firmly. "Do you think this can control me?" Yun Hao showed a disdainful smile. Tang San hurriedly said, "Of course I don't think this can trap you, but it can contain you and buy me enough time." Tang San's hand rubbed his waist, as if he was going to use something. However, Yun Hao had already guessed that, as a genius once encountered in a century by a disciple of Tang sect, Tang San was proficient in various hidden weapon techniques, so, next, he was going to use hidden weapons to deal with Yun Hao. He knew that just relying on the control of Lan Yunko and Tang sect's secrets might not be enough to defeat Yun Hao. The previous fight was also to test his strength, and now he naturally has a judgment. "Since you can fight so well, how do you dodge such an attack?" Tang San smiled coldly. The ghost shadow, the purple demon pupil and the mysterious jade hand all used simultaneously, and the next moment, countless cold lights flew out of the belt on his waist. Yun Hao knew very well that it was the 24-bridge Minjiye given to him by Yu Xiao Gang, which was used by Tang San to store various hidden weapons. Concealed weapon with Tang sect stunt is of course a very sudden and extremely high hit rate. However, it is a pity that before the eyes of Samsara, it is still impossible to cause harm to Yun Hao. How is all right? Hulina was still a little worried. He has so many ghosts and thoughts, how could he be defeated so easily? Qianrongxiu said coldly. Yuegwen smiled evilly, tisk tisk. Interesting. The sky was full of cold light, Tang San began to output frantically, and countless hidden weapons shot towards Yun Hao at a speed that the naked eye could not catch. Everyone in Shrek was nervous to the extreme. Seeing Tang San using a hidden weapon, they thought it had a great chance of winning. Before Yun Hao broke free of the blue-silver grass, he would definitely be hit by a hidden weapon. In that case, Yun Hao's combat effectiveness will inevitably decrease. However, to everyone's expectations, at the moment when the hidden weapon was about to attack Yun Hao's eyes moved, and he felt a strange wave burst out. Shen Luo Tianzheng. In his body, like an extremely domineering repulsive force, it directly bounced all hidden weapons away. Why is it like this? With so many hidden weapons, at least one or two would be the right thing. Tang San's expression was solemn. But he did not panic because of this, but continued to increase the release of the hidden weapon, not believing that you could bounce it all away. However, the result was still the same. When the hidden weapon approached Yun Hao, it seemed to have encountered huge resistance and could not pass at all. All of them were forcibly bounced away. Boom! At this moment, Yun Hao broke free from the shackles of blue-silver grass and gained freedom of action. The first spirit ring lit up, and the first spirit ability Floating Light Phantom was activated. Coupled with Ling Bo's Weibu body technique, Yun Hao was holding the Divine Sword of Light, pushing towards Tang San at the speed of light. Tang San understood that he couldn't sit still, and since hidden weapons couldn't pose a threat to him, he could only do something concrete. Storm. But everything is not over yet, the other party obviously doesn't know yet, he has been calculated. Whizzing. Yun Hao and Tang San fought together, sparks flew everywhere, and their figures were illusory and uncertain. Yun Hao's move was decisive and powerful, and he didn't give Tang San extra opportunity to react, but Tang San's move was tricky and suddenly, he wanted to hit Yun Hao by surprise. Little San, come on! Little San beat him! Little San, teach him how to be a man! The Shreks began to cheer for Tang San, apparently very optimistic about Tang San. Qianrongxiu glanced at them, and said disdainfully, a group of low energy, extremely boring. The word incompetence was still taught to her by Yun Hao, and the full meaning is incompetence, that is, to mock the other party. Seeing that Shrek's group didn't know how to converge, Qianrongxiu looked unpleasant. Unexpected, really unexpected, even I don't know how the boy did it. The first spirit ring and the second spirit ring can reach 10,000 years. At this time, Yu Xiaogang was already full of gloom, and his mind was not about fighting, but something hidden behind Yun Hao's spirit ring. Zhao Waoqi whispered, "The master doesn't know it, maybe it is the new secrets of Wuhan discovered in the Wuhan Palace, and it will definitely not be easy to say."